think so.
Is that okay to you?
Yeah.
Hello? Am I here?
I hear you.
I hear you.
We're going to put cards in the air.
Hello, guys. Welcome to Poker at Borgata.
This is the final table of the Borgata Million, the opening event here at the Spring Poker Open. And my name is Will O'Connor, aka Will OC, and we're in the booth with some pretty East Coast legends here.
Jamie Kurtzetter.
And Dave Inselberg.
The Coldstone. How you guys doing today?
Very good. And yourself?
Okay. It's been a long day, but we're getting to it now.
Yeah, you really do have some long day. You got to wake up and watch the final 15 drop down 10 and then come back
That
here
was
for
fast.
the final table.
Yeah, we went through the final 5 eliminations to get to this final table very quickly after they backed up yesterday. Now we're down to our final 10 and some pretty fresh faces, but also some pretty known players on the East Coast. Jamie, you want to give us a little rundown of the leaderboard?
Sure. The people I know the best are Chris Horder and Elena Stover. And they both play primarily online. So they might not be recognizable to most people, but they probably have put in the most hours of the remaining players.
Yeah, and they're on opposite ends of the leaderboard. We're going to just start at the top with Alon Branas, who is coming in with close to 20% in play. Inselberg, you have a bit of history with Alon, right?
Yeah, Alon's a good player. His biggest cash is only 15,000, so he's setting himself up for a real big one today with only 65,000 lifetime. But he's been playing a lot lately, and he seems like he found his groove today.
Yeah, he was one of the players that scored a majority of the knockouts to get down to this final table. And then Matt Mendez is another guy who kind of comes from a online background from back in the day. He spent a lot of time in Florida. He actually just moved up to New Jersey with his wife and his kid. So he's coming in with second in chips. And then there's Horder,
Before we
a.k.a.
get
Puppy
to
Dad.
Mr. Horder, didn't Matt Mendez just win Parks tournament?
Yeah, he actually just won
100K in
2,500,
February.
right?
the Big Stacks, quote-unquote high roller, beat a pre-stacked field to do that.
So he's
And-
coming in with a lot of confidence, probably. He looks pretty chill right now.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
100K in his pocket from February.
And another massive prize pool up for grabs here. And we're going to get started with the first hand at this final table. And this is Saman Sidar in the 1 seat. He's the short stack coming in.
Right. So my biggest cash as of this tournament's just only been, well, not only been, but it's been he has $1,500 in earnings with $900 max cash. So he's going to have the biggest cash today.
Wow. That's
Guaranteed.
great. That's awesome. This is like, sometimes people play tight for the pay jumps in that spot, and some people go crazy because they're like, well, this is far exceeding my expectations already. So let's just go. Let's try to go for the win.
Yeah, this is like a spot for him where it's just a free roll.
all
Really,
cake. Yep.
it's all cake, as you say.
And I still feel he's going to be patient, wait for a decent hand before he puts it in.
Yeah, we just saw him fold a7 under the gun. That's
Kind of a full table right now. It's tough to just put it out there with the 8-7. Maybe with 3 bigs. Matt's playing a suited connector now, using a little of his experience and his confidence from winning in February. And that goes a long way right now, just having a win under your belt. You have Chris Order right next to him. Chris is a very school player, plays a lot. Jamie could mention a few things about him.
Yeah, so I'm going to try not to be super biased, but that's my boyfriend and the co-owner of the cutest puppy in the world, Bruton. So I'll try to pick on him just as much as we pick on everyone else.
that's nice of you.
Yeah,
His,
no
his
problem.
biggest cash is 57th in the main
Yeah, that
event
was
in
just
the
a few
World
months ago.
Series. 113,000. That is very exciting.
Yeah, he made day 6, and
Yeah.
I remember watching him. I don't think he got over 15 big blinds for like a day and a half. He just grinded the short stack, and he's coming in opposite end of the spectrum here with top 4 stack this final table.
He played the majority of his the end of the main with Negreanu at his table, so he was at the feature table the whole time. And he's someone who doesn't have social media. He stays out of the spotlight as much as possible. So
has-
that was pretty much his nightmare.
Yeah,
He has Matt with a big hand. He opened ace queen right here, and he's going to get looked up on the button with king jack. So it's pretty much a flip. Although Finian doesn't know that. And Tony folds. Tony made it to the final table last $1 million event. He did pretty well.
finished
50,000.
5th for around 50,000, and
And Simon's all in.
And we have
How
eight
many
all in.
blinds is that? We're going with, it's like 7 blinds?
It's a 200
it's
big
eight
blind
blinds.
right now.
Okay. 8.5 blinds. And it's a pretty easy decision to shove here.
It's not a bad spot for him, but if they both call, it's a lot of overs to beat.
Yep.
So,
And on the screen, you can see the graphics. You get to see the players' remaining stacks. The players highlighted are the players that are involved in the pot. This is Matt Mendez. I believe he's going to reshove.
yeah, he has Finian covered by $2.5 million. Finian can't call here.
That's Finian. I think I might just fold King Jack. I'd probably play King Jack suited. But playing against the chip eater when there are a lot of short stacks, even if you're in position, still kind of dicey. Like you have to have a very specific flop to be able to let your hand post flop. And for ICM reasons, you kind of just want to stay out of trouble until a couple people bust if you're in his spot.
All right, we could see our first player bust here. It's a flip for Saman Sadir's tournament life. And eights are going to hold through this 9 flop. 2 spades, so Joe McKean would say no back doors.
I'm always lobbying to call these pocket ants. Can we try it again?
Pocket ants?
They look like ants. Snowmen are played out, you know? And he fades it. That's got to feel good.
And King Jack with the one in the hand. And I don't want to say anything because it usually happens, King Jack being the worst hand, to kind of get it all in with. It's called cab drive because you're usually calling a cab after you play it. But there it is. So everyone I taught not to play King Jack will probably say, hey, you see, if he would have played it. But let's not be that way.
Yeah, that's just I hate to use the word standard, but that's just a pretty standard flip this early in the tournament. And it's going to knock Matt Mendez down a little bit, but Sadir's now going to get a workable, 15 big blind stack and at a full ring table.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Welcome to us.
Yeah, welcome to the back of the signature room. It looks a lot nicer than it actually is, but we're happy to be here bringing you guys the action and hoping for some pretty exciting play.
And so far, we've had a lot of action on the first hand.
Yeah, so.
There's man Sadir.
And he had very interesting things to say on his pre-final table bio sheet. He's a real estate agent, real estate broker from Maryland. And he said whatever he wins here is going to be lost in the market, so the stock market. So I guess that's better than Tony Chen's answer when he said Tony Chen said he's going to just lose it all in the pit at the Borgata. So, the Borgata wants Tony Chen to win, but
he's
the market...
smart. He's like, if Borgata has any control over the cards, he's locking to win.
And then he can get like a suite or something, comped for that. That would be nice. All right, so we're going to have one all in and one double up, and we're going to make our way around this final table. We've mentioned Matt Mendez and Chris Porter there in the middle. The player in the Titleist visor, that is Anthony Hill, Connecticut Poker Pro.
He has a pretty good resume with almost $500,000 in cashes.
Yeah, not bad. And then the player on the opposite side of Mendez is actually TJ Cruz. TJ Cruz is a military veteran from California, and he actually started playing poker on a Navy ship. So, pretty wide range of players at the table, and that's what we love about these opening events.
And Navy players have a lot of time, and they develop the game pretty well. They just can't play tournaments. This will be TJ's biggest cash, and he plays most of his tournaments at the Borgata.
Yeah, awesome to hear. And this player that we've yet to get to is Philip Sung. He's going to open the action with Queen Jack offsuit, and Finian Anafuro, Nigerian-born New York resident right now.
Yeah, Finian's going to raise.
It's a cool name.
Yeah, Finian's like, just
they both
sounds educated.
Yes.
Sounds proper.
They both have equal stacks, but I can't see Philip calling a raise right here.
And this is a spot where, King Jack is, as you said, just a flat in late position potentially, but then Ace King, obviously you want to, pump up here.
Yeah, you really want to take it down if you can, because you never know how the board's going to read. But if he plays long with you, you have pretty good advantage.
It looks like a small 3-bet. What did he make it? He looked like he was thinking of making it about 1.5, and then he made a very small 3-bet.
That's a min raise.
Min raise,
That's pretty
min 3-bet.
interesting. I mean, he's begging for a call. He's trying to rep aces. This must be a tough spot for Lon right now. He has all the chips. He doesn't really need to get involved here. It's kind of a fishy min raise. Let's see what he decides to do.
And just as we look at Alon, you get to see a decent shot of the chipped axe, and the blues are 5,000 value. The gray and red are 25,000. The white are 100,000, and there are actually some 250K chips out there as well.
This is a great squeeze spot for Alon if it's just a bad flat because the pot's been reopened and he doesn't know what the end of the gun opener is going to do.
I think if I'm Alon, I would just let this hand go.
I kind of feel the same
Putting
way.
in $1 million, how much is he sitting? I mean, you're almost mining with this hand. You're not deep enough to do that versus 2 players. You don't know about the original raiser that he might actually put in a 4-bet, and then you're gonna have to let your hand go.
Well, that's why calling's just impossible to do. You can't guarantee you're going to see a flop.
So
He's electing to raise, so I think he's just going to stack play right here and let the players know if they want this to be their last hand, they can. Finian only put in $1 million of his 6 and change, so he still can. Well, Finian will be down to 4.7 if he folds. That's updated pretty fast.
And it looks like Phil quickly got out of the way.
Yes, I mean, I can't see Finian folding right now.
This is just a super difficult position for him. He's supposed to be able to fade a few players before he's in this spot. I'm wondering if he made it a small 3-bet in case the situation happened to be able to get away from it. But I wouldn't really want to be getting away from this king. I think I would have just put a bigger 3-bet in, and you might have avoided the situation because Alon might have.
I think it was almost an inducing 3-bet.
Yeah.
And I think if you're inducing, you have to go with what you were.
And he does shove, right?
Yes. And Alon's going to pretty much have to call right now, a couple of million more, and he's praying that he's up against ace-king.
That's why I kind of hate the play. I don't.
I mean, Alon's
from Alon. Like, it's just a spot where 9s should probably find the way to the muck. You have to really put Finian on being a super loose player who's like making a move to want to 4-bet 9s in here because you kind of commit yourself, and when you end up having a call here, you just don't ever see 8-7s.
Yeah, it's a side call where, at best, as you said, Dave, you're hoping for ace-king.
It's just he put himself in a spot where he has to pretty much call right now. He's getting a lot of odds to call. I wouldn't have played 9s in that spot, and he's ahead. So, somehow if he wins his hand, it's okay.
And it is interesting to note that as this field played down 2 tables, Finian and Alon were actually not seated together, so they don't really have many reads on each other. Alon and Philip, who opened the pot, were together from the 18-player redraw down to 10. So this is Alon and Finian crossing paths for the first time in this tournament.
And that's like, just take your time. Like, for any rec players that are watching, it's a really big thing at a final table to just chill out, take your time, and think about what your action is going to be. Like, when I have 4-bet 9s here, what am I going to do? Like, how many chips am I putting in the pot? What kind of odds am I going to be getting to call?
I'm not even so sure that Alon's going to call because, I mean, he really, I mean, I know he almost should call just because of the odds, but he doesn't know if he's up against an overpair of aces. And this is what it really looks like to me. Min raised.
Yeah.
And now he's shutting over your 4-bet. I mean, you're praying that you're up. The only hand he's beating is ace-king.
Right.
But the alarm bells have to be going up for Alon. And
when he's putting in his 4-bet, before he puts it in, he has to be thinking about what is he going to do when he gets shoved on him. He has 2 opponents still in pot, the opener and the 3-better. So you really have to have a plan.
And that min raise is usually never ace-king. It's usually aces or kings. The way he's committing to it. I mean, the hand was played well by Finian.
It is a well-played hand. It does look like a bigger hand than ace-king.
I originally didn't like the min raise, but it set up this situation. And if he doesn't get called, it's a genius play. And if he gets called and wins, it's a genius play. Once again, if he gets called and loses, it might be a little bit of a mistake.
All right, guys, and as Alon is in the tank, we just remind you, check out or field some questions. We're in the booth throughout this final table. Send your questions to hashtag Borgata Poker Live or at Borgata Poker. We're going to be in here all night fielding all your questions. So whether it's about poker, whether it's about Crouton the puppy, whether it's about ice cream for Dave Inselberg.
It's a fold, yeah.
He folds, and that's a little bit of a tragedy. You're getting super good odds. You're almost getting odds where, like, if you know he has over, I'm exaggerating.
Well, he's ahead
but I'm
and
saying,
getting
like,
odds.
yeah.
But he can't know that, and he probably should have just folded.
And like I was saying, making a call in that spot with 9s to just call the original 3-bet is a small mistake because you're just not getting set mining odds and you're out of position. So that's a small mistake. But if you're gonna put in a raise and then fold, that's a bigger mistake. I mean, he read him for strength. He read Finian for strength, and he was right. He just happened to be flipping in that spot, so it's kind of unfortunate.
And that would have been the best he could have hoped for. pretty big for his hand.
Yeah, and that definitely gets Finian's confidence going. Just as being a pretty amateur player compared to the rest of this, few
Now
players at this table. Now he's, chip leader without having to go to showdown. It's a really big confidence boost for Finian, and Alon is going to have to go back to the drawing board, but still in a really, really good spot, second in chips.
And I think, he'll need to now really settle down a little bit and find his inner strength to not be very upset about that fold. If he told it was ace-king, it might even hurt him a little bit more inside. And there's Kelly walking out, giving out some information to the players. Kelly does a great job.
And then as we were making our way around after we got interrupted by that big pot, how dare they?
Yes.
Philip Sung, right there, look at his cards action on him now. As we mentioned, Finian, Tony Shen in the non-seat. Tony is making back-to-back Borgata Million final table appearanrances. That's quite an accomplishment.
How
but
do
I think
these
he's.
people do this?
I don't know. I think they just are like the luckiest people on the East Coast.
There are over 2,500 players in this field,
Yeah.
and making it once is a super awesome accomplishment, and making it twice in like 2 years is crazy.
That's
Look at here, Finian opening up the 9 jack of diamonds with his new confidence.
it's 10-9 of spades, but
Yeah. What did I say?
the Jack 9 of diamonds. Same ballpark. I mean, it
Yes.
flops well.
Yes.
It hits the same range on the flop. It's 6 to 1, half dozen the other.
I was looking at a different hand. Sorry, I was studying future videos. And he takes it down.
And Jamie, you kind of talked when you get to a final table. I know that a lot of players, when money bubble bursts, they just think, okay, now it's mad rush to the final table. I think the same happens at the final table where they just think it's a mad rush now to win, to get to the winner.
Yeah,
So
you're
to get to
thinking
that
how
winner's
many chips
interview.
you need to win, or how many chips you need to be average at a certain time. And,
Yeah.
instead of taking it one hand at a time, you have all these goals that impede on your decision making.
Yeah. And, from Alon's standpoint, he comes in as a chip leader, and all of a sudden, a massive chip lead is staring him right in the face, and that could definitely affect your decision. And it is tough. All players try to, come into these settings, level-headed. They're playing just a regular tournament, but lights, camera, action. We're on the live stream. It changes everything. There's $213,000
It
up top.
changes.
So
That's a good point to make. I don't want to be too hard, especially on somebody who's not a professional player or somebody who doesn't have a ton of head mob results. There is extra pressure. I still feel it. I've played quite a few live streams and stuff, and Poker in America and things like that, and I still feel it. The first hour I'm sitting down, I'm like, oh man, if I do something stupid and I miss a hand, everyone's gonna know. I've made bad folds that I hear about a year later from friends, so it's you do have pressure for that. So he might look at nines and be like, I know I'm supposed to raise. Not thinking of relative hand strength or wow, these people's hands are probably pretty good. And the pressure, because he's everyone knows it have nines. If I just fold here, I'm going to look like a wuss. That definitely factors into people's thoughts, especially if you're not used to playing on a live stream.
Yeah, and just the point you were making about relative hands, after an open, a min 3-bet, you look down at 2 nines. Nines get really small really quick, or they should at least.
They should. I mean, you have to really know that the opener's never going to raise to play him set. It's just not. It's just not a reasonable play in any way. He could shove and just hope that he could get 2 folds, but that's his view, and he's got so many bigs.
Yeah.
It's just a bad spot to even get involved with. There's no way to really play it and feel good about it.
All right, and speaking of tough spots, this is going to be Anthony Hill opening small blind to 900, and Chris Horder in the big blind is going to look down at ace-10 suited.
Was that just limp raised, actually? Limp raised and then 3-bet? I can't, the blinds are 240. No, you're right. He just opened to 900.
Yeah.
Wow,
This
that's a
folded
big
to the
raise.
small blind.
He more than 3x is a small blind, and Chris calls. I think if we saw ace-10 off, it would probably be a 3-bet instead of call. I think the suitedness and how good his hand is, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to 3-bet and turn it into a bluff, basically, and have to fold to a 4-bet.
Yeah.
He does know Anthony plays quite a bit, so he doesn't want to get involved with a spot like you just said, where too many chips get involved too early.
And the cool part is that we don't really even have to keep up with the action because we just get it right on.
That's,
We just get it
that's
right
a
on.
thing
This is a new
year.
feature by the.
Because I think they
team.
probably got tired of us being like, "Dirt, what happened here? We were talking about crouton,
Yeah.
Well, we made the chips so easy to tell the difference, and you still can't tell.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Chris should bet this turn, even though he's just going to end up getting through. I really like his play of just calling pre, because all of a sudden you have all of the aces you dominate still in Anthony's range, where if you 3-bet, he's going to fold a lot of the hands you crush. If Anthony had like ace-7 here, Chris is going to get at least 2 streets out of him. Obviously, we see the cards, and he's probably not going to get any more.
We have that luxury.
Yeah.
We are the best players at this table. And unless Anthony wants to get a little creative with it, as we'll say.
Yeah, this hand pretty much right about here. He also knows Chris is a veteran. Chris knows how to play really well, too. And he might not be the person that you really want to play against in this one. But moving down the field, we have Alina Stover. Jamie knows her a little bit better than I might, but I do know she's played everywhere from EPT, the WPT, the PCA, and WSOP.
Yes, she's definitely a well-traveled woman. She's gone to many different locations like poker. If you pull up her hand mob, while it might not be like, it's not like $1 million hand mob, but she's got a lot of different flags, which makes me a little jealous. I'm like, that's cool. Like, anytime I've gone somewhere out of the country, I've been like, please let me min cash something. Because it's like kind of cool.
I'll play
it's
anything.
in your cap.
I'll play anything.
They're like, oh, $100 side, let's go. And she actually has a Twitch stream herself. I'm pretty sure she's the groupie on Twitch.
Yeah.
She's the groupie on Twitter.
Cool.
So you guys want to check it out. I think she's got a decent following. I'm sure some of her fans are watching.
In now. Awesome. And someone's asking in the chat, Pseudonym's asking, do you think these players are watching on 30-minute delay? You know, if you guys were...
It doesn't look like anyone has their phones out.
I think I'm talking about, you know, friends watching and feeding information. You know, I know phones aren't really allowed out at the table, but, you know, if you're in this spot, like, you definitely want that information.
I think you should.
Yeah.
I've heard, like, very different opinions of people about this. Some people say, I want to just play a game that got me this far. I don't want any other information in my head. I think you definitely should get information. I think your opponents are getting information about you that they're adjusting to, so you're not even playing the same people you were playing yesterday.
Yeah, I think in certain events, I mean, especially in a World Series event, but, you know, these also, there's so much money involved that you almost need a pit crew. And it's worth even actually having them on the payroll.
Yeah.
Just, if you should be able to ask any hand you played and them to be able to tell you about it within a half hour, as well as give something you might have missed that you should know about.
Yeah. And even if it's hands that you're not involved in, just to know that, you know, that mid 3-bet is from Ace King. From
exactly.
King.
That's
you know,
one
there's so
that
many
I'd want
spots
that
that,
information.
you know, you're not involved in the hand, but there's so much information that you can take in. And poker, the more information, the better from my end.
I would be dying to know that 9s were folded in that set. Like,
And what he 3-bet.
Yeah.
And what 3-bet also. And I'm pretty sure every player will want to know. I actually, if I was at the table, might want to tell him that he had Ace King if I want to chip up, if I want to jump up the prize pool. I'm a little tilted.
All right, we're just going to catch up on the action here. It's another blind versus blind encounter between Chris Horder and Matt Mendez. As you can see, it was a win from the small blind by Horder to 240,000, and Mendez clicked it up to 640. Horder called, and now we're on the flop with Horder checking to an in-position Mendez.
I mean, Matt does have a lot of chips also, and Matt does know how to play a game coming off a big win. And they're both from the PA area, so they know each other's play. So once again, I think both of them, or, you know, the weaker hand, should continually try to avoid playing against each other without having a pretty good holding. These three together are pretty much the experience at the table.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else to do here except for to call, in my opinion. Chris has like his hand still.
Has a backdoor nut flush, or has a pair. I mean, it's a pretty good hand.
8 of clubs falls on the turn, and
he has a pretty like not desirable seat right now, because the two people he's going to be playing his blind versus blind battles with are both accomplished players.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any rec players that these guys have seen it. They know what a limp small blind probably means. Like unless he may be limping his entire range.
No, Matt just checked the turn, which is really going to cause a problem for Chris. You really can't give him a queen right now. It was a good play. It was very dangerous. Well, I mean, the diamond draws a gun. It was very dangerous, an 8 to the come or another 9. But he's going to probably cause Chris to call a decent bet right now. I don't think he's going to go for too much. 2.5 in the million. I mean, if he goes for $1 million, he might get called.
I think he'll get called. I think $1 million will get called.
Anything more than that is really going for it.
So many draws missed. I mean, the turn is kind of a dangerous turn for Matt. But I think once Chris doesn't lead into him on the river, he could be very comfortable making a decent sized value bet on the river.
What's the size of that?
I don't know. I got the dealer's head.
That is 1 million.
So yeah, he's going to get paid here. He made a perfect
I would pay
bet.
this off.
Yeah. So the hand played out pretty standard. The player that had the best hand won because they're both very good, and he won about the least he's going to win, and the most he's going to win. And
That's a spot for Mendez where checking the turn probably gets him paid off on the
Yeah,
river.
it's kind of a dangerous turn to
100%.
check, but it's kind of a spot where if you're going to beat in the hand, the turn card probably is the card that beat you. Like a lot of draws come in, so kind of checking makes sense, and all of a sudden you might actually get bluffed into on the river because you look like you're trying to hit. There's a lot of reasons to pot control that spot. Plus, both of them are in such a good chip position right now that inflating a huge pot with a one-pair hand would probably be a mistake. On
plus,
both
he
their parts.
Yahtzeed the river too. He checked and Yahtzeed the river with the biggest blank he could find in the deck, and anybody would have thought they were good in Chris's spot, and he controlled it by checking and just calling.
I forgot that the signature room is the frozen tundra.
Yeah, I was in a poker room yesterday, and it was absolutely 10 times colder than it is.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
was
God.
terrible.
Here we have Philip opening Ace King.
Forgot to bring my snuggie.
So we raised to 525, which is a little bit more than 2x. Elena waiting for a good hand with her short stack.
She's loving it.
And
Anytime
I think
that
this
there's
is it. I think this will be a all-in and a call.
Yep.
If Samara.
anytime you're in a spot where you're very, very short, all of these huge hand matchups are like music to your ears. You're like raise and then an all in. Oh my God,
Yeah,
thank
you're
God,
just
because you're just
sitting-
thinking about making an extra.
You're
She
sitting
makes
back.
6K if someone goes out.
And every time the worst hand wins and stays alive, you feel like it actually impacted your pocket and your play.
You're-
How did you hit that queen? Oh, good job. Congratulations. You hear these generic good lucks, and I tell people at the table, I'm like, you can't wish the short that good luck or the tournament's never going to end. I mean, be reasonable.
Just start wishing the big stack good luck. You're gonna sound really mean, but you know.
You could get the best hell on a player when they say good luck to the short stack.
Wow,
That would mean
Did he fold?
We just saw Saman fold 2 nines.
Just folded them.
all right. Listen, I defend the short stack ninjas sometimes, and in his defense,
No defense.
no,
No.
there is no defense, but it was an open pot, and sometimes a short stack ninja doesn't want to jam into a must call. He knows he has 2 overs, and he'd rather
How much
jam
does
and
Saman
pick up
have
the
now? I
bench.
think it was a
He
call.
has almost nothing left,
Really?
so he has probably
No,
about
No,
1 point.
He
Oh,
doubled, so he
wow.
probably has around 3 million, I'd say.
Yeah, you got to take those flips. Like taking when you're this short and the tournament is not, it's not WPT. You're not in hour and a half levels. So
Yeah.
basically, when you decide to just keep passing up on these spots and taking no risk, you're basically your whole tournament is going to be over with soon. If you just keep passing up on like the sort
The
of good
fringe
spots for
spots,
you,
yeah.
you're basically assuring yourself you'll lose.
Well, then, we saw Philip open, Queen Jack to start, and he opens
And
Ace King.
fold.
So but it's a situation where, Saman could easily just 3-bet shove there, and Queen Jack is going to be a muck. Unfortunately, that time it would have been acing, it would have been a
Right.
And it would
call.
have been a race, but he already
And you're-
open folded. But there was more action that hand with the 4-bet. Elena has her hand now, and she's all in with it. And you see how she went all in there with Ace 4 sneaking very cheap and hit an ace. Played well. There's another
Yeah,
ace.
this is a 10 big blind shove from Elena Stover. It's going to fold
And that
Philip's song, and that's going to be it.
Philip jockeying a little bit, thinking a little bit, trying to show her he's doing her a favor. There's Tony smiling over there. Tony's smiling. He's probably got Ty Ha behind him, telling him jokes, making him laugh about
Hi,
things.
was at my house yesterday. Ty came over with Scott Blumstein. We were playing with Crouton. They were playing Sorry. This is the kind
That
of
is
stuff I
a-
do in my house.
That is a really weird pairing.
Yes.
If you know Taiha and Scott Blumstein, that's like a movie. Like,
Yeah.
you could,
And then bringing them to my house. Like, there couldn't be more weird people under one roof. Like, Crouton was, like, probably the most normal person in the room.
yeah.
You don't want to put a saddle on Crouton when Ty's there.
Jamie, you got some fan in the chat.
Oh, my name ain't Earl. What's up, bud? Yeah, you guys,
I think
thanks
Jamie
for
has fans
listening.
everywhere.
I don't think that's true. But thank you guys for listening. And if you have questions or anything, what's the hashtag we're using over here?
We are using hashtag Borgata Poker Live, tweet
Elena-
at Borgata Poker.
Ilana's all in again with a quality hand, picking up quite a bit of chips in the blinds. So around 600,000 a loop.
Yeah, and those small victories can definitely give you some more room to work.
Oh, in this tournament, they mean everything. Like, there's a lot of equity in just stealing. Like,
Yeah.
the blinds and annies have real money value right now, pretty much.
Wow,
And she's going to get called here.
Yeah, Phil's going to probably have to make a stand. The only thing is, Philip does have someone behind him. He's very solid behind him right now, Finian. So,
And this is also for probably close to Philip's, like half of Philip's stack. We're
Yeah,
going
he's
to get
gonna
the
have to
figures
shove.
up here.
it's also the second time in a row she did it.
Yeah.
Again, I believe hands sometimes come 2-3 in a row, but I think he's short. He's going to become shorter as time moves on. And Saman did double up, so it's not like he's going to be a prize jump that
I think
fast.
this is a good all-in. I think if you call, you put yourself in a really, really sticky spot. If you
Really
get
weird
jammed on,
spot.
you can't really fold. But you
No,
hate your life.
there is
And
no
here, when you
call.
jam, you might get eights or something like that to fold.
And this is a spot for Philip. Maybe Jamie, you were talking about earlier. Those small edges that you have to take. So if this
He
is a
has
shove
to,
with
yeah.
eights, he has to take this flip just to try to make that pitch jump. And I don't know if you guys caught it. Finian actually folded a jack, so
Yeah.
Philip's going to be looking for either diamonds or just two immediate outs.
And once again, she's played only two hands yet. This is kind of an example of someone falling in love with a suited high ace.
No, I mean, she's shoving, like, what was it, 12 big blinds or so?
Yeah.
For the
Still.
second hand in a row.
Well, the second row is even stronger usually.
All right, and Lena fades the flop.
Uh-oh.
It's always a sweat, right?
Yeah,
So Philip improves to a flush draw.
a 4-1 dog still.
See the river.
And she survives, and Philip becomes short.
That is one of those where you're just like
Oh,
out
my
of
God.
your
You see the turn, you're like, oh, no, are you serious?
I've
Now-
seen this one before.
Yeah.
Now, I hate to have stereotype comments about a girl playing because she has played, but older players and girls sometimes have more valued hands than the younger guns, where ace-jack would be a great call against a 12 big.
If he researched his opponent, he should call there. She's an online player. Probably doesn't have a girl image. Like, we can see she's female. She's probably more. I'm
Yes,
saying, like,
we
online.
can see that.
We can see that.
I've noticed.
Online, though, saying you wouldn't be able to tell she's female, and she does very well for herself. So I would actually think she's probably one of the more aggressive players at the table.
Well, I mean, you can be aggressive when you have some chips, and you might use numbers to decide when to push quicker, but I think she also understands that she has more experience and maybe a little more patience trying to find a few quality hands to really be able to play would be worth a little bit more.
Yeah, so as we look at the updated leaderboard, after the loss, Philip Sung is going to be up with just 12 big blind, but there are a handful of players under the 20 big blind chip mark. So we should see some continued action, and there's Tony Cheng at the bottom of the leaderboard with just over 10 bigs, and all eyes are going to be on him
And
as
now,
we still have lost a player at this final table.
and now Elena has 28 bigs, so it'll be interesting to see how she plays. She has shown one hand, it's been ace queen, so she hasn't seemed like she stepped out of the line. So she might get some folds also. Although Jamie would call her.
I would call. I mean, she's more likely to have
See the connect.
a completely correct shoving range than almost anybody else at the table.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just going to call her based on math. Like, if I think that
Ace
she
jack?
should be, that ace-jack suited is doing well against her under the gun. What was that, under 2? Shoving range with 12 bigs, I'm going to call. I'm not going to worry too much about her being a woman. My name Earl said, why are the card graphics blue but the cards are red? The graphics are on
The cards are blue now.
4-color. Yeah. We're using the 4-color graphics. They're a lot easier to read, but yeah, I can see how that gets like a little weird. Like, you see a flop that's like all diamond and it's blue. You're like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
Yeah, so if you play online, there's the option to have just your standard black and red, or you can get your black, blue, green, and red for each of the suits, so it's just easier for a viewer standpoint.
I like the physical decks that are 4-colored now.
Yeah, they
You can
were
get 'em
using
from
them in
Stars.
Europe for a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're good. I think they're probably pretty good for older players too. Like you're not squinting trying to see what your opponent has.
Or
I should
people
say
like me
myself.
that are blind.
Yeah, my eyes suck. But yeah, like when my opponent turns over or something at the outside of the table, like I have to like stand up to see what it is. But if with the 4-color deck, you can see it easier.
It's interesting. Alon's asking a lot of questions before he opens his ace-10 to find out how much the big blind has. And the big blind hasn't looked at his cards, so you're not going to get too much information. You're going to give a little bit more, possibly. But he's coming to the hand. First open since his first hand since the 4-bet. He opens 3x because he really doesn't want to call. And it might, he should have drafted King 10 actually, but.
And with such a short stack in the big blind like Tony Chen is, it definitely plays a role in
It plays a
your,
huge
your
role,
opening and your opening size.
But when you start questioning and asking him that, it means if you have aces, you're never asking that question.
Yeah. It kind of shows that you are on the edge there. You don't know what to do 100%.
Yes, gave away a little bit of not really knowing exactly what to do. But look, Tony's got ace 4 and might think he's weak and actually try to flop something. And if he hits an ace, he's in trouble.
I just want to talk a little bit about Alon's
His raise is big
3xing.
enough.
I think 3xing when you're outclassed a little bit at the table is a really good strategy. He's deterring people from 3-betting because if they 3-bet him, it's going to be really expensive. He's 3-acting instead of min-raising it. Of min-raise, they could 3-bet to 7 big blinds. Here, it's going to have to be bigger. And also, he's kind of deterring them from defending very defendable hand.
With getting
the
4 to
king-
1 odds
the
with
king
that
10,
hand, I think he definitely calls a 2x, getting over 4
And
to
if
1.
if you're someone who's like a little bit wary, you don't really know what to do post flop. You haven't been in this situation as much as everyone else has been. I think like
100%.
avoiding those sticky situations post flop is going to be really good for you. Maintaining your stack by stealing.
I agree, but that wasn't Alon's real thought there. He wanted to get the blinds without much.
That's what I'm saying. It is his real thought. I'm saying you want to just pick up blinds.
I
He's trying
understand, but
not
if
to
he
play
had,
post flop.
if he had his king, he would have come down to 2.1, 2.2, I believe. I believe because he had ace 10, he just wanted to get through faster. But I understand your logic, which makes more sense as an experienced player. I think he played that like he plays sevens, just trying to get through the board, which isn't bad to do there. But I think if he has better hands, he's going to lower his raise to under 3x, or 3.1x.
Right, so we saw Alon fold pocket 2s there in early position.
Which is a good fold. There's not too many people that can play pocket pairs with a big stack that well. And to have to call off against 2 overs or a pair and never really know where you are.
Yeah.
It's a tough hand to play with a gun, that's for sure.
That's going to give Chris Horter the option, or the opportunity, we should say, to open, and we don't get to see his cards just yet.
Yeah,
We do
this
get
is
to see
playing
Philip's
with us.
sums, though.
And now that we see Chris was trying to get in the hand with 2 of the connectors, let's see if Philip lets him in the hand with a min raise, which I doubt we're going to see.
If he
And
just calls here, I mean, I understand it's appealing to just flat when you have suited acing, but you don't want to be playing flops with like good opponents.
He
Like
just
I think
did
3-betting
call
is
there.
just
I think the only
much
reason
better.
to ever call on that spot would be to get squeezed and
Mm-hmm.
go and 4-bet somebody. You got to make Chris pay for the hand.
Yep.
And now Chris is going to get a great chance to flop.
His
and he has
hand
a
flops
great hand.
very well,
It
so
sure
we'll
does.
see.
And even Horter, I think, was a little kind of taken by surprise by that flat because
Mm-hmm.
Philip
He's
is
definitely
so
not-
short.
He's definitely not going to put him on ace king of spades. He's got backdoor hearts, Chris. He's up against a very short stack that's never folding. So hopefully his semi c-bet right
You
now
could probably
isn't too
down
big.
bet here.
Great
I
use
think
of great use of down bet, Jamie.
You love down bets.
Yeah, it's like my favorite term.
This is a spot where I probably would down bet just because your opponent's short. You know, he's gonna fold everything that didn't hit. So why waste
Save
money
yourself,
when you didn't?
yeah.
And if Philip decides to play this wacky and just call, Chris could turn a heart or a straight draw, and he's never ever going to get another penny until Chris gets a straight or a flush. So a flat here is just really a bad thing.
It's just setting yourself up for.
Well, you're just not going to gain a penny ever, and
And
this
now
is what
he's
Philip
on.
should do. I mean, And
He did. I mean, as played, he got a free c-bet in there, but
very dangerous.
it's very dangerous. He had a hit to win the hand.
I'm going to believe he was going to fold if he didn't hit and give up to 550,000, which is
so most of the time he's losing a lot. Where if he 3-bet, he just takes it down.
Oh, 67% of the time he's going
Most
to be
of the time.
really lost.
And we got Baltimore Poker in the Twitch chat asking, is Stouffer still in? She played very solid yesterday, and she's continued to play solid.
Yep.
She's still alive at the final table, actually just doubled up through Philip's song. And then someone's asking Cold Stone some questions. Dave, what's the best way for keeping track of your opponent's stack size in a live game, in a live tournament? You know, just in terms of as the game playing, it's hard to keep all that information. What do you do to help yourself?
I'm continuously looking at the stacks. After a big hand, it is an all-in. You usually will hear how much was paid on the all-in. So you'll have to add that to that amount. Or it's one of the most important things is to know how many bigs or an M other players have, just to know the range and what they should be, or you know, you feel they're playing. So that's what I'm usually doing. Continuously each hand, I'll be looking around, trying to keep it in my head. It's not really hard to do. You could round and you could kind of know who the big and the small stacks are.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to open a hand, or if I'm going to ask the big blind how many chips he has, I'm going to ask before I look at my cards. I'm not going to look at my cards and then ask that.
Like we saw Alon do earlier.
With ace-10. And you know, some people might want to flip that and do it with aces. But anything out of the normal characteristic, here's Tony going for with the queen deuce.
This is a fold to Tony Chen on the button. He's going to move all in.
This is...
Elena just moved all in. I mean, this is not a shove. This is not on our shove charts. It's a little too weak to be jamming there with a 9 big blind stack.
Well, once again, he's 31%. And,
yeah, you don't want a 31% spot.
he was 100% if he got the folds. Look how embarrassed he is. I waited all day. I played
so
one
cute.
hand.
Oh.
He is a great guy, and he came in the shortest stack. So you know, your expectations aren't as big as they are. But look, he's 31%. Or less.
He's going to be probably 2%, 1% at this.
Everything's coming up Elena so far. This has been a really good start to her final table.
Yeah, there it is. And Elena Stouffer is going to score the first elimination at this Borgata Million final table. Tony Chen is going to be eliminated in 10th place. He's going to make just over $12,000. And hey, we talked about it earlier. He final tabled this event in January. He's beaten close to 5,000 players to make back-to-back Borgata Million final tables. Not the result he wanted, but still a very, very good accomplishment.
It was a great accomplishment. And there's Kathy and Lisa and Joe over there watching. Some of the audience here at Borgata.
If you see the background, that's the Saturday Series 100K guarantee.
It's over like 550 players.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they got just under 200,000 prize
wow,
pool.
That's amazing.
So once again, Borgata doubling their guarantee.
Yeah, doubling the guarantee. Those Saturday Series events are always huge. There's not really a tournament you can play where, obviously it's a one-day tournament, but it goes for like 20 hours. But there's not many tournaments on the East Coast that you can play and win 50K in a day.
No,
yeah.
it's a phenomenon, and it's a great.
Are they still giving out the glass Borgatas?
Tiny glass Borgatas are still in circulation.
Those are the coolest trophy, man.
No, I actually have a bone to pick with Borgata about tiny glass Borgatas.
They're not tiny. They weigh 18 pounds.
Well, they're very heavy. I have trouble lifting them.
Matt got sevens. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay. This is something that the fans need to hear. They, and I don't say just gave away tiny glass Borgatas in a lot of, series throughout, like since the Winter Poker Open.
And you think it should only be reserved
I think
for something
those
awesome.
should be Poker Open trophies.
Wow. Okay.
And, I don't know. Maybe I'm just an elitist in that way, but.
I got mine for a charity event. Are you trying to say that I did not deserve?
I'm literally talking to
the
the person who won the 25-person
yes.
go.
It'll be interesting to see if Alana 3 bets the button or plays position passively against Matt. And she calls.
It's pretty decent fold.
It's not a really great hand to start 3-betting ace jack. It could get you into some troubles against ace king and ace queen. Let's say Alon's coming along for the ride right here.
Yeah, it's getting a pretty good price, and that was the flat from the button from Elena. So she's going to see this flop no matter whether it goes heads up or 3 ways in position, which helps.
She's probably. I think that's a good hand to 3-bet. I think she's just pot controlling right now when there's a couple short stacks around. She just got these chips and she's just moved up the leaderboard.
Matt hasn't played a hand in a while and hasn't shown a hand that was out of line. And Matt has chips.
The problem with flatting ace jack is that all of a sudden
You're playing three-way, you hit both cards. I understand. Well, that's a great flop for Matt, and it's a pretty good flop for Elena.
Yeah, it's good that she. I mean, if she 3-bets, I wonder what he does with sevens though. You
That's
can't
how
love
big
your
it
sevens
is.
anymore.
But again, the 3-bet usually leaves you room to set mine. Unless
Not this shallow. She's still only got 28 big ones.
No, I meant Matt would probably peel her 3-bet.
No, I'm saying never in a million years. She's got 20 big blinds, so he'd have to peel like 7 big blinds, an extra 5 big blinds. And
Well,
she
it
only has
depends how much
28.
you 3-bet.
Yeah.
I don't know what big blinds are, so.
We got the OC here.
They're M minus the small and the bands. I like the way Alon jockeys and tries to make every fold look like he did the player a favor.
Well, this is the Mike Tantali effect, you know, where like, oh my god, like you
So
outflopped
sick.
me.
What a setup.
This is such
I
a
have
setup.
backs.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm going to fold jacks. Will you show me?
And then he does the what? You don't think I have jacks?
Of course.
Wow,
I
he's
did.
still in the tank right now? Dude, this
Well,
is already, like,
Alon doesn't realize thinks there's other tables. He's trying to move up the ladder.
Those are about 45 seconds we're never going to get back.
That was a typical Hollywood fold. When someone at the table says, "Hey, Joe, don't be doing a Hollywood fold.
That's
Let's move
baby.
on," it means you're definitely never in a million years calling or raising. You're just standing there. You don't even know why you have the cards, waiting for a camera to take a video of you. I'm just joking. I know I love you. He's looking up. He's like, "Wow, I folded a monster." Poor Matt, flop a set.
No action.
still, if I'm him, I'm just loving picking up a couple blinds here and there. He's in a good spot right now.
First chips, it looks like.
Yep.
Well,
Quietly first to chips.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he wasn't extremely happy when he was flatted on the button, but, you know, he did get a great card and hoping to get at least something out of it.
As we mentioned, there were a handful of short stacks the last time we saw the leaderboard. We lost one of them in Tony Chen, but there's still a few players, and Philip Sung there in the middle. He's one of them, so he's going to be looking for a spot to
And
double.
you see Chris just folded A7, which of course is a bad hand, but you know a lot of people might open that hand not realizing that short stacks are looking to jam their stack, and it's just not a playable hand in this spot. Unless you have 70 bigs and everyone has 12, and no one does.
You know, and this is a situation, and you know, a lot of players, no matter how experienced they are, they don't really get to these kind of tournament final tables where there is so much equity with each spot. So, as Jamie was saying earlier, each chip does actually have cash value at this table. So
I'm not in love with Finney's little 2.2 open here, but it doesn't seem like people are defending. I guess he wants a little bit of action, but you could take down so many blinds there, and I don't want to say people should lose value, but he doesn't have a pair. He's dependent on the flop hitting him, and I don't even... Well, he has a good matchup here.
Wait, Alon just flatted the small blind with Jack 9 off?
Yes.
I think Alon's flatted the small, and Anthony flatted defended his big blind.
I mean, if you
Wow.
if you can see the future and you're in the small blind with Jack 9 off, you gotta fight here.
And
I
this
mean,
is
I would
what-
pin him in.
It's a pretty good flop for Jack 9
And this is why I said Finian shouldn't have just done the small raise there, because he could have just taken down the blinds and had no problem. The blinds are substantial. Or at least make him pay 3x. At least now you could be saying, "Why'd you call me with 9 Jack?"
Yeah,
as you're walking away.
I think that the bigger problem with making a min raise in early position is that you don't really narrow your opponent's range. Like, people know they need to be defending their blinds a little more wide than they used to. So you kind of put yourself in a spot where you're like, all right, my hand's really good. I want to get these blinds in here. And then you see the flop and you're like, oh man, they really could have any of this.
Yeah.
We know they smashed it, but if you can't see the cards, you're like, this is a spot where like
a lot of their range
pair.
hits. Yeah.
Pretty much everything except for Jack Queen or Jack King's a problem.
And this is an interesting spot for Anthony Hill. He is the only player in this hand with a spade, so he's free rolling.
That's actually a
Straight
big
flush draw.
spade. Yeah, I mean it's not as big as the 8, but it's pretty large. I don't know exactly who's gonna. I guess I don't think anyone's gonna bet this. They did bet it.
Alon led for 1
No,
for
I
4.
meant raise. I mean,
Oh, okay.
there's no reason to raise because you're really only going to get called by a boat. But he's raising with his 9, figuring if somebody does have a 7, they won't get a free draw.
Wow, it's
All right, he's
just a
free
snap
rolling.
call.
Alon sees sort of bad news. He's like, okay, I can only win half the spot, and I could lose
All of it.
all of it.
This is a free roll here with Anthony Hill holding straight flush draw.
What do you think the river's going to be?
Spade.
Yeah?
Yeah.
King of
The
spades.
fans want blood.
Oh.
Wow.
It just wasn't that we wanted blood. It just
felt it
when
coming?
you have an up and down straight flush draw and the nuts, or well, flop the nuts, just doesn't seem like it's going to get worse for you. That really is a really bad spot.
Yeah, that's
And River Dunn says, where's Crouton's baby daddy? Crouton's baby daddy is Christopher Horder. He's in the right now with the
one with the
blue
hood.
hoodie
the hood and the hair.
and all the hair. Yeah.
So you flat in the small with 9 jack, figuring you can catch something. The big line comes in because he's priced in also, and you both flop the nuts.
That was a very expensive flat in the small, a very unnecessary flat of the raise from the small, and it cost me a lot of chips. That's brutal.
Yes, I mean that happens in Omaha a little bit more often, but it doesn't happen as often in Hold'em. And wow, really a tough break for Lon.
This is going to be a pretty sizable pot when you get these
It's a
chips cut
Very
down.
big pot. And so Alon was the chip there coming in, and he's been knocked down a lot.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. These tournaments, they kind of have their own separate life at these final tables where, all 3 days almost of hard work, can just go away so quickly.
With the nuts flop.
Yeah, and it's so sick. And poker's a sick game in that way, but this is just a spot where we're back.
Hey guys.
All right, guys. So we've seen some pretty cool action so far, and I'm glad they're cutting to us when we're not in our
Yeah,
prone
we're just,
positions.
laying down a minute ago.
So we're at least up right now. But yeah, we've seen some pretty cool action again, guys. If you want to engage with us in the Twitch chat, we're answering some questions on Twitter. Poker Twitter.
We are answering questions on poker.
We are answering questions on poker. This is a
or
poker
whatever else.
stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, hashtag Borgata Poker Live. Check us out, and we're going to get to all your questions. And we've seen a lot of familiar faces around the Borgata following us on the Twitch chat. A lot of new faces, too. So we're really happy to have you guys with us.
So a little bit about Anthony Hill that won that hall. He's from Connecticut, a poker player for 15 years, and his occupation is a soccer. It's been his whole life. He's single and likes golf, so any women out there, we have a single slacking golfer. Usually plays at the Borgata, biggest cash $77,000, Fox with $1,500 buy-in, and he hates losing a blackjack. So we have another person that might be a Borgata favorite, so they can get to the pit.
And I think he said something about wanting to play Dan Walk in like 100 a hole or something, or 1,000 a
Yes,
hole.
he wanted to play Dan Walk for 1,000 a hole at golf if he wins this event.
All right. So Dan Walk might be hoping he might be on Anthony Hill's rail also.
Yeah, he might be trying to keep him away from the pit.
Come to the course, not the pit.
She's at Ace King again. Man, this has been a very nice hour or so for
I
Miss
told you
Stover.
she was tight, solid.
What do you mean?
This is kind of the point I was making, where these final tables have, a trajectory of their own. If you can just get on the top
Now here,
order of the deck,
here we have Philip open
have it.
Yeah, I've
10
heard.
jack.
that's the recipe, guys. Make this final table, beat 2,500 players, and then get on the top half of the deck, and
Yes.
you're good.
Poor Philip trying to play a little poker, try to build a stack, try to take a couple of blinds down, just runs into the ace king here. Now,
Yeah, poor Philip, who's locked up an $18,000 score. Yeah, poor Philip.
I just meant he played the hand, trying to play the hand. Pretty easy for Lana. Just throw a couple extra tips out there, smile, say I'm a tight girl, and get a call.
Easy game so far for Alana Stover. She came back as the lowest, the short stack, and I think she's up over 30, 35 big blinds now.
Pretty much jacks, ace, king, ace, king.
Like I said, the top portion of the deck is all you need.
Those aren't even, well, jacks are, but ace, king's not the top portion.
Depends on who you're talking to.
Seriously,
I'll take ace king. Cold Stone's shove chart looks a little differently.
Yeah.
Than
No,
yours,
I didn't mean
think.
to. Yeah, my shove chart like on an index card. You guys have it on like
It's
roll
like
of
really
toilet paper.
dusty, and you have to pull it out of your pocket. It's all worn down. There's 3 hands scribbled on it.
Ace king is not there. It's
Yeah,
ace king
it's
is
just-
drawing hand in big bold letters.
Ace, king. It's aces, kings, and queens.
That's it. Okay,
I put the chart away. I don't have to look at it.
you've
now.
memorized it.
I have. Alonda with ace 10.
Now I'll take these big aces all day, every day, twice on Sunday too.
Someone's asking if we. Phil's asking if we check YouTube for chat questions. I was told there's a lot of mean people on YouTube chat.
Yeah, that's what you hear. We hear that we got preview. They said, you think Twitch people are mean. You should look at YouTube comments. I'm like, I don't want to look at YouTube comments.
Yes, we're
But you
very-
Twitch people have been very nice to us. I appreciate it.
Here's Alana with ace jack here. Alana raised to 550, and let's see how much Alana decides to raise to with a suited ace jack.
We have a question from Neemator. I guess I'll read it after this thing is done because this looks like
This looks
Some
like it's
stuff might
developing.
happen.
It's Chris Collingwood. Oh no, 2 call. I'm sorry.
this
I
is
didn't
a
expect him
really
to call.
gross spot for King Queen. I think this finds him luck if you're me. He
Well,
might
it's-
find a 3-bet
It's
knowing
a 3 or muck.
what he
He's
does about
out of
Elena.
position. Yes, and knowing that's true. If you know she plays like you do, she
Yeah,
can
this is an-
squeeze.
I really didn't expect him to call here.
Yeah.
He finds call.
And here's Matt with suited connectors, and I'm believing that he's going to play the hand because
Yeah,
he
you're
likes
getting a
cards
really
that
good
way.
price, and you're very unlikely to be sharing cards after raising a call. I don't think people are really sitting there with like
Plus
5-7.
Plus, he opened the 9-10 of spades earlier, which I called the 10 jack.
I think this is a good defense.
It's a great defense. He's his own zip code right now with a free life down there. And who's picked? Alana's picked.
I like
Wow.
that. Who's picked?
That is a
She's
really.
been
I like
picked
that
3
term.
times so far.
Yeah, she is running pretty well so far, but with 4 players,
You're still a little nervous. Like, this is
Yeah.
a really terrific flop for your hand. You're just hoping that Alon didn't, like, somehow flat jacks or something
And
like
there's
that. Which
pretty
he
much-
could.
And there's pretty much no way 3 should be in the hand. Look at Matt,
The big
like
blind is
wishing
the
he
only
had
one who really
6-3.
can have a 3 here.
Yes. And does he try to rep a 3? A lot of times when you call the small or the big for very little, pair 2s, 3s, and 4s kind of be helpful to you because you're the only one that really should have them.
Matt's going to double check and see if he does, but he doesn't.
And the pad on the table was it could have easily been 3-6.
It could have been 10-4-4, and then we have
then it's
it.
a gross spot.
He could have had 3-6 in his hand as easily as 4-7.
And so, Jamie, there were some questions.
Yes, there's one question that I think is pretty interesting. It's an etiquette question from Neemator7 who says, want to know if you think it's poor form to see a hand at showdown. Poker's about gathering information, right?
I
That's a
think
loaded question.
Not
like,
for me. That's an easy question. The rule came in to prevent collusion. Books came out with information to tell players they are allowed to ask. It's part of the rules. So it became used for a different reason than it was supposed to. So I believe a lot of casinos now adopted a rule that you don't have to show if the aggressor mucks, which is good because why should you give information on why you call if they're not going to show you what they raised or what they bluffed with? So I believe it's poor etiquette, but if it is allowed, it's in the scope of the rules, and anything in the rules is allowed to be done. So you might upset the player you do it to. He might do it back to you. You might slow down the game and have both of you demanding both your hands in every hand. I think I would ask somebody to see their hand if they were ever in a hand if they did that to me. So it's
Does
okay.
the scope of the tournament, does the scope of the stage of the tournament come into play, or like, we're level 2 of a starting flight.
at the table that breaks first.
Yeah. Do we still want to do that, or is it kind of
It's also
timing
it's
dependent?
also limp to the big blind, and you want to know what he played limp to him. So it can be silly, and educated people will read it that they should to learn, and there's no fault to that, the way you're reading it. But poker players will be a little upset about it, and somebody might free bet you that's not even a hand, thinking it's annoying that you did that. And the player you did it to, you're exposing a little bit of what they did, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do it back to you. But if you're trying to bother somebody and it's part of your game, it works too.
Now we're gonna see Matt
I don't
Mendez.
think I'd get too upset. I don't know. Like, you kind of, most of the time when people do it, I feel like it's usually someone who doesn't really understand the rule. Like the times I've seen it happen, it hasn't been someone trying to needle. It hasn't been a pro trying to get information. It's been someone who's like curious.
Right,
like,
now
almost every time.
You just lost a chip in a huge.
I know, it's
huge
annoying.
tournament. You're paying out, and the guy's like, "I want to see her hand."
Trust me, I understand it being annoying, but I feel like the times it's happened, it's been someone who's like, I wanted to see if you had a flush draw. Like, it's someone who's usually a rec player. Like, I don't usually see. You're not gonna have like Tom Marchese be like, I want to see that girl's hand, because he's better than me. He knows what I have anyway.
Probably, yeah. But again, it is a rec player. But you want to let them know that you don't always want to show everybody what you did if you don't have to. With me, it's easy. I'm turning over aces. I lost. I won.
It's either I win or I lose. You get to see my hands either way because I have aces.
And getting an ace jack under the gun suit, it's a pretty big hand, pretty tough to play in that spot.
Yeah, I would like to see a more than 2x here.
Me too. Probably 550, just to annoy us.
There it is.
Okay, look, he's playing against somebody with two flush draws.
And
Sammy
he
has
gotta
an
pick his
interesting
hand
spot.
at some point. Like, he really needs to pick a hand at some point. I feel like this is an okay spot.
Now, Samian hasn't 3-bet the nines. He doesn't seem comfortable coming into a hand somebody else is open already. So it worked for him so far. You can't, if you feel you're going to go to showdown no matter what, you might not play the hand, and it's a way some people play.
I'm going to be interested to see when Saman, when he finally does make his move. I'm going to be interested to see what it is, because he had like two spots here that are.
The nine was a spot.
Yeah,
I believe if that was an open to him, he would have opened it.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Probably would have opened it to 3x and taken the blinds.
And under the gun raise, like, ace jack's not doing great against it, and he has seen someone bust in the time that he's passed up spots. So I feel like he's like, all right, he's gotten $6,000 more, and that's like vastly improving his.
Yeah, and there's another close to $8,000 jump. So it's one of those
I'm just glad
things.
he didn't flat.
Yeah, agree. I agree with that for sure.
And it's one of those things where, we can sit back here and kind of Monday morning quarterback it as we watch it because we see that get the cards. But some of these guys, they have strategies coming in. If it's worked for them so far, they've made some jumps, they've made some ladders. He's been short for the last 5 levels or so. So if it's working for him, then if it broke, don't fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Exactly. Opening ace jack in the early position is really a tough thing to do sometimes. I got it shoved in my face twice on day 2 by ace king. Just without bad timing. That wasn't even an early position, so I could have actually called it thinking they thought I thought type of a thing. But he opened it, it was suited, confidence, and he got his jack to fold. And you're not really going to get ace queen too easily to fold without small of a raise. But he got the same hand to fold, which is pretty much a victory.
Yeah, and guys, just again, the Twitter hashtag where we're fielding questions, hashtag Borgata Poker Live. If you want to talk with myself, Jamie, or David, they're vastly more interesting than I am. I assure you of that.
The low bar to set.
Okay, we have a couple of things
pretty low
up here. Yeah, Phil says he had to switch to Twitch since we weren't asking questions on the other side.
Dave has just found Twitch chat. He's just
I'm
discovered
trying to
it.
help. I see a lot
Dave
of people
actually
writing
just
things.
discovered the internet.
Well, I keep my friends are always using my telephone, so I can't use the line to get on.
Do you have a landline?
No, I use my telephone hookup.
Telephone hook.
I got to plug the wire.
Before we went live, Dave sighed and was like, "I guess I have to tweet now."
That's not true. I like tweeting Facebook.
And we're gonna see Matt Mendez open to 500. This is just over a min raise, and we're going to see 2 calls in the small blind. One from a short stack, Philip Sung with ace 10, and Finian's going to come along. He got a good price with king 10 of diamonds, and both going to whiff on that flop.
Well, Matt's got to like it. He's got an over pair to the board.
And this should go check
Bet,
to
fold,
Mendez, bet, fold, fold.
And while this is happening, I'll start reading stuff because that's what's going to happen. Trucifer says, all 3 of us are solid individuals. I love Trucifer, a Parks regular and Borgata regular. Phil's writing a bunch of stuff, but it flew by too fast. So you rewind Twitch. Just kidding.
How do you rewind?
Phil wants to know. I'm not going to read that. Trucifer at the Cold Zone is his Twitter.
And we're done saying these guys do the best stream, so thank you for that. Thank you for following along.
I appreciate it.
And as we thought that this was going to go check, bet, fold, it actually didn't. So Colt's going to reapply the glasses to see the screen.
Yeah, I think Philip's having a little bit of a blow up right now. He knows Matt can play out of the box, and I guess he peeled his 2 overs trying to an ace or a 10. I think at this point
he doesn't really have much backdoor equity.
But he might be, I just don't know why in the hand.
Yeah, this is going to be...
Did you see the way Matt just put his chips down and just said, look, if you got a 3, you beat me. You're not getting another free card. Philip's going to fall now, I hope.
Yeah, this is him kind of inspecting his stack. He has just under, it looks like, 2.5 million, which is 10 big blinds.
I mean, I guess if he calls, he's hoping to hit an ace or a 10 or be up against ace 9. I'm hoping not to.
This is a spot where, at best you're picking off a bluff, but even some of Matt Mendez's, bluffs are beating him. Ace Queen as a bluff, Ace King as a bluff are beating Philip. It's a really tough spot for him. And
this is the biggest Hollywood fold I've seen today.
He does look like he's really thinking, though.
He can't be.
He can. He is.
I mean,
we're watching it on Borgata Poker Live.
He's bluffing the naked ace of spade, nut flush draw. I mean, come on, Phil. He doesn't have king 10. Trucifer, birthday party next year? Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm in. Jamie, thought on shot clock and poker. Now, this is another question I'm passionate about. Let's get it in there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the people who are the most upset about shot clocks being imposed are the people who take the longest time and who are killing games. And some of them are my friends, ones who are the most vocal, and I just don't care. I think if everybody, you have to look at, this is in life too. Here's philosophical, Jamie.
Okay, let's hear this.
If the way you act, if everybody did it, would kill the game or would be like horrible for the environment, be whatever, like you can't do it. You're super selfish. If the thing that you're doing, if everybody else did it too, things would be terrible. So someone who's taking 2 minutes every time they want to think about their hands, think about that. If 9 people did that, all of a sudden you have an 18-minute hand. Like you'd get 5 hands in per hour maximum if people start doing that, taking 2 minutes about like minor decisions. I'm okay with having even like a 2-minute time bank. Everyone gets a chip. So for the time you really have like $100,000 equity spot, something really important to think about, you can do it. But I think most poker has to be played slightly faster than some people are comfortable with.
I agree. I just think a lot of people watch TV, and we used to call it I have a Durr at my table because he'd be acting like Durr. And they've been taking time because that's how they kind of learned the game. And rolling your eyes up into your skull doesn't mean people think you're rewinding hands. It doesn't mean we think you're smarter. It basically makes us look at you like, can we videotape this? Can we videotape
Let me snap at this.
Why you're not the bionic woman or whatever Lee Major looking up into your database. Although he didn't have the brain. That was something else.
It's actually an interesting because I've been doing all this stuff with Poker Night in America. And they actually have a shot clock, quote unquote action clock at their final tables, and it's a 60-second clock for every action. And at first, I was kind of unsure about it, but through 2 final tables that we've had, it hasn't really come up once. There are these time tokens that you can use. but it hasn't really come up here. So we're gonna get back to the action.
This is
This
so
is like it's big again.
yeah, it's not a big enough raise. So Finian should be folding this. This is like the bottom 10% of your hands.
And it's big and small,
Blind
right?
versus blind,
Right.
you just fold this hand. You have an accomplished good player
Was
in
this
the
a
big
limp
blind.
bet?
He
Limp
raised to
raise?
550.
Okay.
And she called. And she's gonna have to defend. Like, you made it so small that she's literally defending anything,
two
which is a
cards.
problem in this spot because she's also defending things that are a problem for your hand.
I do like his C-bet because he raised, so he's representing high
Yeah.
cards, and the king came. The only problem is she called and she flopped Yahtzee. And
Yep.
if she didn't hit two pair or pair,
I love this. This is what I'm
this is a
saying.
great
Like, you can
flat.
tell she plays online 'cause she's not all, I hit two pair, let's like
and
make
she's
sure I
also
protect
not,
my hand.
And
She
she's
knows.
also not saying he necessarily has to have a king.
Right, so she's hoping to get another street of value from him.
And he does have a 4 in the deck, but that's a risk you'll take if you think he's going to bet again. Once again, if the person's never going to put another penny in, it's a terrible play. But I think Finian's going to put a little money in because 6-high doesn't play
The only
too
way you
well.
can win. From her now, I'm betting. This is
not
a
giving
scary
free
card
card.
for the hands that he should have in his range. Like, this should be a really good card for him. Like, as far as him drawing anything.
And checking's not terrible
4.
because she could call any river bet.
Wow.
It's not the best card for her.
It's
It's
gonna be
really a
hard
good
for her to
card
get.
for Finian, but she still has two pair. And unless he makes a huge oversized bet, I can't see her folding her
She won't
hand.
fold. I think that check on the turn might buy her a bluff here, and it does. It's just a really scary check back. Like, I'm not sure what I would do in that spot because that board's getting really bad for your hand.
It's also tough to call much more than the pot size bet right now. You're really
He's
just
not.
calling
He's
it
making a
off.
small bet. Was it 975 or something?
And you wouldn't think that ace queen would be in the hand, so yeah, nice call.
Yeah.
Or ace king or ace jack.
Sometimes
so,
in blind versus blind encounters, it's almost like, an ego thing, a game of chicken.
They're doing that. Do you need to show your hand dance? And I think that was a
okay, well
change
there it is,
recently.
and
You
that's
don't need to
perfect
anymore.
situation. Now Finian did not want to show what he did with 6-3, and there's no reason for Elena to show what she did with 5-7.
But Elena
fair.
could have within the rules asked to see his hand and then table her own. Correct.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
she tabled her. She'd rather get rid of her
Yeah,
hand,
yeah,
not table it.
yeah,
And,
definitely.
yeah, she'd rather not care about what he did in the small and not show the people that her threshold is like, yo, I'm going to call you.
This is I'm taking it to the streets.
Most of the table put her on ace, king, or a queen calling there.
Yeah.
And that's
All right, guys. As we work our way through this final table, some awesome things going on at Borgata over the next few months, and this is a Experience Borgata Hotel package. If you haven't come down to the Borgata, if you haven't been down to the Borgata in a while, come down. Just $209 any Sunday through Thursday night. Get an overnight stay in a classic room. It's pretty high maintenance, I will say. I enjoy my classic room while I'm here. Some comp club tickets, $100 dining credit, and then $25 to slots.
Nice.
Jamie, where would you go with $100 of dining credit?
Dining credit? Geez.
Or just save it for like
I
bread
like
and butter?
izakaya a lot.
Oh, izakaya
I'm a
is
big
izakaya goat.
fan.
Izakaya
Yeah, and
is
I don't
goat.
even. This is crazy. I don't even eat seafood. I love izakaya.
I'm
There's so much
the
on the
same way.
menu.
I really the only seafood I eat is shrimp. But like they have this rock shrimp. It's like a fried shrimp.
Oh
with-
yeah, I remember. Remember when I was next to you that one time?
That one time. That one time Jamie cursed that it was nice and brought me food.
I think I'd be at the old homestead.
Yeah.
Just one of my favorites. They just
It's
never miss.
class.
The
yeah,
food
yeah.
here is really good. Like, you can't. I sound like a commercial, but I'm comparing it to the Rio. And I was thinking of all the summers I've spent staying at the Rio and how I've had
And
to
the
like.
summer you're gonna
I bring
spend there,
I bring
yeah.
granola bars, and it's like the best thing you can get in the casino.
Yeah, no, that's,
Borgata. There's like so many good dining options here.
No, even in Atlantic City itself, there's just a lot of good
Chef
good
Mola.
spots. Yeah. So while we blab about food and actually pick out our dinner for tonight, I'm gonna pick up on the action here. This is gonna be TJ Crew. This is the former military veteran. We haven't really seen him involved in many hands. And he's open.
Oh yeah, Tia hasn't put a chip
Yeah,
in the pie, has he?
He's
He's chilling.
His
He's just
VPIP's
hanging out,
0.
making 8K.
I played
Staying
with
out of
TJ
trouble.
on day 2 too. He kind of played the same way.
Where's Elena right now? In small blind? There's been a lot of peeling from the small.
Yeah,
I'm
it looks
very
like she's in the
confused about.
small.
I thought Chris would have folded or 3-bet the king queen. I thought Jack 9 should obviously have folded the small. when it was 500K.
Yeah.
And this is also, I mean, this hand flops well multi-way, but I just hate playing out of position in substantial pots at this time.
And we should note that the blinds actually just went up to 300K. And there's going to be an all-in from Saman. And this is the spot. You know, we've talked about he's missed a few opportunities,
Yeah.
you know, quote-unquote missed. And now he flops, top pair. He's going to get in. And
He may get called by Finian just because of the draws that are out there. Like, Finian's not loving the fact that he has top pair. He's got backdoor draws, and he could also be up against the draw when his top pair could good.
Yeah.
And it's small bet. I mean, that's, what is he, 8 big blinds left?
Yeah, it's big
Yeah,
blind,
so-
big blind 300K, so it's
This is
a
tough.
big blind
This will be a
shove.
tough fold if he decides to make it. Especially if he's gotten information about hands that have been folded so far. I feel like I'd have to let Queen 10 go if I know what my opponent's been doing.
And you see how well Simeon played the short stack, found a spot, didn't have to raise, found his hand, had top pair. I mean, sometimes the story can work out.
And Finian calls.
Plus, he has to call. at
I
that
wonder
point.
if he might not have been getting, like, this is on a half-hour delay. He might not even know that much about his opponent yet.
Yeah, because this is pretty.
He did
pretty
see the
quick
two
into
folds
the-
Simeon
I would have to
made.
fold. I would puke folds. Like, I would
Yeah.
hate the fact that I have to fold, but I just don't see him having any draws. Like, he
Back
seems
to
like a
diamond,
made hand
backdoor
kind of guy.
straight, top pair, yeah.
Wow.
and
What a turn card. Okay.
he fades.
Yep.
Okay, so
Did he fade? I'm
Saman
still trying to see.
still doing math. The multicolored,
Wait,
it threw me
wait.
off, the multicolored ones. So he's going to fade, and Saman's going to double up to over 5 million. That's his biggest stack at this final table so far. And we're still 9-handed. And as we said, I just used a nice poker it word for me, VPIP.
Wow.
Someone asked in the chat what VPIP is. That's voluntarily putting money in pot. So that's when you're not in the blind, you put in extra money. So TJ Crew, he's played almost like you said, zero hand, and he just
Yes.
got that action started.
And
Yep.
Filler Argiello just said that voluntarily put money in the pot, so you get the Borgata T-shirt. It'll be sent to you momentarily.
Yeah, please slide in our DMs, and we will send you a
And Phil says he'd
Borgata.
rather be at bread and butter if he had a
Oh, no.
$100 voucher.
You could buy the whole entire thing.
And wow, this actually disgustingly gross.
What?
Derek on
Oh,
Twitter
no.
says, "Can you please explain the long pinky nail seen in the poker room with a
Oh.
screen with a picture of a gentleman with probably like a 3-inch long pinky nail
That's
playing in
gross.
that looks like the Saturday series?" Like, I'm instantly busting out of that tournament to just get away from that.
Ugh.
He really almost looked like a genius with that call after the turn. Just
Oh
reviewing that.
yeah, I mean it just it,
I was
it-
like going back.
no,
to
no,
it.
but that is
I played it today. I was hoping I'd make it till now so I wouldn't do the
Saturday
telecast.
Did
series?
you really
Oh,
play it?
what?
Oh, wow.
I'd get yelled at if I was still in it now.
Yeah, so it's going to be a double up for Saman, and going to be interesting to see what the chip stacks are after that. We imagine Finian looks like he's going to be left with close to 4.5 million. We'll hopefully get a graphic up there pretty soon.
And Elena with a very good hand on the button. She should definitely get action from hands she's dominating. Since, you know, most people think you open any 2 on the button if you're
Position
relatively-
raise.
Yes, exactly. We just like door watch rounders the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the hands are. Some of the hand histories of rounders were just amazing. I met Brian Koppelman at one of the charity events, like
Okay.
a shop charity event that Dan checked on, and he's the cool guy. And like I mean, the movie was amazing.
you have to
but
make
someone
that.
had to do hand history review.
Yeah.
Like, please. There were like $400 in the pot. And Matt Damon's like, I let out 2,000. He raised me to 7,000. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
And the whole thing with Johnny Chan is
It was a
it's a
limit,
limit
yeah.
game, and he makes it 4 bets, and Johnny Chan's like priced in to call any 2 cards in limit. So it's,
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
that's
Alana
great.
winning another hand. With
when you
the
look
ace-jack.
past that, it's still like one of the
It's a great
greatest movie ever.
It's almost
Yeah.
funny. It's like they put in trolls in the movie almost. Like that's how crazy the hand histories were.
Well, like before I even figured out what poker was, I thought that was awesome. Now
You're like, oh my
like
goodness.
know what 5% of poker
Yeah.
is. I'm like, no, like
I had
fix this.
dragged, and I outplayed him. You're like, you gave him 18-1, and he folded.
I'm gonna beat this guy
Yeah.
this hand.
We always say that. My friend John will always say, I'm sorry, John, I don't remember, no matter what the question is.
By the way, Borgata Spring Poker Open has online qualifiers from $5 to $45 for the smaller ones on Borgata.
I'm just glad that promo doesn't say be like Asher Conniff, because on the website it says you can be like Asher. Asher won this satellite, then he won this tournament, and we love Asher. We wish he would have. I was actually kind of shocked he didn't come back to try to defend his title.
Me too. I feel like he's a little bit of a left fish, and he like misses flights and does stuff like that. I feel like he wanted to come back for here, and
He said it was a quote unquote series of unfortunate events. So whatever that means.
Yeah.
Isn't that making a day 2 in Florida, probably, but I'm not sure. It's nice when you do something like that, but you make the goal unattainable to be able to win the first event at 15K.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just it's
nobody saw that
records.
coming.
And like TJ's 3-betting here, and if I had ace queen and I was mad, it would hit the muck. Like it would be like hovering over the muck right now.
Yeah, this is
It'd be a
TJ's
very
second
easy
hand,
fold for
pretty
him.
much.
And it's a pretty big 3-bet.
Yeah.
And it should be at this point because the blinds are so big, it gives them more loops to move up the ladder and find some more quality hands. As Trusip said, Lane has been getting pretty big monster hands. He's now been waiting, TJ patiently, and the poker gods are throwing him some chips. I can't see Matt really wanting to play this hand with him. Because Matt doesn't even know if he has a pair, if not a high pair. Worse is Matt might think his ace is his only good card and hit it.
The only decision is to shove or fold, and I think fold's a very easy decision with this opponent and these positions.
These guys actually have a slight dynamic. They were seated next to each other with 2 tables remaining, and with 10 players left, there was a spot where Fian, who was short stacked, moved all in from early position, and TJ in the small one moved, like reshoved for like 8 million. And Mendez looked down at ace king. He had like 9 million in front of him, and he folded. And it was 4s against king queen. Finian hit a queen, and then won the pot. But Mendez would have actually run out to a flush. It was just such a six pot where, and this is the interesting part about tournament poker, where one play that's out of the norm from one player changes the entire scope of the tournament. They just got to open the final table. And Mendez said, I don't want to flip for 100K right there. And I think that's a spot where, he just realizes I have this chip lead, I have a big stack. Let me just preserve it.
As long as I'm not turning my cards on their backs, I'm going to make final table.
Yeah.
And that's called edge passing, and people do it in lots of spots. And
What is it?
Edge passing when you're like,
Okay.
I know, like this is like plus chippy V for me to take the spot. But overall, for the whole tournament strategy, if I end up putting it in here and being even like 65%, it's still decreasing my chance of winning the tournament because I'm chipping up slowly on my own without ever showing down.
Yeah. And in tournament poker, and just poker in general, if you're winning without showing down, you're doing something right.
You win 100% of the pots when one folds.
You usually never have a bad beat. So it was folded to Chris, and he took down blinds. He showed
Chris
ace.
wins a hand. Yay. I mean, I'm unbiased.
Unbiased commentary.
Yes. Yeah, I hope Crouton's watching at home.
What a cute dog.
He's
I
the
fell in
best.
love with Qton today.
Qton. That's the best Freudian slip ever. It's
What
so
did I
true.
say?
You call him Qton, and that's so awesome.
How long did you guys get him?
We got him in January.
Okay.
Yeah, my dog passed away of 15 years, and I lasted like 2
Please
weeks.
don't bring down the mood.
No, I'm saying it lasted 2 weeks, and I'm like, we need
Yeah.
a puppy really bad. All right, so we got 9s raised, ace king suited. There's been a lot of ace kings 9s, except most of them have been folded pre-flop.
Most of them have been in the muck.
So here we have a showdown.
And TJ's going to snap call. And it's going to be a flip for Philip Son's tournament life with ace-king of hearts against TJ Cruz. Been relatively quiet here. He has 2 9s.
What? That wants the cards out for some reason. I would point the king forward more than the ace, but everyone has their own way. way.
And it's all kill.
Oh.
Oh, okay. And he's just
I
gonna
guess
smash.
that's why, because he had both of them.
And the
Right
short
now-
stack has doubled like 3 out of 4 times.
Yeah, TJ, touch your nine. Quickly, touch him. Touch him. Wish him good luck. Take a nice hand. Do something. Oh.
And Ace King is
And Philip wins the race.
gonna
and-
double.
And, Philip's opened some hands trying to play, and he's been kind of run over by better hands and folded. And
It's going to be interesting to see if he gets chips. He's, as you said, he's been one of the players that wants to play. We've seen
The Jack 10 off the
Samir,
and the Jack win.
fold a lot. We've seen a lot of the other short stacks kind of just play, fit or fold, shove or not. And, Philip's been the kind of player who he wants to get in pots. I think he wants to see flop. He wants to see turns. So it'd be interesting to see what he does. And this is going to be TJ Cruz losing a pretty substantial portion of his chip stack.
Yeah, Philip is not stack conscious. Like he's seeing hands he wants to play as if it was like middle of day one. And he's like,
Yeah.
I would like to open this hand, so I'm gonna open this hand. And it's actually really like it's not great. Like you're better off preserving those chips than opening Jack 10 off when there's short stacks behind you who can freely shove on you. But it makes him really dangerous when he does get chips because his range is a lot wider than most people. So
Yeah.
you see him open and like you may go with a hand that's weaker than you'd go with versus me, and all of a sudden like he has a hand that time, he doubles up. He's
Yeah, without a
gonna be
doubt.
in more pots. He's gonna have more chances to get a hold of a lot of chips.
And he's folded to 2-3 bets, so maybe they were, maybe he was just. He's going to be in action now. He's going to play a
Yes.
few more hands, I believe. Plus, he's in sixth place.
Even
and,
like
has
15,
a-
we look at it, we're like 15 big blinds isn't a lot, but he was opening on 15 big blinds before, so yeah.
I was reading a very nice comment that Dale Boone wrote about Jamie being the kind of lady you can use as a shoulder to cry on your
Oh
problems.
yeah, she seems so she wants to sympathize with everyone.
She seems like, dude, everyone has a problem. Get your life together. Don't brood over negative shit. Well, you just reversed what you wrote.
Dude, that's awesome. That's a sick life read in the chat.
Yeah.
And Phil and
They
Will's
literally-
actually laughing because I'm as cold as possible. Will all the time.
They
I'd be like,
literally knew that by just hearing the tone of your voice.
Yes, I think I once walked out and Jamie said, "How are you doing?" and kept walking. So, I turned around. I was like, "Well, I had." Oh, where'd you go? Alon raises 750 with kings. Alon shows him because he wants to not get called next time.
And that was a spot we saw Alon, make it over 3x earlier with ace 10, and he just made it over a min raise. So he's changing
So Coldstone's got the sick reads on Alon's.
sizing.
Yes. And that's like, you have to stick to whatever sizing you've been using the whole time. And you can say, though, like, as the blinds are going up, your sizing is going to be slightly smaller. Like, when it's like 25,
now they
50,
kept picking my mouth.
Nice.
when
How's
it's
it going, guys?
25, 50, you're going to make it like 150 or 200.
Yeah,
20,
yeah, yeah.
But, like, as the blinds are like 10,000, 20,000, whatever, people tend to, like, come back to sort of min raise. So he might
Well,
also be doing that.
I
like-
also find like 160,000 for a big blind. It's hard to do math like that. So I mean, I just like make it 400 because I can't think that.
400's not the worst.
Like,
Two and a
stop
half.
pretending
You
you've
hit two
ever
and a
been
half
at
right on the nose.
160,000 blind level. Stop it, Will.
I've blogged that level.
Yeah.
Never actually had to make bet at that level, though. Unfortunately.
Now, Alon, I think I saw Alon in Florida with the Israeli crew that he hangs with. I'm sure they're all around rooting for him because they have a great group of players that play together and pretty tough to play against. So I'm glad he came back for it, or maybe I just saw his group without him.
Were you down in Florida earlier this month?
Yeah, I went down to see my parents, and I got to play the first 3 events down there. A lot of people, a huge amount of people. I went pretty deep in the second one, but it's 3,000 people, so coming in like 34th doesn't really do
And
it for you.
that's the nature of the beast with these tournaments where, you can beat, 2,400 people and finish 80th, and you're still walking out of here with, just under $2,000. And that's a good score, But when there's 215,000 up top, it's like almost, oh my God, what could have been?
Yeah, it is frustrating. It happened the week before also in Baltimore. You know, we got them deep, and I think it was 17th out of, 20 million people. But it was nice, 6,700 for $365 is real nice.
Really good.
I was happy, but I wanted the $152,000 WSOP
We all do.
satellite. Go down to pimping.
Yeah, I mean, I could never imagine final table bubbling one of these things.
I hate you. Yeah,
You knew I was leading to that
final table
eventually?
bubbled, yes, I got 11th place, and this was before they broke it up. Like today, they came back at noon from 15 to 10. Last year, they hadn't made that adjustment.
Interesting
yet.
right now. Alon just called with ace.
She raised.
Saman just called with ace king.
I'm going to stop the
I
Jamie
don't
Kerstetter
love that.
sub-story
Yeah.
for now.
Yeah, there's a hand going on. You can needle me later, William.
And
there's no
this is a
hooker.
move a lot of people do early in tournaments, smoothing with ace king, because there's more value sometimes being able to
It's a
bet a
drawing
squeeze.
hand.
But in this spot right now, I really hate what he did.
And I don't like flying queen jack off, even on the button. You have to worry about the blinds making moves, and
Yeah.
it's just not that good of a hand. When you do flop a pair, you're often dominated by one of the early position people who put money in the pot. So TJ, that might be some of the frustration with him having just lost that hand.
Yeah,
He wants
trying
to
to
get
play
his chip
catch up.
back.
It's a relatively okay flop for Elena.
Relatively, but she could be counterfeit pretty quickly, so she has to quickly stop everybody from
Yeah,
drawing
this is
today.
a hand I wouldn't have opened. Just small pairs in early position.
Yeah, we saw a lot
With short stacks,
twos
you need
earlier.
to just put them in the muck.
Well, she was opening and trying to get the bigs, and she, most people would now just hang out and hope they could get to the river and show them. But she definitely has a lot of chances to be counterfeit. It's just checking here is not the best play in the world. Saman hasn't played many hands and folded nines pre-flop, so there's no way he's going to just call a bet right now to try to catch an ace or a king. TJ really shouldn't either, and won't, so this should really take down the pot. A little jockeying right now with ace king about what could have been, what I should have done pre-flop, but you really don't want to compound your mistake right now. It's like when you
a
enter
pass.
aces and you get 7 calls, just fold your hand after the flop. Don't now c-bet it. You didn't get the 3-bet raise to re-raise, now just give up.
It looks like that's exactly what happened.
So to finish the story that Will made me start. Thanks,
All right.
Will.
Apologies.
Last year I got 11th at 6:30 in the morning. I was
that
driving
was-
home
That
through
was
my
one of those.
tears.
That was one of those where they didn't stop it, at like a 3 a.m. hard
It
stop or
just went
something.
forever.
That's
I
so
had
sick.
trouble because I don't know. I'm like kind of in between. I'm not like the young guns, and not like the people who are like, can we just be done at 10 p.m.? Can we have dinner break at 4 p.m.? Like I'm not quite there yet. But 6:30 in the morning was really hard to make decisions. They were worth a lot of money, and I was getting really tired and really just
that's
over it.
when you start at 11 a.m. No amount of Red Bull or coffee or even excitement about the moment can keep you.
The excitement drains you. Like over and over again in these pots for huge equity and making these really important decisions. Your brain gets tired of making decisions at 6:30 in the morning. Like I lost 2 flips. It wasn't like I blew up or something.
Yeah.
I could see a very real possibility of just blowing up. I like that they changed it, and now they're done like 2 in the morning. They come home, they come back at noon. It's like you at least get sleep. Not making your biggest decisions.
You're
tired.
playing for such high equity spots where you're really. I think Borgata at that time was doing a service to those players that went deep.
And they fixed it.
But
they fixed it.
Part of that was the strategy, playing with hired players, really, too. And it did benefit certain players, so it does make it more of an even playing field, especially the guys that are older than me.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many of them, but
Yeah, but they value like ace-9 really late because they're tired. There's 2 or 3 of them. I saw them out there with canes.
yeah, there's only 2 or 3 people in the Borgata older than Cold Stone now.
Actually, someone's asking about the seniors event. That's an event I'm actually wondering if I should play tomorrow, being 49 and a half. I wonder what your views are on that, because if I win, I'm keeping the money.
I see someone have aces, and I see Chris not do his hand yet. And I'm like, please have dust. I'm more nervous than if I were
he
playing.
just flicks the
He's
king
good.
jack.
He knows like Anthony hasn't played. He played one hand versus small blind versus big blind.
Yeah.
Only hand. It's not somebody who's like super loose who you're like, all right, this
How
is a
much
good
is it?
spot to jam over.
750.
Yeah.
So just
Hopefully,
over.
no, I'm just saying she just asked the dealer how much it is. Hopefully she doesn't try
she's in the
to
big-
take a
yeah.
spot.
If it was suited, she flicks those in there.
And again, she's going to get paid off pretty well if she flops it all. But hopefully, and the problem is a lot of players just flop part of it, and it costs them a lot of money trying to get the rest of it.
And
Yes, Dale Boone says, I'm still waiting for Maurice Hawkins, Mike Dentali heads up in a final event. I mean, that would be, we wouldn't commentate. I'd pretend
There
I was
would
going
be-
to commentate. I would turn my microphone off and I would just listen to the tape.
there would be no need for us to talk.
There was actually 4 people we put together. There were 2 other people, but at this point, I'm not going to get too much into it.
And Zomboy, give me a shout out. What's up, man? How you doing?
Rivers, I like that Jamie isn't trying to hide this, but I
Yeah,
can't. I mean,
I
it would
mean-
be so dishonest if I was like, hey, that kid's really cute and good at poker, guys, right? You know, like I can't. I'd rather just tell you guys.
It's hair though. That's like that's the thing. He has better. I mean I know I shaved my head in anticipation of the Spring Poker Open because I didn't want to get shown up by order.
Yeah.
Well, here's Chris for 10s.
Chris
Unopened
finally finds a
pot.
hand.
As Jamie does a little dance back here. Whoop.
Oh my God, Jamie just ran over to the table to sweat the 10s.
And that was
And
Will's
then-
feminine giggle.
And then realized that we're on a half-hour delay.
And he moves all in.
Oh my God, the
What
sweat.
does he have right
the
now?
sweat
We
is
have
on.
no idea what he
He's
has.
4.8. Okay, 16 bigs. I would jam too. You just don't want to be opening. You want to give yourself a chance to fold a hand this good. If he opens and TJ shoves, he's
Yeah.
going to end up folding his hand, and he's in a race situation where TJ should really fold his hand right now. You hear that, TJ?
TJ. Yeah, that hand looks really
Like,
good online.
Porter
people.
doesn't ever have King Jack, Queen Jack, King 10 in the spot with 16 big blind jam here.
Yeah.
So TJ needs to fold his hand. He's only racing or dominated by probably Ace Queen is in his shoving range.
What about the 4 players also behind him? That can all have.
Yo,
Yeah,
we'll
TJ.
worry about one at a time.
No, I meant to TJ. I meant to TJ.
Okay,
Look at
all right.
Jamie. Oh my. She nervous.
You shut
in
up.
this
You
spot.
got up about Chris's point.
Yeah,
Phil, you could call, but nobody else.
exactly.
Oh, don't
Kraton
even-
has a puppy win ball sweat of this. He gets 1% of the winnings, and that's a lot of treats. Yay.
It's gonna get through, and it's a, 770,000 a pop pre-flop. That is a decent pot to take down without having to do anything other than just shove your chips in the middle. So he's gonna move over
And
5
that's
million.
a puke spot. That's like 16 bigs and 10s. Like if he has 18 bigs, he opens it, and he probably calls off for most players.
Yeah.
If he has 13 or 14, it's just easy shove. Like 16, you're like, ugh. When you shove and get called, you kind of hate your life.
Yeah,
Because it's
yeah,
not
'cause you're
usually
really
like
getting called
sevens or
by-
something.
yeah.
Yeah, Deja Vu just said if he does that, he runs into King.
Just unlucky.
Me too, man.
Just unlucky. Yeah, guys, we're happy to have you. Happy to have you in the chat.
Yeah, the
happy
chat's
to have
getting
you
fun.
following on Twitter, on the live stream, and actually saw a message in here that you can actually watch.
I'm sorry, Deja Vu. Go
You
ahead.
can actually watch the Borgata live stream on your Borgata Hotel Room TV on Channel 3. If you're in the room, you don't want to load up your internet. The internet is a little slow, a little laggy. You can watch it on your TV. in your
That's a new
Borgata
thing,
Hotel
right?
Room.
This is the first time commentary's been on the TV.
I believe so, yeah.
Very cool. Good job, Borgata.
And you still get to hear us.
You can mute your TV. She's having a good day. I
Yeah.
want to know what this feels like. It'll be really fun.
She'll probably tell you after she wins this
Yeah.
tournament.
Yeah, Dale Boone. I'm not gonna touch that one right now. But I've seen him
Irish
play
Joe
before,
McKeon.
and it wasn't really as much fun as you would think it was. It was one-sided, but after the last little Twitter war, I don't want to really get involved.
Yeah. These Twitter wars are always really funny because the more there is on Twitter, the less a chance that anything's ever going to happen in
You
real
know
life.
what also happens? In the past, there's been some Twitter wars where I've actually gone and messaged both people to tell them to stop because they were both looking worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
And just in the last few situations, I've just been watching things happen, not really getting involved because
So she
Speaking
just
of-
called with the ace queen, and it's going to let her get away from this spot. If she'd 3-bet, she'd have priced herself in. I mean, I probably would have 3-bet ace queen there.
Yeah.
She would have priced herself in to call here and seen that she's in a really gross spot. I think
much
now
chips
she should
is,
really get away from it.
just
Yes, 3 million.
yeah, just under 4 million. So it's a relatively short shove from
It's
Milan.
a short shove. That opponent, I fold. It's pretty gross. 'Cause you have to include like tens, jacks, and obviously every better hand in his range. But even still, like she's gonna give away a really good spot in the tournament right now. Her chip position's awesome right now.
And she has to hope he has
And you
ace
have
jack.
to have seen the hands he's played and know that ace jack isn't there. He doesn't have that.
Yeah.
I think she might get wrapped up in the fact that her hand's super underrepresented when you just
After
flats
she
the
just
button
flats.
And I think
Yeah,
she
those
wishes
are-
she didn't just flat the button to define the hand a little bit better.
there. But if she did define her and she has
Not
to
to
call.
define her hand, to now be able to define Alon's hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess she priced
Good
it.
Wow,
folds.
it's a really good fold
Very
from
good. He's
Elena.
going to probably show because that's what he does, but we're not going to see if he did.
That's very different. Say you get any other two players in the blinds. You have Chris and Anthony in the blinds, or you have
Matt and TJ.
Matt and TJ. I mean, if Matt shoves, you say I call, and you're
Yeah.
happy about it. And then you see his king, you're like, wow, I'm so ahead of his range. Just not this time. He has the one hand that's
Plus, if he did show the kings a little bit earlier and his tightness, then maybe he would have got that call.
Yeah, but what you were saying,
It goes both ways.
Dave, that when Alana just flats, she's under-repping her hand, but then she's also leaving herself open to having a wide range shove on her from the blind from Alana. So it's kind of a double-edged sword where you're keeping your own holdings, you're under-repping them, but Alana can then have, a wide range. While if she 3-bets, he 4-bets, shoves, it kind of narrows it down to, from a player like Alana, 2 or 3 hands that he has.
right.
True,
At that point,
it's-
you're priced in. You go, sigh, I call,
Yeah.
because it just doesn't matter. You're like almost priced in to hit your queen.
And that's
Like,
what they
it's-
do.
you know,
The
you're
good
getting, like,
players
3
hit
to
the
1.
green ball.
She's in
She
an
probably,
interesting spot.
she would have.
She has.
I'm going to go on record. We're not going
She
to ever
would've
see
hit her
that flop.
queen?
She would have hit the queen.
Yeah, she should have put it in then. She's first in chips right now, and there are very many short stacks. And she doesn't turn her cards over. If she's not showing down, she's going to be able to chip up very easily by basically pushing around medium stacks. Medium stacks who have something to lose. You're not going to lean on short stacks who just say, I call. They have nothing to lose, or they're expecting to go out next. She maintains the chip lead. She can lean on people like Chris and people like Matt, and she'll be able to chip up and stay in and make some pay drops.
Yeah, there's 8 players left right now. The remaining, or excuse me, there's 9, right? 9 players left. We've only lost 1 player. That was Tony Chin. So there's 9 players left. The payout is 18,000. You just look a few spots higher. 6th place, 50,000. That's a $30,000 jump. Where what Jamie was saying of leaning on those medium stacks, you can really put pressure and put them in tough situations.
The only thing is, we've been going for so long right now, 9-handed, the people patiently trying to move up might start feeling a little bit of anxiousness unless they're very, controlled players. And, some of the players at the table haven't really been in the spot yet. So hopefully they stay in control and play their best poker.
I think not to, toot Hoarder's horn anymore, but I think a player like him around 15 big blinds is just going to handle it better than Philip Song or Finian. Just in terms of their presence at the table so far, Hoarder's seems pretty relaxed. The other two are kind of on edge, and on a little bit as well.
Yeah, if you think of like professional poker players needing to like make big moves and do whatever. Like sometimes folding is like the smartest thing you can do, and just not freaking out about it. Being like, I've been sitting here for an hour and a half. I have been dealt bottom 10% of the deck. It'll come, and in the
it always
meantime,
comes
you're
around.
not bleeding your chips. Like sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you really bleed out, and you're going to be 8th when you had no chance. But
Especially
the thing is,
hands
like,
are opened in
not
front of you.
opening Jack 10 off, not opening certain hands like the 3-6 and the small blind. Like he should have let it go. Elena ends up winning a big pot and ends up having momentum after that. There's spots where just like, yeah, you're bored and you're kind of annoyed that the day hasn't been going as you had imagined it last night.
Yeah.
But just not putting chips in the pot sometimes is like you giving yourself your best chance to win.
Well, and we mentioned when Philip Song opened that Jack 10, and we kind of fast forward to where Chris shoved 16 big 10s. If he has anywhere on the other side of that 16 big blind mark, whether it be 18 or 13 or 15, that changes his stack then. So those, while it's a min raise with Jack 10 and you just fold to a 3-bet, it does change things down the line where you wish you had those 2 big blinds back.
Let's say he had 11. Let's say he tried to play 2 hands. He has 11 big blinds. He gets called by king queen suited.
And
All of a
then we're
sudden he's in a
flipping it.
race. Just try to get to the stack that he's at right now.
Yeah. No, so
TJ's opening the king jack suited. I'm sorry, guys. Go
it's
ahead.
okay.
Yes, it's a big plus and minus issue about leading chips. Certain players, we're going to have a jam by Finian with 10s.
Yeah, and as we see that jam, we're going to see
And this
Ronaldo.
should get called, really. I mean, it's less than 10 big blinds. It's about 9 big blind jam, and it's been open to about 2.5 big blinds. So you really shouldn't be able to fold your king jack suited here if you're TJ, mathematically. Not just because we're looking at hands, but all the whole range of hands that Finian is shoving. King jack suited is doing well enough against it that he needs to call.
Unfortunately, he's thinking that he has king high right now and not the math.
Over 2-1 right now he's getting. This is a problem too, like opening hands like this when there are
This
short
is
stacks
why
all
king
over the
jack's a
place.
tough one to open,
Yeah, you
but,
kind of have to make.
As
You have
long
to
as he
just know
doesn't
what you're
have
gonna
ace
do.
king, he's getting the right odds. If he ever saw the 10s, he would be snap calling right now. But this is a problem with opening pretty hands that really don't play well against good hands. And I'm talking more ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen. Does play good against 10s though.
He's going to
If
call,
he's showing ace queen right now, he has to call. Yeah, like
and it's going to be flipped for Finian Anufro's tournament life with pocket 10s. TJ Cruz.
and he hates getting shown king jack suited there because with that kind of tank, after TJ opens and he tanks like that, I'm loving 10s.
Yeah,
I'm like, wow, this guy has like 6s
Yeah.
or 7s, and
Well,
he's
he's drawing a
wishing
two
he didn't
outs.
open it. And he turns it over. You're like, oh, we used to call those fake flips. And you're like, your hand's so much better than your opponent's hand, but you're
Yeah.
50-50 pretty much.
We'll see the flop here.
Yeah, that's like the
gonna
10
jack
jack
right in the
against
middle.
9s. Yeah, there's his jack.
And now Finian is going to be left drawing to just 2 outs in the turn and river. He bricks turn. 1 card to come.
And
That's
2
gonna be
pair.
king.
So king jack would have
Good
beat aces
game.
right there.
Nothing you could do about it.
Nothing
And
could
he's
do.
going to be our 9th place finisher for $18,384.
And that's a career best score for Finian. So congrats on that. Condolences, I guess. And I think they're just making sure that TJ Cruz has Finian covered. And we know that he does.
And Finian played pretty well today for what he had.
Actually-
He didn't take a few early races.
He's
Hold
going
on.
to have scraps left.
Yeah, he's gonna
okay.
he's actually not eliminated yet.
Now, this is something people should notice. When you just have scraps left, you still have to sit there.
It hurts.
It's agonizing. You just want to get out of the room. And listen, there's a chip in the chester, and every now and then the scraps double, and double. 1 out of every 1,000 times. But
I mean, this
He
is
just
a
wants to
spot
run
you want
right
to
now.
sit there with your scraps because there's a lot of inexperienced players.
well, if your scraps are like 1 big, I'm talking.
Yeah, still, like you can have a huge hand matchup. The next ace versus kings isn't folding. It gives you. I'd rather have that much life left than to be
none.
out the door when you're at a final table. to say,
100%. He's got 10,000 left. He's got 1 hand. It's so much better than leaving right now. I mean, you're right, Jamie. 100% gets to play with 2 chips. Think about what just happened to him.
I just mean,
Oh,
you
he's
really,
putting him in. No, he might
you
even
really
fold
never
his
know.
hand.
Like the next
No,
hand could be aces versus kings, and then all of a sudden, instead of 18K, you're getting 25K. Like that will happen like 0.5% of the time, and I'll take it. Let's
So
go.
you're saying there's a chance?
Exactly.
Well, no. I was down to half of a big and the ante in the 5K in the World Series 5 years ago, and I was second chips with 11 left later.
Yeah,
So I did go
Happens.
from under the gun,
it happens.
bubbling. Should have almost bubbled the event. And somehow I won the first hand, and 3 hands later, I won a hand, and I ended up having a million in chips. So it can happen for him.
When
It's
you
just
have
rare.
when you
but
have a 4th and Annie, it's a little longer of
Yeah.
a trek back. But I mean,
yes, it's 2 more, 2
I'll
more
take it. Though.
wins.
Spin the wheel. One more hand. Let's see what happens.
But what would you pay for it?
What would I pay
It
for?
has 0 bigs. What would you pay?
I'm
would
just
you
saying
pay
it's
right now?
costing him 2 minutes of life to sit here. I would pay 2 minutes of life for a shot.
No, look, I agree. I'm just saying, he doesn't feel he has a chance because he has to win 5 in a row that you'd be able to pay a big. So he gets 80,000 or 90,000 if he wins his hand?
Yeah, I'm just saying if he ends
90.
up a winner of the hand, I'm not saying he's like
No, he gets 90.
going to have a stack.
He gets
I'm saying,
90.
look, there's aces. We're halfway there, kids.
Oh, my.
Someone get king, so I could be like, LOL, Cold Stone.
Oh, you mean prize jumping. I thought you were
Yes.
winning.
No.
no, she just wants someone to lose with kings here.
That makes that person feel even worse. The
Yeah.
poor Kings guy. I mean, don't forget, Finian raced and lost. The Kings guy doesn't have to get cooler. 3, 4, 5, 6 of diamonds on the board. Or in the hands. It's sad that Finian's straight flush draws are already gone.
Dude, this is awesome. It's so funny how mainstream this has gotten. They said, Aragonelos is at Coldstone. Why didn't you teach him to shake his hand and say good game before the river?
Yeah.
That used to be a trick, and now everyone knows it. So I feel like we need to come up with something else.
I've actually told a lot of people that. It's probably
You're ruining
my
the game.
fault. Yeah.
You're educating everyone.
I'm like, good game, and the guy lets the flop come, and finally they shake on the turn, and bang. Phil, I can't tell everybody everything. I was with Phil a few weeks ago at Harris, and I got slow rolled by a very nice older gentleman that said, "Oh, you have a flush. That's a good hand.
Oh, no.
A very good hand." But I, too, have a flush.
Wow, that's beautiful.
It was beautiful. We were playing 1-2 with a couple of drinks in us and acting drunk, and we probably were, and it got shoved in our face.
All right, Finian needs a 5 of hearts.
It's dead.
It's dead, yeah.
Terrible
Elena folded it.
All his backdoor heart draws.
I'm trying to find a way for him to win this pot, and then someone has to cooler someone else. It's really difficult.
No, that would be...
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
Yes,
Jimmy
I'm one of
Kerstetter is one
those.
of them.
Yes, she'll be watching motorcycle accidents
Oh
on
my
TV
God.
later if
No.
anybody wants to stop by.
I stopped just short of car wrecks.
Okay. Alon sitting here contemplating calling aces with 2 hearts in his hand, trying to say we're trying to eliminate a guy that isn't even breathing. Why not check it? Maybe I can hit a jack and a king. Why you do this to me? Clock.
These should be pretty quick fold from
Yeah,
Mendez.
Mats doesn't need the Hollywood time as much. He knows what's going on, and there's Finian looking like, damn, 5 bird.
Oh, they're giving him his out still, so someone folded the 5 of
Somebody
hearts.
3,
folded
5
the
of hearts was
5 of hearts,
folded.
yeah.
So he's not really 23% somehow.
I think he's going to get running force.
All right, good luck, Finian.
Okay, that card wasn't the best
Doesn't
card.
help.
Doesn't help.
Good game.
It leaves him with the same 5s.
All right, now we can officially say
Yeah.
eliminated
Finian
in
gets
8th place
18K.
for just over $18,000. And
You know what's the ironic part?
2 hours in,
We got
2 players down. So if we continue at this, we'll be spending Saturday night together, guys.
Right.
Wow.
That's not that. This would not be my worst Saturday if that happened.
Yeah,
that's for
you've
sure.
had worse?
Oh my God, I had worse. I'm reading Finian's poker information here, which he kind of left out because when you bag your chips is when we ask people to write out these questionnaires,
ready
and
to
that's
go
like the
home.
time you're like, look, I mean, I just played, I gotta go. They gotta rest their bodies, not even thinking about it. So even though I went down there and tried to let them know it's important, it obviously isn't that important because getting their rest and playing for a lot of money is what's really important. Occupations, project controls for 8 years. He's married, 3 kids. Oh, it's great. His hobbies are playing poker, chess, and spending time with his family. And Finian, I'm going to be very happy with finish, even though somehow it's going to take you an hour or 2 to get over it. You played great. You made a huge multiple on your money, and poker is just only happy for one person in these tournaments. Until it settles in, and then it's okay.
Well, see, I think in the moment, you're going to feel disappointed, and you're probably going to cash that $20,000 check from Borgata and feel much better about it,
Much
like in
better.
a few days.
Especially when you double it up at roulette, you know?
Well, now Finian is not going to be going down there and
JK,
doing that.
I actually remember this was last year before the 15,000 WPT event.
A lot of
John Allen Hines tweeted something that there's like, you know, a $5 satellite online to a 45 to like
my
a
God.
250, and he did all this math, and you were like, okay, and then you win the million, then we put it on red,
Yeah.
and then we like have this much money.
Exactly. And everyone's like, are you kidding? I'm like, maybe? I don't know. I've not won $1 million yet. We'll see.
Well, like after you free roll it from $5,
Yeah, and they
like,
said all you did was lose $5. Stop whining.
yeah,
That's
one way to look at it.
It's a hard way to look at it. Alana just picked up the blinds, opening up through the connectors.
Oh yeah, poker.
Alana's from Washington, D.C.
Also goes by Elena sometimes.
All goes by
Once in a
Elena.
while.
She has a PhD, and she's a cognitive neuroscience research person.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is, and she has a PhD in it.
I pronounced it somehow, so I'm already halfway there. She's a career counselor at UC. Oh, her career counselor at UCLA told her to do it. What's your playing style? I'm a girl. Jamie, I told you she was going to use the I'm a girl, and you tried
she is, but you're falling right into her clutches. Though.
Right, and you're trying to say
I'm telling
it's
you
not
she's not
true.
A girl.
You're
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I've seen her eyes. She's like, I'm not a girl. Not when she's playing poker. Stop.
But she's trying to be the girl. That's what I was referring to earlier. Just like
she tricked you.
You just don't want me to tell people about the handshake. You're good, and you don't want people to be able to see through what a girl is. I see what's going on here. I only play aces, so it doesn't make a difference to me.
Oh, are you trying to be the old guy?
Aha. Now tomorrow.
Except you're telling the truth.
No, tomorrow I'm going out there. It's God is my witness. If I get jacks, I'm opening 4x.
Yeah?
Jacks at least.
4x.
It has to be jacks. Yeah, that's the lowest.
Jacks are better.
And then you have to say, I hate jacks.
And if somebody raises me tomorrow and I have jacks, I have to fold because they're all older than me.
Yeah. And then some players are asking some tax questions in the chat. Yeah, like math. It is. We're all coming around to tax season, but. You know,
Are they asking the date? Because it would be probably yesterday.
They're just asking what percentage of winnings and things like that. And it all just depends. I don't think anyone pays taxes anyway.
Yeah,
the IRS is going to be forgotten in like 10 minutes.
I'll let you guys know if you get a W-2 for any of these tournaments and you decide not to pay taxes or use the accountant to figure out the proper method, you will get reviewed. It will come right out the next year, and you'll have to explain it. My accountant bunched together my W-2s one year, so like 4 things came back saying, where are these 4 games? And he charged me $120 to speak with them, and it all got fixed because he had to explain them. But you're not going to get away with doing something like that, and it's going to cost you a lot more than you won with penalties. So your best bet's to lose it back. Blackjack or online at the Borgata.
And this stream is completely sponsored by Degenerate Activities. We're like, eat it as a kayak, gamble at roulette.
Go to Murmur, or not even Murmur.
Isn't that
Premier?
crazy? Yeah.
Well, I saw a billboard as I was driving in here, and it said Premier Mondays. I'm like, that's cool that there's a new club, but like, that
it's
just
not
doesn't
alliterative enough.
Yeah, that doesn't round
It
up.
should be like Premier Tuesday or something.
I like that, but Tuesday. But Fat Tuesdays has that, so you can.
Murmur Monday. I mean, Murmur as a name for the club, I never really liked it. That makes me think of heart problems.
So hopefully Lena doesn't try to see this hand right now. Alana against Alana. Say it 10 times when you're my age.
Call him Elaine.
Elaine?
Yeah.
No. Elena and Alana?
I think it's Elena, but she might be Elena. I don't know. I talk to her mostly online, so I never have to really know.
You know, with all this European travel she does, it makes it more confusing. She folds
There
threes.
might be like an accent mark in there somewhere, yeah.
She folded 3 overs on the board, which is proper. Especially since he had the ace jack.
Dale Booth asked me if you can write off tournament losses. Yes.
Yes, you can write off your losses against
CPA,
your gains.
but yep.
Well, you don't have to talk to CPA about that one. You can write off your losses against your gains. If you're a professional, you can write off other items also.
Some that are PG and chat approved. Some that may not be. Leave those for your imagination.
I want to know what Will's writing off. Sounds fun.
Yeah, well, I was talking about food and lodging. What do you got?
Food, lodging, some electronics.
That's not so bad. Maybe the electronics are the non-PG side.
I will say I did my own taxes this year, and if anyone has a CPA that they want to lead to for next year, please God. I was sitting in a hotel room in Pittsburgh, and I just sat there and I just stared at it for an hour. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try to do that. And 6 hours later, I came up for air, and my brain was leaking out of my skull.
It'll be interesting to see where he opens this hand. He is under the gun, so he's opened more than the min raise, but he's been moving his raises around depending on the quality of his hand. So if he comes in for 650, he's pretty much staying with his pattern. 750.
It's a little bit of a tell how long it took him to get the raise out. That looks very real to me. Like, I didn't look at the graphic before being like, he's got a hand here.
I might do some coaching with Alon about these few things, but I don't know if $20 an hour is really going to help me with him. It's a little tight. That's not the Israeli side. He's just a tight guy.
He's calling
Philip with a
750.
pair.
How deep are we playing right now? I would like to see the chip graphics. Chip count if we got it.
Well, we still have 8 players.
Set mining
He's definitely
seems
set mining.
a little crazy unless they're very deep right now. Unless he's at 20 million, which just he doesn't.
Or right.
15 million.
We can tell you the proper percentage of your stack you're supposed to use on set mine or suited connectors. We're not going to.
Withholding information.
You should have went to the inside the mines courses.
5 years ago.
6 years ago. Back then, under the gun was always aces, by the way, if it was limped. The game has evolved every couple
Slightly.
of things. Okay, we see
problem. The flat here, like, the problem with, sorry, I like it if they're very deep. Set mining here by Philip is good.
Yeah.
However, they're not very deep, and you know Elon's very tight. So him raising under the gun, he has a hand. So you can't be floating.
Philip can outplay him now.
Except I don't think so. I don't think Elon bet folds. He's like, I bet I still have queens. I'm ignoring what's on the board completely.
I think the ace would have to scare Alon like it would anybody. But
It
there's no
scares
way.
Philip just as much.
I'm just saying there's no way Philip can ever.
Oh my God.
Please don't call.
Is this a spot where Philip is?
This might be the sickest float you're going to ever see in the game.
But it's floating for his entire stack. He'd have to jam.
No, he could float and jam the river.
He can't because Elon might just bet again.
Is
He's
this
such a wild card.
That's for the interest.
Is this a spot where Philip is just completely overthinking this hand?
Philip is giving him king queen.
That's what I mean. He's just completely overthinking. He's trying to go like 5 levels deep when just on the first level, it's dude, like he's opening up the gun. He has a massive hand, and look at the board. Like your threes are beating nothing here.
I don't know. There's really almost no reason to make that
3
call.
clubs.
This is a spot where I'm just hoping
What a card
graphics
for
are wrong.
Philip. What a card for Philip. No. Oh, he's going for the check raise, maybe.
He's on the button.
He wants to
Check
flip his
raise
hand.
isn't
Look
gonna
how
work.
fast he wants to flip his hand over. He thought he was good. And he had him on king queen.
That was it.
He had him on king queen. The king hit the river, and he still thought it was good. So it must have been jack queen. He beat jack queen.
That was it though. Like that's the perfect card where it
the last over.
Elon
where it's like,
checks
how could
and it
you
all
not?
in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if you're thinking that, you need to just jam the turn.
No, it's almost a good flow. Well, you could do it either way, but
You don't have enough chips to do anything. Like because
That was
your
really
hand.
strange.
Like if Elon's a rec player and he has clearly bet through a really scary card. So what makes you think he's not going to put in the last 1 million chips? Just as a
He didn't.
I'm saying though the river's a king. Like.
Well, I just think after he calls the turn, Alon already knows he lost. He's not putting another penny.
I really
in.
wish that wasn't a king. I want to see what would have happened because that would have been the
Why?
craziest
King's
hand
even
ever.
better. A king's even better card.
You're not here. Like if Allah checks, and Phil actually goes through with it, it would have been the coolest thing I've ever seen and the most nonsensical crazy hand I've ever seen.
A float. He had to be floating on the turn and just
Floats
gave
spot,
up.
floats turn, and then puts in a 10% pot shove, and it would have worked. That would have been the craziest thing ever.
It can't
Let's
be.
try a
How
new
could you
river.
not have it?
Exactly.
I mean, how could you not have it?
Yeah.
You might just pay just to show everybody that you lost with queens.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. You might just want to show the table, but it's showing. So you might even be like, he might even fold. Wow.
That was.
He was in the zone for everything. He just did fire.
I don't know if he was in zone, if he was.
On Earth. That was crazy. I want to see that hand again.
I want to see that hand again with 3 birds.
Out of 3. I don't want him to get there. I want to see what happens if he doesn't get there.
Well, we
just
saw
did
and he
Went
checked
with that.
back.
He was set mining
Give
on the
me
turn.
like a 4.
We
Give
thought
me
he was floating.
offsuit 4. Pair the board.
And that's what I'm saying. Is he just the entire time trying to overthink?
He really thought he was going to river. He
That's what
wanted
I mean.
to almost turn his hand over.
And you saw how quickly he checked. He went to.
Which
Yeah.
you can't beat. You're beating Jack Queen.
Well, that's at the end.
the only thing.
You were beating Queen King and all the river.
So sick.
Now you're beating Jack Queen. who decided to just open for 2.5 from early position. It's just really, it's a tough spot. He's losing every hand of the deck is reasonable.
And now he is going to be left with
Matt
a
makes
very
me quiet
short,
for a while.
very short stack.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he, look, everyone has their own ideas about certain things, and he might have felt that he was just being pushed around and had a pair, but the board just got worse and worse.
Yeah, no, if that board runs out, with no face cards, we can. You can be bluff catching, an ace king, an ace queen, something like that. But
exactly.
if the ace is going to come on the
king.
turn and the king is going to come on the river, you're kind of like we said, queen jack. But we're never seeing a queen jack open from a lawn under the gun.
Wasn't there a deuce on the board too?
I think
yeah,
so.
I think so. You're really beating almost nothing.
Like 7-6-2.
Like
flop.
even deuces beat you now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're really
like fours are beating you still.
Deuces,
yeah.
fours. You're beating queen, king. That's just as jack queen. Matt's still having a good time. Very lively. Saw pictures of him at 3 a.m. last night, and he was still lively and smiling.
Yeah, they're throwing up the thumbs up sign.
Yeah, everybody was like
for him.
Yes. Well, he's probably 21 and a half.
Well, yeah, and
nice.
on his sheet he said if he wins, the first thing he's going to do. Most people on that questionnaire, they say what they're going to do with the money, what they're going to do with the fame and fortune of being an event one champion. He straight up said, "I'm going to kiss my daughter and hug my wife." So that's awesome. Mm-hmm. Speaking of awesome,
Four big blinds, aces.
Philip is going to make the float of the century, a float of the century in the turn, and the float of the century on the.
He's going to get doubled up right now.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't know. Eli's kind of a wild card.
Poker's so fun.
I might fold fives here in the big.
Not
I
shot.
don't think so. He's in the small though. But he liked Jack 9 in the small, so I feel like he probably likes fives in the small.
He might be thinking he has to protect his fives and jam all in over him right now. I guess he's just making sure he doesn't get re-raised, doesn't want to look as weak as he feels, so he's going to take his time calling.
It's kind of an interesting thought with fives, actually. I wonder if I would ice. I think I'd probably just call and fold to the big blinds jam, because the big blinds jam would have to be really strong.
You can't ice him.
It's different. Like if he's kind of short though. He's got like 13 or 14 bigs. The jam might actually be better. The big blind short.
And Philip's trying to get some of those chips back that he lost to Alon earlier.
Doesn't he have almost 4
It's like
million?
aces.
It's not fair. It's not fair. Put the 5 of diamonds forward.
Alon's saying it's not fair. He just got
He just got
74% of his
chips.
stack with a pair
And he
of
believes
threes.
it too.
Yeah.
He believes it too.
All right, so what do you want on the floppy Cold Stone? You want a 5?
No, I didn't say I wanted any certain card. I'm just saying.
All right, and aces are going to hold through the turn here. He's going to fade 2 outs. And he does, so Philip's song is going to double up.
I told him to push the 5 diamonds forward. He didn't push the 5 of diamonds forward.
You're all about like the feng shui of how they sit, how they lay on the table.
Everything's important.
Everything matters.
The handshake, the way the cards go down, not slow rolling and being the last to turn your best hand over. Oh, wait, he has to show first? Lose. Yeah, hold your ace. You're going to lose.
The inches we need are all around us.
I was
Dave
always
Goldstone.
thinking stuff as a joke, except the nice hand and pick up your bag is like 80% to win.
And
I've been using it. I'm
That's
like,
the
yeah,
Rob,
I
the
know.
Rob, the Rob Brown Pro walk
You
away.
just told to pick up the
I'm
bag.
so. You know what? These people
We just spoke
deserve,
about the shake.
Look, these
Oh
people
my
deserve
God.
some little tidbits of knowledge for the listening to our barely lucid comments. You know.
Do not shake a hand until the river is over. And back to Mike Mac.
We're getting some cheers for Chris Horter in the Twitch chat.
Yay.
So looks
Joey
like
Domash. Yeah,
looks like
Joey-
all the
Joey came over
online
to-
guys have finally woken up.
Yes.
It's 6 o'clock. The grind has
about right.
started again.
Yep.
And Horter's been relatively quiet, but as
He
we said,
has
I don't think
dealt out of
there's
this table.
I don't think there's a player at the table that feels more comfortable around 15 big blinds. And I remember when I first met Chris, actually, he was saying like this was actually 2 Novembers ago. I didn't even know Horter really, and he was short stacked, and I just made a comment to him, and he's like, "Oh, like 12 big blinds is like my sweet spot."
Yeah.
You know, he's like, "That's what I play all the time." So, you know, he's super comfortable, and it showed so far.
That's why John Lee made a mistake having a $100 last longer with him in this tournament, because he knew that his chips would be in play a lot
He told me that
quicker.
last night, and I thought that was hilarious. He's like, "Yeah, I made $100 last long." I'm like, "On day one?" He's like, "No, just now." I'm like, "So you're playing for 213K, but you're sweating this $100 last longer, huh?"
Pretty funny.
It's funny.
It's the little things.
Let's see if he finds a way to win this pot.
That probably played for Spa Day, though.
Yeah.
Yes, Chris used to deal. His father used to deal. Poker's been running in his blood for a long time. His playing style is adaptive, and he is showing that today.
I'm just going to check bet fold.
But we have the extreme close-up for some reason.
Yeah. Extreme close-up of the loser of the hand.
Oh, my God. This guy.
I like that scruff, though.
I do, too.
That's
Only
Jeez.
like a grandmother can
Calm
love
down,
that
Chris.
face.
Oh.
Maybe not even, maybe mother.
maybe a girlfriend. I don't know.
I made him that bracelet. It says crouton.
Oh, my God, enough. Get an extreme close-up of some chip shuffling. Some pretty mangled chip shuffling, actually.
Jeez.
So more about Chris. He's
Getting torn
single.
apart.
He has no kids.
That's actually really fun.
His occupation is
That is
doggy
good.
daddy, which we've been discussing for a long part of this telecast.
Yes,
I
the
wish I could
Borgata
put
Poker
some
live
pictures.
stream where you can hear about Chris Hoarder's puppy.
Hey, I
and
should do
poker stuff.
Atlantic City Humane Society. Giving plug to them. They produced the best puppy in the whole history of the
Oh,
world.
it was a rescue.
Yeah, he's a
Oh,
little mutt.
awesome! Good for you guys.
Yeah, he started from the bottom, and now he's getting puppy one balls whenever we cash anything. He's making. He already gets $250 worth of treats right now. Are you serious? This dog is like pretty lucky.
All right, guys. So we're just getting word from our awesome production crew that this is going to be the last hand before break.
And also, you can see the players standing up at the table, getting ready. So Chris decided to make us stay a little bit longer by putting a little stack and all his chips in. He's got the King 7, and he's hoping for a call from Matt right here.
I don't
Not
think
going to
he's
get
hoping
it.
for a call from anything.
Show the King, Chris. Show the King.
Yeah,
That's
he's
what we
hoping
do
for
in
a
poker.
call from King 5.
Yes, that would be the hand he was looking to get hooked up on.
All right, so we're
Guys,
gonna
go
take
get
a break.
yourself a little bit of something to eat. Go relax. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's going to be highlights from the first 2 hours of play. So check it out.
Bye now.
Out with a big hand, he opened ace queen right here, and he's going to get looked up on the button with king jack, so it's pretty much a flip, although Finian doesn't know that. And Tony folds. Tony made it to the final table last $1 million event. He did pretty well.
Finished
50,000.
fifth for around 50,000.
And Simon's all in.
And we have
How
8
many
solo.
blinds is that? We're going with, it's like 7 blinds?
It's 200
6,
big
8
blind
blinds.
right now.
Okay.
So-
8.5 blinds. And it's a pretty easy decision to shove here.
It's not a bad spot for him, but if they both call, it's a lot of overs to beat.
Yep.
So
And on the screen, you get to see the graphics. You get to see the players' remaining stacks, the players highlighted, or the players that are involved in the pot. This is Matt Mendez. I believe he's going to reshove.
yeah, he has Finian covered by 2.5 million. Finian can't call here.
That's Finian. I think I might just fold King Jack. I'd probably play King Jack suited. But playing against the chip leader when there are a lot of short stacks, even though you're in position, is still kind of dicey. Like, you're going to have to hit a very specific flop
Yeah.
to be able to like your hand post flop. And for ICM reasons, you kind of just want to stay out of trouble until a couple people bust. You're in his spot.
All right, we could see our first player bust here as it's a flip for Salon Sadir's tournament life. And 8s are going to hold through this 9-high flop. 2 spades, so as Joe McKean would say, no back doors.
I'm always lobbying to call these pocket ants. Can we try it again?
Pocket ants?
They look like ants. Snowmen are played out, you know? And he fades it. That's got to feel good.
And the King Jack, the one in the hand. And I don't want to say anything because it usually happens, King Jack being the worst hand, to kind of get it all in with. It's called the cab drive because you're usually calling a cab after you play it. But there it is. So everyone I taught not to play King Jack will probably say, hey, see if he would have played it.
Right now.
Yeah, Finian's going to raise.
It's a cool name.
Yeah, Finian's like, just
they both
sounds educated.
Yes.
Sounds proper.
They both have equal stacks, but I can't see Philip calling a raise right here.
And this is a spot where, King Jack is, as you said, just a flat in late position potentially, but then Ace King, obviously you want to, pump it up here.
Yeah, you really want to take it down if you can, because you never know how the board's going to read. But if he plays along with you, you have a pretty good advantage.
It looks like a small 3-bet. What do you think it? He looked like he was thinking about 1.5, and then made a very small 3-bet.
That's
a
min-raise.
That's pretty
Min-3 bet.
interesting. He's begging for a call. He's trying to rep aces. This must be a tough spot for Alon right now. He has all the chips. He doesn't really need to get involved here. It's kind of a fishy min-raise. Let's see what he decides to do.
And just as we look at Alon, you get to see a decent shot of the chip stacks. And the blues are 5,000 value. The gray and red are 25,000. The white are 100,000, and there are actually some 250K chips out there as well.
This is a great squeeze spot for Lon if it's just a bad flat because the pot's been reopened and he doesn't know what the end of the gun opener is going to do.
I think I'm Alon. I just let this hand go.
I kind of feel the same way.
In $1 million, how much is he sitting? I mean, you're almost set mining with this hand. You're not deep enough to do that versus two players. You don't know about the original razor that he might actually put in a 4-bet, and then you're going to have to let your hand go.
Well, that's why calling is just impossible to do. You can't guarantee you're going to see a flop.
So
he's electing the raise, so I think he's just going to stack play right here and let the players know if they want this to be their last hand, they can. Finian only put in $1 million of his 6 and change, so he still can. Well, Finian will be down to 4.7 if he folds. That's updated pretty fast.
And it looks like Philip quickly got out of the way.
Yeah, so I mean, I can't see Finian folding right now.
This is just a super difficult position for him. He's supposed to be able to fade a few players before he's in this spot. I'm wondering if he made it a small 3-bet in case the situation happened to be able to get away from it. But I wouldn't really want to be getting away from Ace. I think I would have just put a bigger 3-bet in, and you might have avoided the situation because Alon might have.
I think it was almost an inducing 3-bet.
Yeah.
And I think if you're inducing, you have to go with what you would intend on
shove,
doing.
Right?
Yes. And Alon's going to pretty much have to call right now. It's a couple million more, and he's praying that he's up against Ace King.
That's why I kind of hate the play. I don't.
I mean, Alon's
From what end,
from Alon.
Yeah.
It's just a spot where nines should probably find the way to the muck. You have to really put Finian on being a super loose player who's like making a move to want a 4-bet 9 in here because you kind of commit yourself, and when you end up having call here, you just don't ever see 8s or 7s.
Yeah, it's a side call where, at best, as you said, Dave, you're hoping for Ace King.
It's just he put himself in a spot where he has to pretty much call right now. He's getting a lot of odds to call. I wouldn't have played 9s in that spot, and he's ahead. So, somehow if he wins his hand, it's okay.
And it is interesting to note that as this field played down with 2 tables, Finian and Alon were actually not seated together, so they don't really have many reads on each other. Alon and Philip, who opened the pot, were together from the 18-player redraw down to 10. So this is Alon and Finian crossing paths for the first time in this tournament.
And that's just take your time. For any rec players that are watching, it's a really big thing at a final table to just chill out, take your time, and think about what your action is going to be. When I have 4-bet 9s here, what am I going to do? How many chips am I putting in the pot? What kind of odds am I going to be getting to call?
I'm not even so sure that Elon's going to call because, he really, I know he almost should call just because of the odds, but he doesn't know if he's up against an overpair of aces, and this is what it really looks like to me. Min-raised, and now he's shoving over your 4-bet. You're praying that you're up. There's the only hand he's beating is Ace King.
Right.
Yeah, the alarm bells have to be going up for Alon. And
when he's putting in his 4-bet, before he puts it in, he has to be thinking about what is he going to do when he gets shoved on
you have
him.
to
He has 2 opponents still in pot, the opener and the 3-better, so you really have to have a plan.
And that min-raise is usually never Ace King. It's usually aces or kings. But the way he's committing to it. I mean, the hand was played well by Finian.
It is a well-played hand. It does look like a bigger hand than ace-king.
I originally didn't like them in raise, but it set up this situation. And if he doesn't get called, it's a genius play. If he gets called and wins, it's a genius play. Once again, if he gets called and loses, it might be a little bit of a mistake.
All right, guys, and as Alon is in the tank, just remind you, check out or field some questions. We're in the booth throughout this final table. Send your questions to hashtag Borgata Poker Live or at Borgata Poker. We're going to be in here all night fielding all your questions. So whether it's about poker, whether it's about crouton puppy, whether it's about ice cream for Dave Inselberg.
It's a fold, yeah.
He folds, and that's a little bit of a tragedy. You're getting super good odds. You're almost getting odds where, like, if you know he has an over, I'm
well,
exaggerating.
he's ahead and
saying,
getting
like,
odds.
yeah.
But he can't know that, and he probably should have just folded.
And look, I was saying making a call in that spot with 9.
I want to flip out and do it with aces. But anything out of your normal characteristic, here's Tony going for with the queen deuce.
This is going to fold to Tony Chen on the button. He's going to move all in.
This is...
Elena just moved all in. I mean, this is not a shove. This is not on our shove charts. It's a little too weak to be jamming there with a 9 big blind stack.
But once again, he's 31%. And,
yeah, you don't want a 31% spot.
he was 100% if he got the folds. Look how embarrassed he is. I waited all day. I played
so
one
cute.
hand.
Oh.
He is a great guy. He came in short of stack. So you know, your expectations aren't as big as they are. But look, he's 31%. Or less.
And he's going to be probably 2%, 1% after this.
Everything's coming up Elena so far. This has been a really good start to her final table.
Yeah, there it is. And Elena Stover is going to score the first elimination at this Borgata Million final table. Tony Chen is going to be eliminated 10th place. He'd make just over $12,000. And hey, we talked about it earlier. He final tabled this event in January. He's beaten, a lot of players, no matter how experienced they are. They don't really get to these kind of, tournament final tables where there is so much equity with each spot. So, as Jamie was saying earlier, each chip does actually have cash value at this table. So
I'm not in love with Finney's little 2.2 open here, but it doesn't seem like people are defending. I guess he wants a little bit of action, but you could take down so many blinds there, and I don't want to say people should lose value, but he doesn't have a pair. He's dependent on the flop hitting him, and I don't even... Well, he has a good matchup here.
Wait, Alon just flatted the small blind with Jack-9 off?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Alon's flatted the small, and Anthony flatted defended his big blind.
I mean, if you
Wow.
if you can see the future and you're in the small blind Jack-9 off, you got flat here.
And
I mean, I put in a min.
It's a pretty good flop for Jack-9 also.
And this is why Finian shouldn't have just done the small raise there, because he could have just taken down the blinds and had no problems, and the blinds are substantial. Or at least make him pay 3x. At least now you could be saying, why'd you call me with 9-Jack as you're walking away.
I think that the bigger problem with making a min raise in early position is that you don't really narrow your opponent's range. Like, people know they need to be defending their blinds a little more wide than they used to. So you kind of put yourself in a spot where you're like, all right, my hand's really good. I want to get these blinds in here. And then you see this flop and you're like, oh man, they really could have any of this.
Yeah.
We know they smashed it, but if you can't do the cards, you're like, this is a spot where like
where like a lot of their range hits. Yeah.
Pretty much everything except for Jack, Queen, or Jack King's a problem.
And this is an interesting spot for Anthony Hill. He is the only player in this hand with a spade, so he's free rolling.
It's actually a big spade.
Off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as big as the ace, but it's pretty large. I don't know exactly who's going to, I guess, I don't think anyone's going to bet this. They did bet it.
On led for 1.4.
No, I meant raise. I mean,
okay.
There's no reason to raise because you're really only going to get called by a boat. But he's raising with his 9, figuring if somebody does have a 7, they won't get a free draw.
Wow, it's
All right,
just
free
snap
roll.
ball.
He's sort of bad news. He's like, okay, I can only win half the spot, and I could lose
All of it.
all of it.
This is a free roll here with Anthony Hill holding straight flush draw.
What do you think the river's going to be?
Spade.
Yeah?
Yeah.
King of
The
spades.
fans want blood. Oh, wow.
It just wasn't that we wanted blood. It just
felt it
when you
coming.
have up and down straight flush draw and the nuts, or well, flop the nuts, it just doesn't seem like it's going to get worse for you. That really is a really bad spot.
Yeah, that's.
And Riverdun says, "Where's Crouton's baby daddy?" Crouton's baby daddy is Christopher Horder. He's in the other right now with the
one with
blue
the hood.
hoodie
The hood and the hair.
and all the hair. Yeah.
So you flat.
All of
then
a sudden,
we're
he's in a
flipping, yeah.
race just to try to get to the stack that he's at right now.
Yeah. No, so
TJ's opening the King Jack suit. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
Yes, it's a big plus and minus issue about bleeding chips. Certain players, we're going to have a jam by Finney with tens.
Yeah, as we see that jam, we're going to see
And
Ronaldo.
should get called, really. I mean, it's less than 10 big blinds, about 9 big blind jam, and it's been open to about 2.5 big blinds. So you really shouldn't be able to fold your king jack suited here if you're TJ, mathematically. Not just because we're looking at 10, but all the whole range of hands that Finney is shoving, king jack suited is doing well enough against it that he needs a call.
Unfortunately, he's thinking that he has king high right now and not the math.
Over 2-1 right now he's getting. And this is a problem too, like opening hands like this when there are
This
short
is
stack
why
all
King
over the
Jack's a tough
place.
one to open,
Yeah, you
but,
kind of have to make.
As
You
long
have to
as he
just know
doesn't
what you're
have
going to
his
do.
king, he's getting the right odds. If he ever saw that with hands, he would be snap calling right now. But this is a problem with opening pretty hands that really don't play well against good hands. And I'm talking more ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen. Does play good against tens though.
He's going to
If
call.
he's showing ace queen right now, he has to call. Yeah, like
And it's going to be a flip for Finney and Anufaro's tournament life with pocket tens. TJ Cruz.
and he hates getting Joan King Jack suited there because with that kind of tank, after TJ opens and he tanks like that, I'm loving tens.
Yeah,
I'm like,
he's-
wow, this guy has like sixes
Yeah.
or sevens, and
When
he's
he's drawing a
wishing
two
he didn't
out.
open it, and he just turns it over. You're like, oh, we used to call those fake flips when you're like, your hand's so much better than your opponent's hand, but you're
Yeah.
50 pretty much.
We'll see the flop here.
Yeah, that's like the
gonna be
jack
jack right in the
against
middle.
nines. Yeah, this is jack.
And now Finney is going to be left drawing to just 2 outs on the turn and river. He bricks turn. You're 8-handed right now. They spread everybody out a little bit. All right, guys. Welcome back from a short 15-minute break. We are now back live, or actually on a 30-minute delay, so we're not live. And mine's Will Connor, a.k.a. Will C. I'm here again with Jamie Kerstetter. We're going to have Dave Indelberg join us back in the booth shortly. And you see the updated chip counts, and some players are starting to get very short. And Alea Stover holding the chip
Running the
lead.
show right now, but as you can see, like nobody's really running away with it. Like 35 bigs is not a lot.
Yeah, no, and just from top to bottom, we've gone, we've played 2.5 hours or so, and we've seen 2 eliminations. The leaderboard's starting to get stretched a little bit, so
And the short stacks have doubled up quite a bit. We are now very business casual because it's freezing.
Yeah, we got Jamie Kerster in the Run Good hoodie. I am wearing jungle joggers.
And you even see his pants. That camo is really good.
You guys want these? You guys want to see these? You want to check these out? Yeah. So that's what we're working with back here, but we're happy to have you guys back. Again, if you have any questions for us, hashtag Borgata Poker Live. And looking forward to some really good action. We should see some action with a lot of those short stacks that we just saw on the leaderboard. And as you mentioned, Jamie, it was kind of the Elena Stover show through the first 2 hours.
Yeah, she's been getting some good hands. She's been playing well. She got away from a pretty tough spot, ace queen, ace king, and was able to fold. And she's maintained her chip lead position for an hour now.
Yeah, this is on a 30-minute delay. This is the Borgata Poker Open, the Spring Poker Open, the first event of this 2-week-long series. This event had a $1 million guaranteed prize pool, had over 2,500 runners, and we are now down to the final 8.
We see Cold Stone poking his head in. He's like, maybe I'll do a little more commentary today.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump back in here. He needs his coffee first, I think, though. We could be getting right into it here with a blind versus blind encounter between Matt Mendez and TJ Cruz.
This is a really interesting spot for Matt because you can't expect TJ to do anything with smaller pairs than his except for the flat. So when he's getting raised here, so Matt limped. It looks like Matt limped and TJ. That's the crazy part about like blind versus blind. He's all in, it looks like. Yeah. When you limp hand like sixes, you might just induce a raise out of someone who never plays crazy blind versus blind.
Yeah.
Like someone who, if you min-raised him or 2.5x it, TJ's not. TJ's gonna call almost all the time. When you limp, like, you kind of just induce that, and then I'm glad he realized the value of his, like, under-repped pair and was able to jam. I don't fold ace-jack from TJ there.
And also in that situation, when you're all limping a pair there, you're setting it up where you're definitely calling. You're not doing it just to play sixes out of position.
Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you.
Just jumping right back into it. You don't even need a warm-up.
No, well, the coffee was the warm-up. Something was wrong with the Bravo clock on my phone. So.
It's all right.
We're going to have to get it checked out.
Yeah, it could be our delay.
Unable to connect to chat. I think I have to refresh this Twitch chat. No internet connection. That is the problem.
There's been a few complaints about the streaming in the rooms. Sorry about that. They're trying
Your
to correct
internet's
it.
working? Okay, you're going to be on the...
I'm on the
You're on
comms.
Twitch now because this one is not working at all.
Folded to Chris with ace-9, an open hand. And he's going to stack it, which is pretty standard. And the player's going to decide on their holdings if they want to make a call against standard raise.
Oh, wow.
Matt's got a pretty interesting decision here. He has two behind him.
Wow.
If he didn't have
Chris
two
dodges
behind-
a bullet.
if he
It's
didn't
only
have-
a 12 big blind shove.
If he didn't have the two players behind him, I believe in the big blind, he'd call.
Less than 12 big blind shove. I mean, if I'm Matt, I just reship that. I don't think I even think about it.
I think it has to do with just the fact that I think Matt, I know his personality, and I think he respects some players and doesn't, and not in a bad way, but I think he just respects some players' games, some players' games he doesn't really respect in that sense. So I think against most of this final table, he's snapping that off. I think against Chris, he realizes that Chris is probably one of those players that he respects. They both come from an online background, but
I feel
still,
the opposite of that.
No,
Like,
but-
when I respect a player, I'm snapping
No,
this
but
in, and
I
I go,
think-
okay, you can have quite a few different hands here.
Yeah, but I think what Will's saying is if he doubles Chris up, it's going to be a
Yeah,
nightmare
but you're on
for
his
him.
left, so it's like, I do understand that if it were the other way around, I don't like doubling someone up who's on my left, who's a good player, and all of a sudden, my like raises that are getting through everyone are now
Or
being
not,
rebet. You're like,
yeah.
oh, it's terrible. But there's less of that dynamic when you're on the person's left.
And it's an impact on his stack.
Yeah,
Even though he
I think
should.
that might be the real answer, is that like he's in such a good spot right now that he doesn't want to double, he doesn't want to give away any chips.
yeah.
But I really feel like that's not really marginal. That's just a jam. I mean, it's so late position that I'm glad he didn't do it.
Yeah, and I want to just go back to, I don't want to say that Matt Mendez is a disrespectful player at the end. I think no, but I don't want that to be construed that way. I think he just appreciates some players' game, their skill level are equal to his, and he realizes that Chris is, a competent player at this table, so he's giving him a little bit more respect.
What I think is funny is like when people talk about giving someone credit, I think almost always means the opposite. Like when somebody folds me and they're like, I give you a lot of credit, miss. I'm like, you think I suck and have to have aces.
Yeah.
That's what you really mean. So like snap me off. Be like, I give you a lot of credit. And then it means something.
Speaking of credit, we're going to see Elena Stover not give Matt Mendez much of it. You can see a flop here with
I'm not in
King
love with
deuce of
this.
spades.
I'm not in love
Big
with
You
this.
really,
defense.
you gotta defend this. It's suited too. And it's a min raise.
And you're drawing to one card.
Oh.
Twice.
What do you think of it now?
Well, if he hits
think
the
it's a good
9
play?
against the 9, it's really a good play right here.
This has been the Elena show. This is like, I
Matt-
couldn't dream of a better flop.
Matt can't dream of a better flop either.
Ugh.
If he slow plays it, he'll save some chips. There is no way he's being raised right now. It's how she's going to call to make him put more chips in. She actually could put a raise in here. Then it would mean I definitely don't have a deuce.
I mean, yeah, but then you stop your opponent from bluffing. We know he's not bluffing, but
And
if
she
you were
doesn't- if she-
bluffing, I
yeah.
mean, you just can't. This is a must call.
She does just call.
Card means almost nothing to anything. Check it.
Except he'll check behind now, most likely.
I don't know. I think Matt thinks he has someone that doesn't believe he has a piece. And if he is checking, he'd be checking to set her up. But he's going to go for a low value because if she has a 9, he's got second best 9. I think he'll shut down after she flats now. A little min raise here might be interesting. But it's going to be tough for him to get much more money out of. Hard to get much more money out of him.
It's a bet of 1.375, just under half pot. And Olivia Stover came back as the big stack from break, and her stack is most likely going to get a little bit bigger here, regardless of how she plays this turn.
She's really only got a 9 to help him. And did he just check?
He was just making sure that was right.
Okay.
I think she's gonna have to lead the river to get any more value out of her hand.
Yeah, I think that normally it's
I mean,
check,
that's not a fun river for either player, but
wow.
there's
She's definitely calling any bet, but
he should just be checking though.
you lose.
So I mean, I kind of think
What? What?
if she somehow led flop, it's the only way she could have gotten this pot to be massively huge. But I just think that this is played pretty standard
Yeah,
by both players.
if she knew he had king 9, I think she might have raised the flop and got a little bit more money from him.
Or just led. It would be boss
yeah,
as
that's
how she leads
really
that flop.
hood.
Yeah, but it's just you have to count on your opponent having something, and that's something that's cool about Matt being fairly loose and just a creative enough player that he doesn't always have something when raising, so she can't be well, he probably is an overpair or has ace king and he's gonna have to float or call one bet. So kind of protects him that he could have a wide range of hands which include nothing, so you can't just go for 3 streets.
Yeah, the dynamics right now of the prize jump are pretty interesting because it's a situation where probably TJ and Chris would be almost jamming any hands, which they probably will be if they're decent hands. But a lot of the hands that aren't the best of hands might be worth folding, even though you're getting shorter just because of the amount that the players will be moving up. 7th is 37,000, 6th is 50,000, 5th is 63,000. So you're almost doubling up on the next 2 spots. That his bad luck's continuing. Actually, did lose king deuce last hand.
Yeah,
but,
he did get kind of short.
But he's
Got 5 million or something.
I thought he had 10 million with Elon, and she has the lead.
And Simon's going to call on big blind.
Once again, the king jack is just it's a good hand to the big blind to defend usually,
you
but not in this spot.
Have to. It's just unfortunate for him.
What'd you call it earlier? The taxi
cab driver.
Yeah, cab
Yeah.
driver.
You're calling him.
You got to update that now. Now it's the Uber.
The Uber driver.
Yeah, that's true. Just cab and king have a little ring.
Yep. Lead river with min bet, the Borgata special. I like that.
Donk lead. It would have worked, that's for
It
sure.
would have in that spot. Yeah, I think she played it well to get a
Pretty
lot of
value.
chips out of a big part of his range.
Sure.
And if she played it any more aggressively, she's gonna lose almost all his hands except for that one. I think King 9 puts more chips at some point, but I think she did actually do a pretty good job in that hand of getting, if he had anything else, any ace, king, ace, queen, stuff like that, she'll probably get similar amount of chips out of him.
They both played the hand very well.
Cold Stone approved.
Cold Stone approved hand.
You don't get that every day. How loose is your approved range, Cold Stone?
It's I've given it more room because there's more different styles of play.
Yeah. That's going to be Matt Mendez getting a few tips back. And just a reminder, this is the final table of the opening Borgata Spring Poker Open event, a $1 million guaranteed event. That prize pool was surpassed, and we're down to our final 8.
I'm expecting fireworks to start pretty soon.
I mean, have to eventually, right? Or we could just get down to everyone with
Everyone
the bigs.
has 8 bigs, and then they just run it.
We're just flipping for
Yeah.
200K.
Wow, that would be the sickest thing if anyone. I want to see final table that are used to that.
That would be WSOP final tables. Circuit.
You are correct.
Half-hour level.
Those are pretty short. They get short.
Yeah, the half-hour levels impact quite a bit at the end.
Yeah.
Another pair for 1.
I think she was looking for a mouse to click
Yeah.
at that point.
Right after Black Friday happens, this is like 5 years ago, most of the day. All the people
Party.
started playing at parks, like playing live cash. Who'd
Yeah.
I knew them from the internet. You know, I was like, I played with you. So there's this kid, and he's just like sitting there, and he's like, gazing into space. And people are like, yo, and he's still not listening, and he has his headphones. I just go like this, beep, 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 beep. And he snaps up, and he puts chips in the pot. I was like, that was awesome. That was a rough transition for a lot of people. Like, I'd played some live cash already, but a lot of my friends had, like,
And they
literally
had to, like,
never,
talk to
ever
It was
played
so much
live
fun for
poker.
me watching the
Oh, yeah, you
young,
probably made, like,
pimple-faced, greasy-haired
The most
kids coming in.
You probably had a great year, 2000.
I sure did. I was like, are you going to click? Huh? Where'd the voice come from? Are you going to click? What's someone next to me? Some of these kids were saying the 6-handed should have like a cubby booth around each hole. So you're like all, I'm like, what?
Because they really don't want to interact with humans.
They
Sportif-
But I can't say I
Sportify
don't
poker.
understand that feeling sometimes. Sometimes I come in, like, I have to talk to people today. Like, some days you're just not feeling it, you know?
It's changed quite a bit. Oh, especially if they're not used to talking and you're forcing them to.
Yeah.
That's when the headphones came in. Chris under the gun looking for his run.
Go, order. Go. Cruto puppy one ball.
Yes. He needs it. He really doesn't need it. He's spoiled.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Oh, Lana doesn't have a pair, ace king.
That's a surprise. That's something we haven't seen lately. But as we mentioned,
Folded around. One hand short of being Chris's big. Look at him being like, oh, why couldn't do it next hand?
You got his voice down perfectly.
now, this is starting to get pretty short across the board. Even our chip leader, Alana Stover, is working just under 40 big blinds. So it's going to be interesting. It's basically just up to the deck at this point, I think. That's how these final tables get sometimes. They get pretty short, pretty quick.
Yeah, it's pretty dependent on, like, short stacks busting. The short stacks doubled up most of the time so far. So you start getting a little bit shallow. Like, Elena has the chip lead, but it's just not a super deep lead. Like, if she doubles up one of the 13 big ones, all of a sudden she's in the middle of the stack.
Yeah.
And, you know, eventually that has to happen. People are going to have to shove hands, and they're going to have to be called because of how short we're getting.
Yeah, this is when people say is there luck involved with poker, I tell most people it starts off 90% skill. But once you get down to a
He just made
small
a
amount of
raise.
bigs,
Saman just raised instead of shoving. He raised to 1.1 million.
Yeah.
And that's crazy because I think he's only got like 10 big blinds.
he happened to have been up again under cards, except for Chris's 6, and it
Yeah.
worked out.
does
Interesting,
look
very
very
interesting
strong.
play, sure. It does look strong, but then you're going to have to follow through on a 10 queen king flop. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, people do things like this, especially online. How people will bet like 40% of their stack or something instead of shoving all in, because basically maybe you get 1 or 2 hands in someone's range to fold because they're like a little confused or scared of
Yeah.
what that means. But the problem is that, like, in addition to those times that you might get through, there's some random person who's like, I have 8-9 suited. I call
Well-
because they're not thinking, and all of a sudden you're like, oh no.
And then you just are in such an awkward spot
Yeah.
after that, Jack 10-8 flop when you have 2 5s.
Saman writes, he wants to be known as a family man. It's really funny when I read these questionnaires, and not to take anything away from anybody, but it seems like at the last table, they all seem to like look over each other's shoulder. One writes, what am I going to do after I win this event? And his thing was drink with all my friends. And I look, everyone won't drink that time. Here, everyone's someone right family man. No, I mean, I believe everybody, and it's great. Saman's nickname is Big Kerr. And he's a real estate broker for 10 years, married, family man, plays anywhere, doesn't play online. Hopefully he wins this tournament. His biggest accomplishment was folding aces to kings. I think he wrote that one backwards. Or maybe there was a king on the flop, and it just wasn't in the hand. But I'm going to say after the amount of time they played and the excitement of the final table, he might have wrote that one backwards. Started playing with his degenerate brother.
Who's on the rail.
Who's on the
with
rail
him today.
His playing style is hard, and if you won this event, you lose it in the market. Wow.
Good for Saman.
I guess
I love his bio sheets.
I guess short oil if you want to lose it in the market.
When for the WSOP circuit, when they used to read it, they would used to read it out before the final table,
Like,
in front of the
loud.
like on the microphone.
Oh,
so
wow,
there'd be like
that's
the
so
next day's
funny.
event running.
Yeah.
So I did a complete roll one where I said, it asks you who your favorite player is. So I wrote down the guy's name next to me. So when they read it, the guy's listening, he goes, "What?" And I was like, "You, man,
It's
yeah."
just some like random
Joe
dude
Johnson,
from
is my favorite player. That was fun because they read it to the whole room. So they literally, it was like kind of like Anchorman where like they just read teleprompter.
Yeah.
It was like that. The guy's definitely not reading it forehand. So you really could have written some like.
All right.
terrible
While
things.
Jamie's bragging about making a WSB circuit final table,
8 years ago.
Hoarder is getting a shove through with pocket threes.
Very good.
So we're
Joe
catching up.
Damash-
We're catching up on the poker here.
Joe Damash requests us read Hoarder's bio.
It's a good
Hoarder's
one.
bio. He says he's single. I think he's trying to.
Yeah, I think you just
What is
want
he
me to
telling
say
us?
He's single again.
Yeah, he's
which I
single.
will.
Congratulations. I'm taking the dog.
We're taking the dog and the puppy. One ball comes
Yeah,
with
exactly.
Chris is from Margate, New Jersey. His nickname is Hofstra.
Is what? Hortsky.
Horsky.
it.
Okay.
It'd be good if
If it was written like I could read
in the
it.
legible pen.
And I did read Occupation Doggy Daddy. I have the goat puppy in the world.
True. All true things.
Biggest tournament was the WSP, and we talked about the last longer in this Pops deal.
And he's all in ace-6 here. Is he in the cutoff? Yes.
Yeah.
He's in with the worst
Matt's
ace.
got
but it's a
nothing.
good push.
We got 2 more to get through. TJ's got 3s. I think he folds here.
Yeah,
It's
this
basically
is-
a cover his tournament life.
And just the way we've seen TJ play, playing pretty
And
tight in
Philip
the
had
vest.
8-4 suited.
It was.
And I
suited.
think Chris in that spot knows that he really only just has to get through Matt, and then it's
And
you
then
know,
it's going to have to
smooth
be
sailing.
a pretty real hand. Like,
Yeah.
he's going to be running into a pretty real hand. And the thing with, like, crappy aces and, like, whatever he has now, 12 big blinds or something, when you get called, like, a lot of the hands you get called by, you do have an overcard. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's different than, like, if you shove ace-6 with 15 big blinds, you're not getting called by a lot of hands that are, like, that you're racing with and stuff. But with ace-6, like, you have the ace insurance policy, and you also might get called by hands that you're flipping against.
And you're probably going to get A7, 8, and 9 to
Yes.
Elon Branis is a locksmith in real estate. He's been doing it for 10 years. He's single. Biggest accomplishment is to never give up on yourself, and it will come. Start playing with his mom and sisters, tight, aggressive, and if you won this event, he'd keep playing at the next level. Anthony's got kings.
And he's just making $1 million even here.
I like that.
I mean,
I like the
you
one I
have
have.
kings. The thing with this making it $1 million is he hasn't opened a pot at this level yet, so he really could have picked any opening size.
Yeah.
So I kind of like min raising it if you've not opened yet. Like clearly, if
But
you're like
min-raise-
varying your
min-
sizing,
Min-raise is harder to do for 800 grand in this level.
It's
than
going to be a
putting
snap
even
call.
million.
you're all
after
about not wasting calories.
Philip sung
betting.
3-bet shoves.
No, I
And
meant how it looks as a natural open.
Philip is going to need to find one of those ace insurance policies
Tough
here.
spot for Philip.
Yeah, it's super unlucky for him.
I saw Jose Martinez do it twice yesterday against aces.
I saw him.
and
He
kings.
cracked aces with ace king. Oh.
There it is.
And kings.
Philip thanks
And it says
whatever.
one out, king.
Anthony has the ace magnets, and
That's
once again, the poker
not king.
gods show that there is a luck factor in poker. And Philip, you did nothing wrong.
Don't let anyone tell you that.
Renata's in the chat. She said, pretty straightforward play at this final table. No one really getting in a line. I want to see someone get bad beated. And there it is.
Yep.
Hey,
there's
Renata,
your
do you think you
babby.
can type in, I want to see Chris get aces, kings, and hold? Thanks.
Yeah, she's predicting the
If
future
she
of
is,
the
I
stream.
mean, it's very useful to us.
But yeah, guys, we're happy to have you guys following along. Happy to have you guys in the chat and following along on Twitter. Really enjoying some of the conversation topics, some of the questions, so keep them coming. And that's just an unlucky spot for Anthony Hill. Neither player did anything wrong. That's, as they say in poker speak, standard.
So standard.
So standard. Well, it's just another standard bust out. So came so close. I bubbled. Busted 25 off the money, but I bubbled. Standard bust out.
Everyone, there's so many bubbles.
Well, there's John Bornstein. I know him very well, and I don't think he's following. He's playing down in Florida, but there was one park tournament where he busted, I think, in 16th place, and he tweeted, "I final table bubbled," and I then responded, "I didn't know Parks was doing 15-handed final tables now." So it's just yeah, you were close. Okay, I get it.
People kind of embellish a little bit in poker.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because they're just sympathy mining, and saying like, "Oh, I busted middle of day 2, not even close to the money," doesn't sound as good as I had the $2,000 ripped from my cold dead hands.
I was in line to get cashed out, and they changed the payout structure.
Exactly.
Or the guy that tells you busted with a set and actually lost to a set but ribbed 3 of a kind. He's like, it was during dead river 3 of a kind. I lost to a set. So, King 9 of spades gets through. She really hasn't had much resistance most of the time when she's had mediocre.
She was the short stack, and now she's just running the show. It's pretty sweet.
Just using the girl card.
What does that even mean? What do you mean? No one has had hands. She's opening. The only thing I would have done differently, I think, is I wouldn't have opened deuces in early position. But other than that, I really have liked her play so far. She's been lucky to not really run into big hands. The one time she did, she got away from it, and a spot that I think 90% of players double up the ace-king with ace-queen. Yeah, no complaints about Elaine's game. She's doing good.
Yeah, she's playing dynamite poker. Mm-hmm. And she's also getting good tools.
Yep.
Not a bad hand when you don't have to play it. Fold
Yeah,
to
it's
the
nice
big.
getting the walk with the 7 deuce.
Alon's rebuilt his stack up, doing pretty well.
We haven't had a bust out in a while, right?
Nope.
Thinking the short stack really has beaten the bigger stack several times. So this had a pretty decent structure, and it kind of devolves a little bit when the short stack keeps doubling. And it's kind of become anyone's game when the differential between top stack and short stack is only 20 big ones.
TJ picking up a hand for his patience. I'm sure he's glad he folded his 3s. He looked like he was folding. So he's going for the min raise, and min raise at 400 at the 400 big blind is a lot bigger than a min raise in the other levels.
Right.
Where I'll still go to $1 million with it, thinking that it's going to have a little bit more impact and not give 4-1 to the big blind to peel. When you have queens, maybe really don't mind letting them peel a little bit. There's only really 2 cards in the deck you're really afraid of. And this situation where, for such a small bet, he's definitely going to appeal. I think he would appeal for $1 million anyway, so it really doesn't change much of the game except for the C-bet. It's going to be interesting because Anthony probably feels TJ might not have hit this and might have ace-king, but
He's going to call once, I think.
He's coming out with a big bet. It gets a little harder to call right now, that size of a bet. I mean, that's a lot of his chips. He'd pretty much have to commit to this. What's he have, about $4 million total? And I don't know if you really want to commit with 2 overs on the board. You're really just hoping he has a king. He's just not in a good spot. He doesn't feel good about any of this.
And this is a spot for Anthony Hill where, 2 hands ago it was, okay, I just need to fade 3 outs, and now I might have the chip lead, and now all of a sudden his back's against the wall. He's going to shove.
This is a frustration from losing that hand, and him just trying to make a stand.
Yeah.
And if you think it through, he's really only going to be beating ace king, and although he's a big favorite to ace king, you're depending on one hand.
7 of spades does not help Anthony Hill on the.
Yeah, this is not the opponent I would have done this first.
And he will.
I understand his logic that TJ has a lot of big card combos. There's more like ace king, ace queen, ace jacks, whatever. Like there's more combos than there are of like just aces. Kings.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, TJ hasn't gotten out of line. Like this just isn't the opponent that I would.
TJ's flatted twice with king jack, but he hasn't actually.
Yeah, he's not really like aggressive with bad hands.
And this is, I think we're actually going to get another sick one
gonna
where
have, like,
he's going to get
one
like dust.
ante.
Yeah, he's going to get dust left. So
He's left vapor.
unlucky for. I don't want to say unlucky. I think aces versus ace king versus kings is definitely unlucky.
Yeah.
I think this one was just a frustration play, and TJ Cruz, he's been very, very patient. You mentioned this isn't the opponent I would do that against, and I would have to agree on that end.
So can we make vapor stack a thing? Like, how's your stack, vapor?
Vapor?
Yeah, he's left with like air.
Oh yeah, just like hot air.
Yeah.
Yeah, like hot, like musty air.
Yeah.
I like that one. I like dust too. Dust is a
Dust is
one.
universally liked. I feel like that's been around a long time. I mean, people would say like their chips are dust or whatever, but or have like a dusty stack, things like that. But like saying someone's dust is like pretty painful.
I mean,
hilarious.
the most painful thing I've ever seen is the 0%. The 0 big blind and 0%.
Of chips and pie. He's the same stack that we have right now.
Yeah, I mean, I am in this tournament as much as Anthony Hill is.
Brutal.
That's unfortunate, though. And again, we have a player who's going to be all in the ante.
I wonder what the odds are of having back-to-back players, or 2 out of the last 3 just having an ante.
Seems 100%.
Yes, I guess. How about having it twice, 100%? That would be pretty good if you could bet that.
And so Anthony Hill will be all in
And we're just going
in the
to
small blind.
we're going to just replay our chip a chair that we said earlier, so we don't have to repeat it.
We wish we could replay back. We're having to experience some technical difficulties with some Wi-Fi here at.
Hopefully you guys are getting this where you are, because we've heard the internet's affecting things. Ooh, we might get a walk. You might be going heads up, getting 9-1 odds.
This just looked like a real hand. Like, we don't have graphics right now, but he looked kind of happy about this, right?
And he's taking his time once
The
again.
same thing with when he had queens. He took a really long time, and almost everything else, it's been like, I'm all, I raise, right, whatever, I call. But like,
I'm interested to see his sizing.
yeah, I kind of no hole cards is a little bit fun. Yeah, he's got a nice hand. It says 4-bet. That's not. Oh, what?
Oh, Chris.
Wow.
That is a 4-bet.
Wow.
Well, it's a good spot for Chris to go heads up against ace-9. It's going to be tough for him to beat 4 overs without hitting a set.
This scares me right now. He doesn't like to call. Like, I think this might get through, but this is like a very risky spot.
This is Alon actually calling for his tournament life as well.
Yeah, which is why this is like a really good play. If Alon still had like 10 main chips, I feel like this would be a much more difficult play to make. But right now, Chris is in a great spot because he's picking up risk for each right now. He gets Elon's almost his entire raise. Right? He does get
He
that.
folded. Breathe, Jamie. Breathe.
Yeah.
Breathe.
He's basically just playing. He's flipping fanties right now.
Yeah.
That was a great play, and he didn't have to race, and he put the pressure on. I've never seen Jamie as nervous even when she's in the hand.
I don't get nervous when I play, really. But
I
watching
don't
someone
see-
else, like watching someone you care about play, is like much harder because I don't know. I feel like their
he
disappointment's
lost.
worse than
Oh, Chris lost.
the pot is so small.
It's so small, but this is. I mean, he
It's
doubles up.
380,
He
yeah.
doubles up to 400,000, so he is paying a small
Yeah.
one now. But that's a pretty, like we said earlier, if something weird does happen now,
Exactly. Like if there's a big hand matchup,
he'll
he makes
has
a
the
lot of
ability
money
to fold.
from it.
He'll has the ability to fold here.
With that hand, he can also
he
now
can
go
get
to
huge
1.6
stage
million on
Yeah.
his next shot.
No, you might not increase. Look at that number.
I
These
said
graphics
I
are
said 9
awesome.
to him.
Wow, what a
He
lucky guy.
He just has anyone ever in poker increased their stack by 1,000%?
Definitely not unless it's this situation.
That's awesome.
Man, those guys do an awesome
Yeah, he
job.
buys himself
guess
a
if
small
a-
chance.
If a full table goes all in on the first hand,
You must increase your stack.
100% times 900%. So you still aren't going to get 1,000%.
Because he actually probably couldn't. Wow, that's so. You learn something new every day here on the Borgata
And
live
just
stream.
think, Chris could have lost a bounty there.
Yeah, like
But
this
there
is
was
a
no
bounty
bounty involved.
tournament.
Then it might have bothered him.
Oh wait, how'd the board run out? Was there a king or queen, or
There
were
was
you
a,
scooped
there's
all?
an, he would have beat Alon.
There were no high cards.
Wow.
Actually,
I play with him online. He's a pretty tough guy.
no. It ran 3 hearts and
it
Alon
really?
had king queen
Oh
of
my
hearts.
goodness.
Oh, it was hard.
Good shove for it.
Hey, they're my friends.
And then we
Kathy
saw
Deaver next to him.
Kathy Deaver next to him. She final tabled this event in January.
She did. She just didn't get cards that day either.
Yeah, that was a tough run for her. But the woman at this final table, Elena Stover, she is getting cards.
And she's winning when she's not also. She's mixing it up now. Here's Matt with Queen 7. What he's thinking. Don't know what he's thinking. Well, we protect our big sometimes. It wasn't really that big. He's getting 4-1 on hitting one of his 2 cards. This would be a pretty good flop for Elena.
Yeah, Dave, what's your thought process on in today's game, the idea that you have to defend your blinds very wide?
I before this period that people are in, and that's why I'm moving up a little bit to 3x on some of my opens to get a few extra tips from people that are doing that. I used to defend my blind pretty wide, especially against an aggressive player, because I would know that I'm calling 2x. I'm only calling one more big. I'm checking almost every flop.
Yeah.
So I'm big C-bet at for almost 3 bigs, and if I hit enough for the flop, or any of the flop, depending on the player, I'm check raising. So I'm picking up almost 4 or 5 bigs for every one I put in. So if I can hit the board 1 out of 5 times, which is much higher than the percentage, I like it. Again, if I'm playing against somebody I think is really tight, I don't really know exactly what card I want to hit to feel safe. So at that point, I'll let down. But Queen 7 gets a little bit wider for me. And the way Elena's been playing, I haven't seen the suited connectors she's won with no showdown. The only hands I've seen have been pretty much the ace queen and the bigger hands before that.
Hands that she is turning over are generally of a top range, a top percentage of hands.
Yeah, and she's got demeanor that's comfortable and happy. She's just having a good time, looking like she's. Well, look at that stat too, from 2.9 to 19. She's
Another 500% increaser.
Yeah. You got to the board her this morning, fippled your money somehow. Phil's still there, I mean.
Hanging around.
Check, check, check. I think he might have, cancel that thought.
I would usually say if you bring it up, you have to say it, but I don't even know where you were going, so I'm not going to let you.
Thank you.
And the Elena Stover show is going to continue here.
Yeah, at this point, she has an ace. No one's really defended against her. I don't blame her for trying to open up. And the most she's going to lose is going to be open. And, that equals one still.
Yeah. This is a pretty interesting spot. And while Alon is going to flat with King Jack of Diamonds, Chris Hort throws away King Jack of Clubs.
Well, Alon likes big cards. It could get you in a real lot of trouble.
Yeah.
King Jack suited and King Jack off are the same hand. I know there's a 3% increase, but it's not worth you making a difference of a decision. But it's so pretty.
Yeah.
And that's where problems happen. I mean, it's not beating ace deuce. Well, the ace folded.
No, that we just had a mistake on our graphics. Yeah, I was going to say, if TJ 3-bet the 8-6 offsuit, that would have been very out of character.
Exactly, and if Elena just mocked a call, it would have been even more out of character.
No, we're just getting caught up on our graphics.
So this is the problem with the King Jack of Diamonds. You're not beating ace high. You then hit the board. Your hand's getting better suddenly, though. You have an out. So whoever bets his hand's probably going to win. TJ does have an 8. He's been playing pretty timid. He checked the 8. I mean, I don't know if he's going to call with it after checking it. There's not much time for pot control with his stack. It's either you like your hand, you go with it, or you don't. And you don't even check raise it to be called by 2 overs.
But it's a situation where if you're going to defend 8-6 offsuit in the big blind,
and it flops,
and you flop an 8, and then what do we, if we're not going to continue with it as we flop top pair,
then
we might as well just get out of it. We might as well just not call pre.
Exactly. You can't flop a straight with 8-6. I mean, every time. Yeah, you could call bet, though. Elena really doesn't have too many outs right now. Well, she has more than I thought, though, but she didn't have get chop outs.
Interested to see the size of this bet. Yeah, it's like a very obvious block bet. And I'm wondering, everything's going so well for her. I don't feel like she's taking marginal spots. Not like that would be a marginal spot, but that seems like a pretty obvious block bet where, like, if she raises there to 4 million, she wins the pot all the time.
Well, also, it's just the dynamic of the table where everyone is relatively short. There's just no need for her to even take that chance.
Plus, he had probably an 8 or a 7 or the 10 to have called, so.
Such a small bet. Like, he'd go for way more value with a 7 in that spot. I feel like you can, I don't know, probably an earlier part of the tournament, that would be a very good spot to raise, but with so much money line, it's probably a lot harder to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I'm surprised you put out a block bet instead of trying to check all a small bet. Because if she raises him with that hand, he's,
We're going to have to get Tony Dunn's opinion on that blocker bet. We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, we're talking about Tony criticizing a valid play 100 years ago and me making him make good on the comment. But I love Tony. He's a real great guy, and aside from us battling once after his comment, we all understand each other well.
All right, we're going to finally get Anthony Hill all in here.
And he has an ace. I like it. I mean, you hope no one else has an ace. If somebody else goes on before you, you want to go in there with 2 middle cards.
I think he should have waited for a better spot. What do you think?
He only has 0.5 big blinds.
What was his M? I know people are now twittering what's an M, but we can't read
M
anything.
was dust. 0.5 dust.
0.5 dust.
Vapor.
Yeah, vapor.
Vapor. All right, and Anthony Hill is going to be drawing to 3 immediate outs against Matt Mendez.
This does find a chop a lot.
No, 1 an elimination. Just kidding.
Hey, Luke, thanks for adding a nice thing on Twitter. I'm using my phone. I won't tell the other kids what you said about me. Frank, Dre, hope you guys are having fun. We are. Thank you.
A lot of fun.
We got to get Bad Beat Slayer in here one day to do a little commentary. He got such a view on poker that we'd all be amazed.
We'll
Dude,
also
send him
be
in.
at a job, I
Send
think.
him in right now. I would love that.
And they're just sorting out the pot, and there is no side pot, but I think they're just making sure the pot is correct 100%.
Jerry Callahan didn't like the block a bit at all.
It seemed too obvious. Too obviously small. Like it should size a little bit bigger to make it look like possibly it could have been for value.
Yep.
All right, so that is going to be a... Let me just check the board here.
That's a chop.
I didn't want to say anything, but until I made sure, but that is going to be a chop. So Anthony Hill is still alive. He's on fumes, but still alive, and we're still 8-handed here at the Borgata
He just
million final table.
He just made 60% on his stack.
Yeah, he actually just increased his stack because of the big blind and blinds in play. So
I mean, a huge pickup. He went from 250 to almost 400.
just in your top left-hand corner, you see BorgataPoker.com. The grind. There's plenty of ways to win up to $4,500 in tournament dollars from BorgataPoker.com. And the cool part about BorgataPoker.com is you don't have to live in New Jersey to play. You can, as long as you're here in the state of New Jersey, on New Jersey internet, you're able to play cold. You're from New York, right?
I'm from New York.
But you still play when you're down here?
Whenever I'm down here, I play. Last night I played the 10K and had a quarter of the chips in play with 15 left and finished sixth.
Okay.
I made 600% on my buy-in.
Wow, all right.
I actually got to sit next to Jamie in a $55 event where something happened that shouldn't have happened, and I wasn't sitting next to her. It was a table move, and I actually wanted to play longer with her because I wanted her to not be able to critique anything. Jamie, how do you take your earphones off right now? I'm talking about you.
He's saying the only nice things he's going to say all stream.
Oh, she gets a big head. You got to be really careful with Jamie. Hey, wait a second. Where was I?
As soon as I can't defend myself, he talks about trash.
I didn't talk trash. I said
Okay,
I was
hold on.
playing next to you in the event, and
I'm cutting you guys off
because we have 8 deuce.
Because we have 8 deuce calling in the big blind after Anthony Hill moved all in for just over one big blind, so it was 160,000 a call, and
No, I thought
God,
his
the run
was
is
gonna-
over.
yeah.
Not yet,
Maybe.
actually.
Not yet. Not yet. Oh.
Ooh, Jamie Kurt's gonna run good. We actually wanted that. I think.
No.
I think
we're having
Anthony
fun.
wanted it a month ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be happy if I had dust left.
Yeah.
Andy was really upset after losing that hand, but he played really well. And look at his positioning on the table. He wasn't in a great spot.
Yeah, so he will bow out officially. In 8th place, he's going to be just under $26,000.
That's a lot, man. It's a $500 buy-in.
Yeah, that is
Winning 50 buy-ins is a pretty good.
a very good
result.
ROI, as they say.
That's how to pronounce Roy.
Roy?
Yeah, like people are oi, and then you talk about their Roy. No?
I don't know.
So the
Come
next
Sorry, nobody's
spot,
trying.
You're killing me.
the next spot's getting a little bit over 38,000. Then we move up to 51,000, so we almost have a $15,000 reason for Philip to fold a couple of
He's
hands.
been just like lurking.
I mean, if you look at
No.
Samantha
Saman has been
Yeah, you're
lurking.
right.
He has
Phil's
been
playing.
he has been like short stacked the entire time. I don't think he's gotten over 15 bigs. And he's going to be in the big one. We're going to see action fold to Matt Mendez here. This is going to be an open.
What are you doing, Phil? Oh, he already folded. Good.
And Mendes going to take that one down.
Mendes has a very good seat right now. He's pushing into smaller stacks that are much more timid. He did have a really good hand, but until he gets around to Lana, he's got a good and a small for his button.
Yeah, I'd probably have to say that Alana has the best seat in the house.
Butchering her name.
What?
We keep calling her Alana.
Well, that's because that's what Coldstone keeps
Oh,
calling
Coldstone
her.
has a pet name for her?
Elena.
We just call her Stover, or Super Beast.
The groupie.
Yeah.
That's her Twitter name.
That is.
So the groupie has, I think, the best seat at this table, just because she has short stacked and Saman to her immediate left, and then Alon, he's been playing relatively tight. So I think she could be able to punish him. And while Alon, as you said, might have come from that, Israeli crew.
You want to take a guess on his hand?
Whoa.
Oops, there it is. Yes, go ahead.
While Alon is from that, as you said, like kind of Israeli group,
right,
that travel around. I think he really wants to make some pay jumps. And when you come in as the first player, the chip leader at this final table, you don't want to.
Holy! Did he fold?
He folded.
He only had to call 4.5 more big blinds.
He just knew.
Dude.
When you're right, you're right.
When you're right. Why put more money when you're wrong? Wow.
And that's why TJ Cruz
is the outs over there all the time. He just got a big break right there.
Yeah.
He got almost full double up.
That's pretty sick.
I don't know if he really counted to see the differential there.
He definitely didn't. You'd have to call even for a 30% chance at that point.
Oh, at 30% slam.
Yeah, and now he's got 12.
Yeah, and he almost just pulled up. He had 7 big ones to start the hand.
No, I said for Philip, that's a great.
Oh, yeah, it's a good result for him.
Yeah. He doesn't want to be called against anything, even that much domination.
Yeah, as I was saying, Alon, he comes in as the chip leader. You don't want to go out 7th or 8th as the chip leader. You want to, I don't know, at least finish top 50%, you'd think.
And this is a little bit of a busting crew. Like, these guys, they love each other, but they're
yeah, no, it's one of those things where, he could, definitely get some
If I would have come into the final day in first place, I would have never met Alana with aces.
And now just on the opposite end of that final table leaderboard.
It's not short, and it's unraised. Well, that shouldn't really be in the bottom.
Oh, my goodness. This is the Elena show, dude. This is crazy. Oh, our internet's bad.
We were just talking about.
Don't fix the internet.
Yeah, I just fixed the internet.
You're supposed to be old and not know how to do stuff.
Phil taught me how to troubleshoot down connections.
Look at that. Coldstone's magic.
I'd like to just thank you for teaching me how to reset my.
This is going to be the best part of our tournament so far.
Yeah, we're going to be somewhere around 15 million. There it is, 15.
I know how this feels when you're like, hold.
Yeah.
Now you're like yelling diamond if you're on.
She's an online player. There's something weird she does, like when she's playing online. I used to just cover my screen and then take the sheet and be like, my guy's still there. Yay. But you can't do that here.
I still have those chips. They had closed this table.
Yeah. Yeah, when the table's just gone. Yeah. Like, oh, no.
Who used the big word?
Pretty good flop for Elena.
Blue note yelling for a hold. Wow, picture card. Oh, my God. Pick up the bag. Go shake her hand. Oh.
It's too late. He's going to need an ocean.
Yeah.
Elena is running good. This is a good day to run good minutes.
Alon played great all day. He readjusted after 4-betting his 9s early and put himself in a great position to win. Elena's just opening, and he's in there with jacks. And she has aces.
Do you hate jacks?
Against aces, yeah, I hate it.
I like jacks against 10s.
Yeah. Except on the 10 high flop.
But yeah, that's a tough one for Alon take. He's gonna walk away with just under 38,000 for his 7th place finish, and Alana Stover is now playing an even bigger chip lead at the Borgata Million final table.
She has so many physical chips in front of her. This is awesome.
And now, another huge dynamic. We moved up to 30. We moved up to 50,000, and it's another 14,000. And you still have 2 really short stacks in there. That might make the mid stack still have to wait a little while. She's been given table a haircut.
Okay.
I got it back. I'll send you a bill.
But yeah, Elena Stover has kind of just run over this table after coming in as 10 of 10. She is now 1 of 6.
Okay, thank you, Blue Note. It's Helena with no H.
Elena. Or Helena. I think it's Elena.
Helena?
Yeah, okay, Blue Note knows her well. Elena, right?
Yeah, Elena, like Helena with no H. Like I've been saying all night.
Yeah, but some people say Helena. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
want to know if it's Elena.
Is there one of those straight lines over either of those E's? Elena is a Russian name, says Blinked It.
Elena, okay.
And Blue Note said thank you.
I'm glad we're figuring this out
Yeah.
the way through. Like,
Yeah, just 3 hours in after. That's what I say. We got to give this girl a nickname like right now. She's my friend, but this is how like poker's so weird. We're
Yeah.
like internet friends. Like I can know someone pretty well and be like, "That's how you pronounce your name."
Yeah.
Because you just like
you just
talk
type
on-
it or something. Yeah.
But it's scary. Our world's scary.
100%.
All right, we're gonna see Phil.
Chris is in hand, and Truce was bringing
Yeah,
up
Elena.
Phil's big ace to be back in the position he's in. That was a massive hand. I think Truce and Phil might be friends.
This is a pretty interesting pot. Phil is gonna limp for 400. Hoarder's gonna come along in the small blind, and then Mendes is gonna end proceedings right there with a shove from the big blind.
And then he just laughs.
Yeah.
he's been in the jovial mood the whole time. Look at Helena Stack.
I think if you stacked up all those chips on top of one another, they'd be taller than she is.
Which shows you height has nothing to do with poker, guys.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely not. If you're 5'2" and a girl, you still got a thing you could do professionally.
And wow. Okay, so we're just getting Twitter attacked right now by Asher Khan.
That's okay. I like
Who's
it.
that?
I like when has-beens write about us.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, well, Ash. Okay, so Asher.
Horsky hasn't been playing hands. He hasn't been dealt anything.
Yeah, Asher is.
Is Ash going to return your charge? That's what half the world's still been waiting to
No,
find out.
I don't think he's going to. He at this point, just us talking about him is keeping him relevant. Enough.
Yeah, let's just never say a word again.
But I would advise, if you guys are following the Spring Poker Open blog, if those updates aren't as thorough enough for you, players. Chris Hoarder hasn't really played a lot of hands. We haven't really seen him play a lot of hands that have gone to showdown, that have been all in confrontations.
Yeah, he's been dealt pocket dust bunnies like the whole time.
Find a Twitch link on any of our profiles, any of our Twitter profiles, and be sure to follow all the action hand for hand on a 30-minute delay here in the Borgata Million.
We just got a really nice tweet from my favorite Survivor contestant. Great stream, really enjoying it. Twitch doesn't work for me, but thank gosh it's for you, from Height.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for following, Anna.
Nobody knew when I said favorite Survivor person. You made me pronounce her last name on my own.
Kate, I think.
Yeah, it's
Anna
just Kate.
Anna Kate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just
Kate.
But I mean, whatever you just did, that was not even like English. I don't know what that pronunciation
So you still
was.
didn't
It was
know
like
who
this
I
guttural.
Well, you read the name and you never get a chance to know how it's pronounced.
Exactly. We're having all kinds of problems
We were
today.
just saying that.
And she's famous.
She is. And I was actually like, I don't know. Are we allowed to do like Survivor spoilers on here?
No, don't do that. That's a good way to get hated on commentary, like instantly. I was thinking of like 5 different things to say, and I'm like, shut up.
Yeah. Just okay.
Yeah, because people like
watch
record
Survivor.
it and will watch like 10 episodes at once,
I actually did that.
Don't they die at the end?
Oh God.
Yeah, they all
No,
die.
that's Game of Thrones.
Anytime someone ever named a movie from me at the poker table, I'd be like, oh, where they died? And I was like, someone always yells, shush, shush. And I don't even know what they're talking
Dude, that's
about.
awesome.
Yeah, the best thing you could
Oh,
say
he
is,
does the same thing I do with hands. Like someone's like, I had jacks. The other guy's like, oh my God, I folded jacks. I'm like, I had jack.
it's funny when people lie about their hands and everyone bluffs having one of the cards. I
Just
had
always
queens.
say
I
you
had
had
queen.
it.
He had a queen. Even the guy at the table had a queen from this deck. So man is from short stack is still hanging around.
Hey, I mean, he has made close to $40,000 flicking his cards to the dealer.
This is what
Yep.
poker's all
It's
about.
the easiest $40,000 he's ever gonna make.
So far.
Yeah.
The
He
next,
might
next
get
chunk,
easier.
The next
13.
chunk, if there's
Yeah.
a three-way all-in, might be easier than the first 4 hours for him.
There's some stuff happening.
This TJ, I'm assuming he's set mine and not just going to put Matt on ace king.
I mean, we've seen already that threes aren't a setting hand. They're a play to the river with 7 overs hand.
Well, that's Philip not in this
That's
hand.
one way to do it.
But he showed them with his comeback with that big ace.
Hey, I'm not hating. I'm just, it was an interesting hand. That was the most interesting hand we've seen.
Listen, there's one thing I got to say about that hand. Like I told everyone, go with your read. Put someone on a hand and stay with it.
Unwaveringly, no
If you
matter how
put
much
them-
information you
if
get.
you put them on Jack Queen that hand, keep them on Jack Queen.
Keep him on, Jack Queen. I like it.
Best hand folded, which is usually the case. And Matt wins. Pretty sure he was going to win when the king came in next on the turn or chop. Let's see what's going on in Twitch land.
No, this is Philip will ship this. Philip has like a good demeanor about him. Like,
Thanks,
even after
Pinkett.
the big threes queens hand, he's just chilling. Like he was like, yeah, whatever, I'll get it back. You know, he's been just like hanging out, making money.
Yep. But no one looks better than Chris.
I agree. He looks nervous.
Thanks, Binkett. Calling me a beast. Family Sarah, how much did he lose by folding? Nothing. Philip will ship this. Okay, Phil. Phil just likes Phil because they have the same first name. Kind of wacky. And it's a lot of climbing. Trucifer probably has a swap with Phil, if not more. Or it could just be a simile thing. Same hands. Now you're not supposed to call for a chop.
Cold Stone, do you use Macs or PCs?
What do you mean? The,
Like a computer, like is your computer like a PC, like one that's in front of you, or like a MacBook, like a Steve Jobs?
full.
Wade Waffle?
Soggy dog.
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
I like Wade.
Yeah. You're like, wait, okay, that's
All
not
right.
bad. And if you guys are very nice with your compliments. If you also just mention it to ESPN, that we wouldn't mind working for the WSOP
We wouldn't
this
mind.
summer. Do commentary or WPT. If Sexton gets tired, we are available.
I once watched a tournament table play out where one player just commentated every hand in a Mike Sexton voice.
Oh my God.
That was so spot on. It was incredible.
Yeah, I'll remember his name in a second. I saw it.
Randall Flowers did.
Randall Flowers.
He did it
was.
on a televised
Randall was
WT final table.
And before my WPT table, I had practiced my impression, and I got it really good. And then all of a sudden, I saw Randall's episode, and I said, I can't do it. Because it was just so good. They both putting up a fight here. Let's see if Matt tries to take it. I don't know if TJ really wants to call too big of a bet, but he's going to have to. When the cuts get pushed back, it's usually going to be a lot of lumber coming out.
That's a pretty small
And
bet.
that's a quick call, yeah.
He basically made a small bet in case spades missed, but that's kind of weird. It's like, you have ace high, then you're supposed to win if spades missed, you know? I don't think a better hand's gonna fold in that spot.
I think he was just hoping that he had nothing, or he
Yeah,
could
but if he
maybe
has
get
nothing,
a
ace
fold.
high is the best hand. I think I probably
Right.
check there,
Yeah,
knowing my
I
opponent's
guess.
not prone to bluffing much,
Yeah,
and maybe even like call a small bet like that instead of betting yourself.
Yeah, I guess maybe 9 might fold. I don't know.
Anything good in there? I guess not. Do you guys all leave? Where are you guys?
I'm sorry.
We were just reading an email. Some people were frustrated that there is no, like, you hit like exclamation point commentators, exclamation point payout.
That's definitely, and
We're gonna get that fixed probably for next time.
yeah, no, it's definitely just for the viewers. It's easier to, just have a set command instead of having players, or followers asking, multiple times. We love answering the questions, but when they can just throw in a very simple command, it's much easier.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Mark Flowers. His name's Randall Flowers. And thanks anyway, the 2 cards, 888. Pseudonym, the impression was hilarious, and it was done to a stressful situation at the final table. It's really worth trying to find on YouTube.
It's funny.
I just don't, I guess you'll do Randall Flowers, WPT, and try to find it. I can't really figure out much more.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have an all-in from Chris Horder.
And that's,
All right,
this
maybe
is
I'll
tough. I
I
mean,
don't know. In WPT,
he's all
they
in for
said
like
his
little
name was
over 10
Randall.
big blinds. Like, he might get a call here.
Like, the way Elena, I don't really think her as the type of player she is thinking this, but, you might just get into the situation where, I'm just running so good. Like,
you call 'cause you're running
even
good?
even if I'm flipping, like, I'm gonna hit the king, I'm gonna
I-
hit the jack. So, I think obviously, like I said, I don't think she's thinking that way, but there are a lot of players who just kind of ride
They're like
that
a momentum
wave.
player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, this is a 10
It's
big
a
blind
tough
shove.
guess
It's
spot for her.
8
It's
big blinds to
close.
call.
I need a Red Bull? Philly
Say
what?
almost 2-1, which is like kind of what you're shooting for. Like, if you're
I don't
getting
think
close
she
to 2-1,
wants.
you
She'd
just
have
say
to
call.
double Chris up.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
that's
think she
something that I
wants
would not
to
wanna
do
do.
that unless she feels that he's just finally, taking a shot. It's
Yeah, it's good folds.
a good fold, and he's not happy about it because if she folded it, she definitely doesn't
it-
beat it.
I mean, he's
She's
not
calling
super
with ace,
happy,
king,
but
and
he
queen.
should be happy. Like, just not to show down and to increase your stack by like 30%
He
is a
picked up
beautiful
$2
thing.
million, but I think he's frustrated that he hasn't been able to play as much as he wants to play
Mm-hmm.
today. I mean, if he gets a few more chips, he might be able to play a few hands that aren't jams or just standard. I mean,
It's tough to
unfortunately,
like run over a final table. I think still existing and having like a workable stack, having fold equity over raise is a huge thing. That's the biggest thing.
no,
for, like,
I
increasing
agree
your
with you
stack.
100%. But some people also want to show the world what they can do, and
Yeah.
sometimes with the amount of blinds that you just have to play how you have to play until you can.
He's definitely not a show the world what he's like. I
The
would
kid
rather
doesn't
play
even have
online
Twitter.
and not exist out here. He's like, all right, if you pay me 200K, I'll show my face on camera. Like, he's like, fine, I guess I'll show up.
Well, he even said before we started, he goes, if you win, you might get an interview.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll get
Wow.
an interview. Let's go.
Wow. We could only be so lucky.
It's pretty easy. All you got to do is withhold the check. I know when Ben Stein won his WSOP bracelet this last year, he refused to take the pictures and just left, and they called back and made him take the pictures.
They make you?
And
Oh,
made
you know
him.
what? We signed that sheet in the beginning. I bet that has something in it.
I don't know if they would have withheld the money from him. I'm not sure what they did, but he sulkingly had to come back.
Wow.
Some people just don't need any type of public
Yeah, it's
eye.
kind of cool that,
It's
people's
cool when you-
motivations are so different in
Right.
this game.
It's cool when you don't need it. It just might be a little tougher if you're just afraid of it. And
Yeah.
obviously, Chris doesn't need it. Neither does Ben.
It's funny, like, some people are in it just to make a living. They want to, like, be the best at the game. They want to make money. They want to win tournaments. Then there's other people who like have all the money. Like Bill Perkins has all the money. He never has to play a poker tournament.
Right.
He's trying to win a tournament where the money is completely inconsequential to his life. He just wants the trophy and to be the best at it.
Which makes it a little tougher for the re-entry tournaments. You'll have certain players that just aren't very good, but they'll just flip 10 or 20 times.
Yeah, which I'll take it. Let's go. I want people to put in endless re-entries, make the prize pool good, especially if they're weaker players.
Okay, but now then you also have the IVs that come in that have 10 buys.
Mm-hmm.
But then the argument was maybe they're not playing optimal because they don't have to.
Right, like deeper in the tournament, you're going to have a much tougher field. But earlier in the tournament, playing tight is rewarded by the people who are going in for endless bullets.
Usually. I've seen some bad hands beat some good hands.
No.
Yeah, really.
I thought poker was always fair.
So aces lose.
Nah.
Yep.
I play strictly for glory. Like just glory.
You're like a Robin Hood glory. You like give the glory to everyone else.
But I want some myself. Like But yeah, I do love to make everyone feel like they are the best poker player at any time.
That's you mean when you play with them?
No, when
I feel like a really good player when I play well.
When I'm covering, yeah, I mean that's not hard to do. Is this where you bring up? No, we have to wait till heads up play for you to bring up your heads up story against me.
Dude.
Here comes Alina with sevens open.
That was fun that it was live on Twitch though.
Yeah, it
like,
was.
I'm like ready to shove it and I go, that was weird. And then you're like, I had aces.
You just like straight up say, you're just like, you're like multi-token, you just like see the limp, you're just like, that's strange. I check. I actually think you had a hand. Excuse me. I actually think you had a hand that would call the shove too.
Probably.
Unbearable.
Unbearable.
There's no justice in this world. And listen, as I complain about listening to bad beats all day, I am now talking about what was it?
A year ago.
A year ago, a $50 heads up win online against Jamie Kerstetter. And she beat me. I lost to a girl there.
She beat me. Pay her her money.
She beat me straight up.
Chip count. Yeah, people who are asking for chip counts and stuff like that, we don't have the commands yet on Twitch, so we'll work for that in the future.
Coming soon, though. I will make that a priority heading into the next 2 live streams this week.
Do you know who's the best in rounders? The girl poker player.
Petra.
Oh, there was a girl? I didn't think there was. I forgot.
Oh, you're trying to troll.
Is that trolling?
Yes.
I thought trolling is when you follow somebody on Twitter or Facebook and try to see what they're doing.
No, that's like stalking.
Yeah, that's trolling, stalking.
No, trolling's different.
Oh, so I apologize to the dealer in Florida at the Hard Rock that said I was trolling him. I was actually busting on you a little bit and making it tough on you. I was like trolling when you like stalked on Facebook. He's
I don't think I added you on Facebook recently.
I can't believe the dealer actually stormed away a hissy fit. This very nice Asian male dealer said I was trolling. I was actually then.
49 big blinds. It's a lot.
Isn't trolling when you like driving your Cadillac on the strip looking for girls? You're trolling.
That's also trolling for girls.
Ah,
yeah, that's
something
too.
nice. Well, so that was 50 years ago. It was that, and today it's changed. Yeah, I've shown my age again.
I feel like you're just trying to play the seniors event tomorrow.
Yeah, you're just trying to sound older.
Yes.
There's still going to be a wave of humiliation when you win at 49 and a half.
You brought you the
So
event.
why do I have to have all this embarrassment for?
I mean,
All right.
Portsky's got a hand.
And he has chips to open with. He doesn't have to shove.
Lost in Poker doing a little PR for us. Thank you.
Please, everyone fold. Please, everyone fold. Please, everyone fold.
Or just get in bad and lose. No.
Shove these, Jack. And it gets
Or
through.
just one
So
hand
nice.
without having all in. That's great.
I mean, it shows you, if you get good cards, you don't have to be a good player to win hands.
Oh, he said that. That's called cruising.
That is cruising, Phil. Phil, you're not even over like 30. How do you know these things?
And Jay Riv asking, Colson, what markup are you
I
charging
was
for the seniors?
I was talking about it earlier, like for
3
the
to
World
1,
Series.
right?
No, for the World Series, 3-1 next year. It's $1,000 event. Somebody's
3-1,
going to give me $300 and get 10% of my $1 million in the World Series. I think KZ just made it 3.45. How much is the senior event tomorrow?
I don't know. It's not relevant to me for another 1 to 2 years.
Yeah, but I might sell 10% of myself in it just to see what markup I could get.
Yeah,
It's a
just
300?
to test the market.
Is it a 300?
340, I think.
340. So 340, 10% would be $34. I think I could get 3% on this one. I gotta get 5% tomorrow. Actually, I think someone might give me $150 for 10%.
Yeah.
Oh no, first place might not be big.
Let me know. Let me know if you're selling Cold Stone.
All right, so
I got good old Phil up there. He'll always take 1% to get my percentage up. He'll be like, "Yeah, what do you want? 5 to 1. I'll take a quarter of 1%. Tell people you sold."
Is poker happening, G?
Chicken Jeff.
I was chilling.
I just see in charge of drinks. So far, it sounds good.
They're like gonna be best friends at the end of this final
Yeah.
table.
Without a doubt.
Lenny Cap, 3.4. Oh, it's a 340. Okay. Yeah, so that's right, a 340. Dale Boone, I have played in most of the underground cash games in Brooklyn. You are correct. Chin Jeff wants to know what my markup in the women's event would be.
You'd have to sell it like 0.8. You get completely ravaged.
I can't really play in the event, but I could dress for it. So what's the prop bet on if I dress like a woman, and how much more if I get real implants?
Ew.
What do you mean? I got a World Series coming up. 75K, guys. I'll put real implants in. If my doctor says I can.
All right, so
Anyway,
as we digress.
No, we're staying there.
we're staying there. Okay, we're bidding now.
75K, and I'll put one in for 35K.
We have all a open from Elena, a shove for just under, 3 big blinds from Saman.
And this is really bad because now Alana's going to probably have to show what she's been opening, but at this point it doesn't
That's
matter.
not
much.
embarrassing. Queen 10 suited?
I have
How
these
tight are
people
you?
on ace, king, aces,
How
and
tight?
kings. Also, I'm like, oh my God, she jammed. Like, by the way, you'll never know what World Series guy's hand that is. He won the World Series, and he told me it was his hand after I
What, Queen
played
10
it.
suited?
Yeah, he goes, oh, I just had when he was sitting next to me. He goes, I had the me.
Fossil man.
No, it was Valcone.
Really?
Yeah, I
He
did.
goes, I had the me. I go, I'm sorry.
I don't know what that
If it was
what
me,
that
I'd
is.
be like, that's good for you. So.
We were sweat.
How's Solf indulging?
Yeah.
All right, and unfortunately, Saman Sadir is not going to win this pot. Matt Mendez is going to take it down with a flopped pair of kings when checked down
went
through the
very
turn and
deep.
river.
He
Yeah,
went
he
very
jumped pretty well for
Yeah.
someone who was short for like 2 hours.
Yep, he stayed out of the fray as much as he could and really did a great job with not much cards.
So
And
cash
that's,
for $50,862.
That's Saman's degenerate brother, who he mentioned earlier, who got him into poker.
Yep.
He's been on the rail the entire time, and as we mentioned, a $50,000 score, the biggest score of his career, and that $50,000 is going right towards the stock market, I think.
Yes.
Good
That's
for him.
Where it's on. Yeah, it looked like Sal was from Florida to Sweat also.
We're down 5 down. Next out is $63,000.
And there is Phillips on, still with a single-digit
chilling,
big blonde
man.
mark.
Mhm. I feel like I've been looking at that name. There we go.
Yeah,
For,
here it
since
comes.
like 8 people were left.
Yeah, Philip, the ace
Wow.
that Philip hit. The ace that Philip
He
hit
has
really was
he
good.
has the cold
She's
stone
got-
shove range. He has the
Oh,
shove chart out.
He does have my
She's-
chart
yeah.
out. He did open a few hands I might not have and played threes a little bit longer than I might have if I played them. But aside from that, he's almost me.
He just doubled up.
Yeah, he
Pretty
just doubles
much.
up with the blinds. That's so sick.
950. It's like 9 big ones now.
Well, and this is a really interesting dynamic where if Porter or TJ Cruz are able to double through one of the bigger stacks, they're all of a sudden working 30 bigs and have close to the chip lead. So everyone's within touching distance. So should create for some very tense, very tactical play over the next few levels.
This is the longer that Phil survives, the better it is for Elena, because they really have to be concerned with their pay jumps. Anyone who's not chip leader right now is at risk of busting before him, and so you have a lot of ICM implications where like the middle stacks have to be playing super tight right now. She should be opening like everything.
Yeah. Chris is in a good spot right now.
Queen.
Lady.
Yeah.
Once again, one of the hands in his range.
This is on the cold
This is one
start
of the
shove
hands in
chart.
your
This is on my
even.
range, too.
Wow.
Oh, Chris has been shut down a lot today. Now he's getting some hands just at the right time, and hopefully
What?
TJ's got the 10-8. That's my kid's birthday. I know why he's playing it. It's the only reason to play.
110 is dead. There have been some very strange spots in the small blind. If there was a theme of this tournament, it would be short stacks doubling up and small blinds just do
Bingo.
weird things.
He just found a way to get himself in trouble.
It's going to go check.
Yeah, it can't be too great for Chris hitting an ace. It just always sucks.
I check behind here because someone flatting from the small is like very likely to have a pretty strong hand, including aces.
Or an ace, you mean?
An ace, that's what I mean, just including
Putting
it.
out a small $1
ace,
million bet here kind of letting the guy know I don't have nothing, and it's going to get called.
This
And
is
it has-
what Jamie
I like
described
that
as
play.
a down bet earlier.
Yeah.
I love that term.
You love down bet?
I do. I actually put it in a blog post once, and it's like multiple people commented on it.
That's a great card for Chris.
That's a great card for TJ.
He
in
might,
his mind
Chris
also.
might be able to get a
No,
couple shoots now.
Now he's getting
whereas
more than that.
This
That's
is
got
the
to.
weirdest bluff.
What do you mean? He's got to protect his 10 from a jack, queen,
That's
or a
what he
king.
thinks, but it's just like, it's
Wrong?
crazy.
Yeah.
If you can get called here, he has like a way better 10 than you. He has
Right.
an over pair to 10s,
TJ's
or he has an ace.
TJ's betting, thinking that the 10's the best card right now, and he wants to
Right.
shut it down.
And I'm wondering if Chris is going to read that.
Well, Chris,
really cool to
Chris
be able
is
to see
never
cards.
folding right now, but he might not raise.
And we don't actually have graphics of remaining chip stacks up on the screen just yet, but I believe Chris Horder is covered in this pot slightly.
Oh my god, he folded? No.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Horder did fold 2 queens there. He didn't like it. He still doesn't like it. And unfortunately, he's going to have to wait a half hour to get that information. And that's a pretty tough hit to his stack.
Yeah, that's a tough spot right there. Look, the guy could have had an ace, and now he got the second ace. He's an older man, a less experienced player. He's now betting what he thinks is the best hand. So, it's not a terrible fold. Most of the time, the second ace out there is more reassurance. That guy just let it.
Yeah, and that's a really tough spot. And if you're hauling $2 million on the turn, you're basically committing yourself to the pot. The river isn't going to change much. You're basically putting your opponent on, an ace or bluffs, and you don't want to be wrong in that spot.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't know if TJ is somebody who's going to fire a river bluff. I don't think he's going to be a multi-street bluffer in that spot.
But even if you're looking for a tell on TJ, his tell's going to be strong because he feels his 10's good.
Yeah.
So it's just a bad spot. And you know what? You can fold a lot of hands and still win.
All right, and we see Chris Horder
He's all in.
count out his.
And it's not a bad spot because he looks like he's upset he had a fold, and he has a pretty strong hand.
It looks like this one is going to
Oh,
yeah.
get to the
I think
big
she
blind.
calls.
I think she's going to have to call here. She's got enough chips to do so. It's the online favorite hand. And, Chris is running the chips anyway. He's gotten to 10 bigs. I think any 2 pictures in the blind sometimes will call 10 bigs, especially these 2.
It's a pretty gross spot for Elena. This is the absolute worst hand I would call with for her. It's never fun to be
I also don't think she
at the
wants to
bottom
double
of
up
your calling range.
Horder.
Yeah.
It's just a player that she just doesn't want to double.
I think she has to call here.
I feel like this happens to me a lot. Where I'll before I look at my cards, I'll look at the guy's stack and be like, all right, if I'm dealt King Queen. King Queen's the worst hand. 6 is the worst hand I'd call with. It's like King Queen or 6 at a time. I'm like, King Queen, oh, that's great. Why didn't I just say Ace King is the worst hand I'd call with?
Why didn't you have the Goldstone call chart out?
Exactly. I mean, I think he wants to get through in this spot. He's going to be picking up a million chips. which represents like 25% of his stack if he gets through.
I don't think she's going to be able to fold this hand. Picks up 1.1 million on the hand. He's only got 9 bigs.
Yeah.
He's experienced enough to know numbers. It's an unraised pot for him to open. He just lost last hand. It's a lot for Elena to just put him on a great hand. Again, you know, she has king high and not like ace queen. So
kind
like
of a spot that we were talking before, that edge passing, where you're like chip EV wise is a call. Like his range includes a lot of hands that she's racing with.
But you don't need to win his hand.
But yeah, like she doesn't need
risking
to.
doubling him
Her
up.
spot is great right now, and she doesn't lean on everyone right now. And Phil is still in with no chips. Right?
She's not even. She's only for $500,000 in this hand. She's got no chips in. It's just a big hand in this spot. Call.
And she does call. So Chris Horder's going to be at risk for his tournament life with ace-10. He has the slight advantage right now. And Elena Stover is going to be looking for a king or a queen to score another knockout here and increase her chip lead. Let's see the flop.
And why the stats saying 60-40?
And Horder is going to flop top pair, some backdoor potential for Elena. And it's always going to be a sweat. She has the king of clubs. There's 3 clubs out there.
No puppy paws.
No puppy paws.
And
And the 8 of hearts is a non-puppy part card. Chris Horder's going to double, and Amy Cursor
is breathing
gives a
again.
fist pump. Let's go.
Oh my
I'm trying
God.
really hard not to be the super biased like cheerleader.
No.
This is
You
the
can be.
hardest.
You can
I
be
am
biased. Like,
allowed.
yeah, no,
Okay,
like,
that's my,
we're
yeah,
over
for
it.
anyone tuning in like later, that's my boyfriend. So I had to commentate. I signed on to commentate a week ago, and then he made the final table, 2,500.
Unlucky.
So
Unlucky for him.
No, so I wasn't supposed to be the cheerleading biased commentator, so I'm trying not to be super annoying.
I think we should try to get, like,
This is
Serious
our
and biased.
show, and we
Yeah.
could do what we want to do,
We
Jamie.
do what
I'm
we
going to
want.
start rooting
Okay,
for Horder
yay,
soon.
Horder.
And I'm going to start rooting against him. So this is what we'll do every hand. It'll be like watching a Jet-Giant game when they actually played each other. And we'll root, and we'll go, ha-ha. Ha-ha, he
Synonym
lost.
3 says, can you guys explain a little further the concept of edge passing? I mean, if that's not a troll, I'll answer it. You're basically like passing up on spots that are like slightly plus chip EV, like spots where, say, like, you can see your opponent's cards, and you know it's 50-50 that you're going to win this pot, but you have to put in like half your chips to do it, and you're going to double up a really good opponent if you do it. An opponent who's like been handcuffed the whole time. Say like Chris hasn't been able to do anything, but if you call him and he doubles up, he's going to be able to like 3-bet your open and make your life tougher.
And that was
you
the
might
reason
decide
why-
to pass up on that edge just because it like maintains your position in the tournament, and you're in a better spot basically not taking something that might gain you some chips. Did I explain that okay?
You did explain great, and there were 2 times already where she didn't call him, and we said that was basically going through her mind. So maybe it was like the 3rd time, and you only have 9 bigs. I'm not going to keep giving you life.
She probably makes
I like-
turns chips with that call in the long run. If you ran that hand 100 times and you ran it against his entire range, I do think that with her 1 big blind in, the small blind in, and all the antes in, she should click call. If it's online and you're 20 bigling, you just click call. You're
Sure.
like, yeah. But in this one spot, it may have been better to
You
hold.
just don't want to give an edge away and give him any room. Give him anything. A lot of people on the chat over here don't like the call. It's a standard call, just maybe not in this situation.
It's definitely not a bad call. Like, we're definitely not saying it's a bad call. Like, it's very marginal either way. Like, it's a spot where I would tank for 3 minutes and then probably decide to fold. But it's super close.
Right, and yes, it did create a little bit of a problem for her chip lead and giving an experience by chips. But if she wins that hand, she's pretty much running over the table. After that, the prize jumps so big, so massive that most of the players won't be able to actually play their exact game. They'll be looking at jumps of 24,000 and 48,000, and then your head's up.
This chat is like so much more educated in poker than like any
PJ
Twitch chat
Queens.
we've had. Everyone's making like good points, and the fact that like we're debating this call, it's like really, really close. Like, it's not bad and it's not good.
It is
like,
one
it's
of
a
the-
spot where you look at it and go, "Oh, King Queen is like exactly the hand I don't want to see here."
It's almost
for many reasons.
exactly. It's almost like you can ask someone for a coin at the table and say, "Listen, this is exactly
Yep.
a flip of a coin. I don't know what to do, so let me flip a coin." She had enough chips to really make that
And it's
decision.
big. I mean, if she knocks out Chris, like,
It's
you
us.
know, it's really big for her. And then Matt is like the only other player that's like really putting up a big fight.
But he also can wait a little while, and you know, you're talking about a $25,000 and a $50,000 jump. Everybody would be waiting and should be haircutting all their stacks until finally,
And
you
that's
know.
another consideration. Like, he can't really be empty. Like, he wouldn't shove in the spot. He's not shoving marginal hand. Ace 10 might be the worst hand he's shoving in that spot. with
She's thinking of
Phil,
every pair.
Because Phil's like super short. So like Chris isn't just trying to dust off 15K, 20K pay jump. So
But
if
she's-
all these things cross your mind, you might lean toward a fold.
True, except he's not folding a pair there, and he's not opening
He's
a
not
pair
folding a
without
pair.
jamming it.
But you're gonna have to remove things like you're probably removing like Queen Jack and King 10, things that she crushes.
Clearly, yes. Here's the Borgata staff doing a little bit of color up. Make our lives easy to see how much each stack is.
Make players' lives a little bit easier. Elena's been sitting next to like
Yeah.
just mountains of chips for the better part of the last 2 hours.
Her left elbow's been like over her shoulder.
All right, now we get to
Chris
see
on the
what
button with nine jack.
Chris Horder's going to be able to do after getting that double up. You just mentioned that double up kind of gives him some more room to work, some more room to play, and it looks like he's going to.
Not the right timing, but yes. A button open. He's going to have to believe Matt. Matt's going to put in somewhere around 2.5 million, maybe even 3 million. He doesn't want to get too involved with playing a hand right now.
And the cloud looming over this table is still Philip's son.
Yep.
No pun intended with the cloud talk. But he's
that's-
so short.
That's 2 million of the 3.
He's so short, so you have to play cautiously. You don't want to, but you have to take that into consideration. Nobody hates
That's why, like,
$15,000.
getting called by Elena in that spot is such a nightmare for Chris. Like,
Yeah,
it's not a deal to
exactly.
her; she's not covered. But for him, he's like, "Oh my god, I got called." Even though he's ahead, he's still like.
Yeah, you don't like it. You'd rather just take
It's
down
a
the
big,
million.
like these pay jumps are getting really serious.
You'd rather just take down the million pre-flop
Sure. And we
Chris
have the-
raises to 2.7 and Chris falls like he's supposed to. It's a huge, very interesting dynamic button, small, big play, and giving people credit and all that type of stuff. And they're reading it. He's opening a hand he should be opening on the button. He's being re-raised by a hand that should be re-raising him, and he's folding.
Yeah, no, and we were talking earlier, blind versus blind encounters are kind of, that
The same
chicken-
type of a dynamic.
It's the same kind of dynamic, button, small blind, button, big blind. And it's sometimes I think players involved in this like ego war, in those positions where, no, I'm the aggressor. No, I'm going to be the aggressor. No, me, no, me. And all of a sudden, if you're having that be your draw and that's why you're making these moves, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Chris opens in position he's supposed to. Finds a little resistance. He throws it away. That's
And I
perfect.
kind of think that
Perfect.
they're like dynamic off the table right now. Like they're friendly with each other, and they're like they've been like talking to each
Yeah,
other.
they've been
hanging out.
bouncing and
It
kinda
makes it
jiving.
So
Yeah.
much less likely that Met is 3-betting complete bust. Like, yeah, he's not gonna play like super differently against you because you guys are friendly. But he
Yeah.
probably doesn't have like 7-4 off. Like he probably has something pretty reasonable. He's
Yeah,
not
I've-
going
Big
after
hand
you.
here. Now Matt opened and TJ has aces. Go ahead.
I've
He's gonna take his
actually,
time right now.
I've actually always realized that if like people are quote unquote friendly at the table, there's a less likely chance that they're gonna, play tough against you or put you in weird spots without good hands.
It's almost another dynamic a book could be written about neighbor play.
Yes.
And showing
No,
your
it
neighbor
really
your
does.
hand. Oh, look at this. Phil's got his favorite hand again.
And this would have been a much more interesting hand if TJ had done what like I probably would have done, which I call squeeze mining. Like it gets open on the button, you flat aces, knowing that the big blind is super short, and
Yeah,
he may
yeah.
just jam. Then all of a sudden, Queen 9 probably finds a call, and you jam, you pick up like a bunch of dead money.
And that looked like it was going to happen because he was looking like, how can you have aces right now? He didn't believe him, so he might have called raise.
All right, so pocket threes were
Wow, Queen 9 of clubs.
the
Folded.
undoing for Phil Sung earlier. Let's see if
More outs for Queen 9 of clubs. More outs, and Queen 9 of clubs wins the hand.
So Queen Nine of Clubs of Matt Mendez would have gotten there.
He would have cracked him on that flop because he was calling pre-flop.
The chips would have gotten in for sure.
On that flop,
did a really
on that
good job
turn?
jumping
Yeah, and
after being reduced to vapors.
That was
Phil only played
Philip
one
Sung.
hand wrong, and that was the threes.
Yeah.
Philip Sung. He
Very
is going to go
ambitious
out
hand.
in 5th place for $63,000. We are now down to the final 4 of the Borgata Million.
And they've all locked up almost $77,000 each.
That's not bad.
It's time for me to run out there with my shoe shine box and
Try to scratch up a
scratch
buy-in
up
for
for
tomorrow.
Come on, there's 4
Are they
left.
taking a break?
Oh, yeah, I got the buy-ins.
I actually think four-handed they might do a
looks
little
like
bit of a maneuvering. Of,
To
you know,
move around.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
get the cameras better. I'm not sure, though.
We got to stay on the RFID spots, though, right? So
Yeah.
TJ still got the most chips, and Chris is now.
wow, TJ now has most chips.
Yeah.
Crazy. So Elena lost her
Swings.
spot.
Swings.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to watch Chris now. Usually when you're low man on the totem pole,
He's got nothing to lose.
you kind of try to get out there because any 2 cards can win. Of course, you're not going to just be silly about it, but it's time for him to, take a chance. Interesting to see how much more fun they're having right now. And TJ's
Now they're
laughing
winning all
and
the
having
money.
a time. Now you got 70 locked up. You're feeling pretty
Yeah,
good.
you're feeling all right.
You're flatting with A7 off. You know what I'm saying? You're opening King Deuce off. Here's Elena with the 5-6. She's like, wait a minute. What's going on?
5-6 would have been okay.
Yeah, she kind of made a tight fold down. The friends checking to each other. That's like, I don't think I could win this hand checking. Let's see if I could win it now. Maybe a little 1.3. Maybe 1.5. I think I was right the first time. Friends playing poker
Ukthi? I
together.
like saying the name Ukthi because it sounds like I'm listening.
Hey, buddy,
When
I
you're saying
got
the
you.
shove with the threes, I think you're talking about. Yeah, it's kind of like calling an all-in, basically. Like he's. Yeah, I don't know. Would you have called the threes in that spot? Are you so short that you just shrug and go, I have a pair? TJ 3-bet, I have a pair, who cares? Like,
I don't think so. What did he have? He
it
had
was quite, he had like six
big
I
blinds.
think I just shrug and say I call, basically. But like,
after the 3 that I actually probably pitch him because then
Hey, you're just not
you
doing
get the
well.
small blind, and then you get 5 more hands on the button, and you don't have to pay the blinds. So
it's like a gross spot though. Like that's another one where if I was like, before I look at my hands, I'm like please don't let me have like a small
Yeah.
pair. But
No,
I
I
mean,
would
but you have to
definitely agree.
give TJ like ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, and all this, and just like
well, that just to your point where I think most players would just flat aces there, looking to induce the
yeah.
shove
So then
from
if you
behind.
take that out of his range, you're like,
Exactly.
okay, threes
he
aren't
busts.
doing that terrible.
Yeah.
Well, it does bust, but Queen 9 damage isn't bad. Is deal making allowed suited in the match? Yes, deal making is allowed. It's not
We just don't talk
help.
about it. It's like
Well, we don't talk
There's
about it.
one
I do,
rule
though.
about Borgata poker:
you can't facilitate.
you
deal
don't
making.
talk chops.
Yeah. Because it's against like New Jersey Gaming or something. Like they don't facilitate chops because it's basically like
Yes.
deals between players that they don't legally
But
want
they
to get
can't
involved
track.
in.
Yeah.
And so if that happens, we don't hear about it and we don't talk about it because it's not information we get. It would all
But
be speculation, just like you guys.
We can
talked
say that there have been deals made in past Borgata Million final tables.
Mm-hmm.
So the situation basically is if the players come up to an agreement with each other, usually on a break because they're not going to stop clock, they could come up with an agreement which isn't really legally bound, so it can create other problems also, so they should text each other if they did do that. But an event like this is going to be paid out like it's written, so whoever signs for first is going to owe the taxes on first. So besides
Yeah.
making a deal, they also have to make some tax agreements with forms and whatnot. So it's not as easy as it could be.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some states just locally on the East Coast where, prize pools can be changed, can be altered. Here at Borgata, whatever the first place figure is, 213,000. That is a fixed number, as I like to say. So that number is not able to be changed, and whoever claims first place will be paying taxes on that 213 and receiving that 213.
Yeah, you can send 1099s and stuff. Like, you can make deals. They're not, like, illegal. Like, gaming just won't enforce them, and
Yeah.
Borgata won't enforce them. So you have to exchange information and make sure that your deal is, like, in text message. And it's just stuff, like, it's not too exciting to talk about either. Most of the time, it's just, like, nerds crunching numbers.
Well, like, people always think, like, these deals are... like you said, they're not exciting to talk about. It's just like
Well, it
splitting
takes
up
away
prize pools, things like that.
It
It's,
just takes away from the excitement of the people playing for as much money they're playing
Yeah, like,
for.
if they, like,
Yeah.
four-way chopped right now even, you'd be like, okay, shut off the stream, go to something else.
Nice
We
hear
want
that.
people to be playing for something.
Right, and like the prior tournaments I've done that have been chopped, I have announced the chops because it's newsworthy. But I'm probably going to continue to, but I probably won't tell you until the end of the tournament.
He said, what's the verdict
Secret.
there? Should he have called with threes? I mean, I just think it's another pretty close spot. We're like, I don't know. I feel like we should do some work on that after this and figure out if it's a good spot or not. Like,
Yeah,
if you
I
should be
mean,
going with threes or if you should be folding on 6 big blinds with a pair, with a button raise and a small blind 3-bet. Like, that's...
I still think at worst you're drawing. At best, you're drawing to 2 outs. Like somebody
No,
has.
definitely not at best. Like, the button's going to fold a really high percentage of the time, and small blind is going to have lots of high card combinations. And you also I factor in the button raise is a good thing. Like, I'm getting 2.5 extra big blinds in here. I have a chance to get back in the
Yeah,
tournament when I'm, like, way the shortest stack
What
in
do you
the
think,
tournament.
do you think Matt's going to bluff right now at this? Well, I'm sorry, I misread the board.
Matt will not be bluffing. TJ will be the one bluffing though, because
Yes,
this has gone.
it's on a right for TJ.
I mean, TJ can't really call here. Every draw got there and losing already.
Every draw got there, and
Pretty
you weren't
interesting.
winning
We're losing
before that.
already.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
I mean-
interesting that Matt's going for value on that board.
No, I mean, it's four-handed. Like, ranges loosen up a lot.
Does he think?
I would
Yeah.
go for a value in the spot for sure.
We'll see if
He might
calls.
get it. Like, I think
He really went
it's
thin.
a really small bet.
Oh my God, did he go thin? That's a great bet.
This is pretty. This
Like,
is pretty gangster right here.
You're not. I mean,
$2
he
million
realizes
for, $2
that,
million
like,
for $9 million.
he's trying to get called by one pair less than him. He's realizing exactly what he's trying to get called by. Like, it's
Oh, that was a great bet, Matt. But you want big
straights and
hand.
flushes got there, and you
Still want a pretty big
decent
hand.
ace only.
Yeah, Phil, I'm not going to give the long story about how the guy walked out with all the money at the final table at the Rio, but that did happen in Chop.
What's okay? Lowest pair of threes is bad. I'm not saying threes is bad at all. I'm saying it's like a really you have 6 big blinds. You look at a pair and you're like, hallelujah, I have a pair. And then the action goes raise, and then type guy 3-bets the small blind against the other guy who's chip leading, and you're like, oh my god, like
That's the only thing that makes it a difficult spot for me. That TJ Cruz, who has been relatively snug throughout this final table and throughout this tournament, has not really showed much that we're beating, or that at best we're flipping. But the other thing is that extra 2.5 big blinds that Matt Mendez puts in on the button definitely then changes the math of it.
gives
So
you a chance to get back in the tournament.
that would be
You're
a
like,
really interesting one
I'm gonna have
to
16
run
big
down or
blinds,
some
17
kind of.
big blinds or something. 16 if
Yeah.
you win a
Matt's
hand.
up to 20 million now? Yes. Okay, wow. This is getting tight.
So it's an interesting spot, and that's the fun part about poker, where you can we can sit up all night if we really want to and figure this out and run numbers and crunch positions and things like that. And yeah, it's easy to say we're back here looking at the cards, what we would have done.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's crazy when the cards are on their back and you're still like, I don't know, it's close. Like, it's really super close. You're not like, final tables are really cool because like ICM throws an extra like wrench into it where
Yeah.
you're like, okay, like you should probably call here with this hand, and then all of a sudden like he's the shortest stack, so it's not as relevant. But all of a sudden like there's strategical
Chris
like
is in with a queen.
there's some strategy to like risking your chips in a not great spot because all of a sudden you're going to be low man on the totem pole to getting
Yeah.
16 big blinds and being in the tournament with a chance to win again. So you're like, all right, say I'm only 35% or 40% in that spot, it's still probably worth it.
Players seem to be moving around a lot. Are they getting close to a break time? Oh,
Feels like it.
we have an on call.
Oh boy.
Wow, this is going to be for Chris Horder's
Yeah. it's a
tournament
huge
life.
pot.
This is a flip. Ace Queen against pocket fives. It was opened by Horder. A 3-bet shove from Elena and a snap all from Horder.
Good luck,
He's going
Jamie.
to need to
huge
pair
pot.
up.
If Elena doesn't win this, she's going to be the shortest stack, I think. Isn't she?
Probably, yeah, with like 8 million. And there's an ace
Ace
in
on
the
flop.
flop, ace jack jack. And now it's Elena Stover looking for. Ooh, that was it actually.
Yeah,
looking
that
for
was
two
looking-
fives on the turn river. It doesn't come on the turn. And it
And
doesn't
Chris
come on
gets
the
his
river.
double up.
Chris Horder is going to double up through Elena Stover again.
That's a huge game changer for her. I mean, this would be a really great time for a break for Elena to just
Yeah.
go like let off some steam because that's just a huge percentage of her stack. And she's been dominating from like 8 players down, and now she's gonna have to like really worry about.
I know we really weren't in that like as it was happening, but just it seemed like it was bam, 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 and all of a sudden the cards were on their back. It was
It's not a spot where I'd be pumped about having a small pair.
yeah. I mean that was just a really quick shove, a snap call,
Half
and
stack.
it's going to be half of Elena Stover's stack heading to Chris Horder. And we're going to have to wait for some numbers here, but I think Elena Stover is going to be the low man on this four-handed totem pole. And
She lost 16 bigs. Oh, no, she's in fourth with 16
Chris
bigs.
Horder is now over the 30 big blind mark for the first time in forever.
And this is what Joey the Mutt says. This is why we fold King Queen before, because then you could weather flips and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But I mean, before
But
it's
that
like
was
she's
the
trying to
same flip
eliminate her
also.
tough opponent and whatever, and like.
Basically, she lost 2 flips, you know.
You know, she had like an easy few hours, and now she's been in tough spot after tough spot, and like that's just tournament poker. And still, she's locked up 70K, 76,000,
Yeah.
pretty
you know-
easily coming as a short stack. So I mean, she's having a really awesome day, still being in it.
She came into day 2 of this event with under 100K.
Yeah, that's
so
crazy.
I think she's
She's running above expectation
Yeah.
for that
And
starting
the
stack.
point is, it was a race. If she wins the
Yep.
race, she's sitting there with
yeah, she's-
25 million. She looks like a hero.
And now it is neck and neck at the top of the leaderboard with Elena Stover
And she's,
back where she started.
and she still has the same chance to double up, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean all these guys are within touching distance, and one double through any of them from Elena's perspective, and she's right back into this
Right,
with a top stack.
Instead of just folding, she can win both ways. I hate both sides. I hate the ace queen and I hate the 5, so I don't know what I would do.
You just hate shorthanded because you can't like wait for ace king plus.
And I'm just gonna go out and say that if
My
Chris,
range heads up is not the same. I go down to 10s.
if Chris Horder had chips this entire tournament, this entire final table, this would have been a very, very fun person to watch play. He just defends the big blind with
Yeah.
9-3 of diamonds. He's gonna turn a flush draw, no problem.
If he started out with a lot of
No
chips, this would have been
problem.
this would have been a very
There
short
won't be
final
a
table,
river.
I
Yeah.
think.
There
Yeah.
will not be a river this hand, and Chris will just win.
Yep, most likely.
But this is what I'm saying. No, this is a person you just don't want to have chips, especially four-handed. Like, internet players are generally more versed in short-handed play. So I think
Yeah. You do also know if you go back with Chris maybe 8 months ago, he was terrible. Like till he got Jamie Chris out of training.
yeah. I mean, the Jamie Cursor train module has helped many of poker
They
players.
sit around hugging crouton and talking poke stuff.
Yeah, I mean, easy life.
New expressions, under the gun, all this crazy stuff.
Down bets.
Down bets. That was a real one.
We taught crouton instead of so
Crouton.
went bet and call. Wow.
Yeah.
We taught crouton instead of saying stay, we say hold. All right, Hortsky, one more bet, I'll do it.
This would be a pretty good barrel from Chris Horder after getting called on the turn.
But Strange Mac called the turn.
Yeah, the 2 of spades is a brick on the river, and these are two guys who we said have had a pretty good demeanor at the tables, and pretty, they've been bobbing together, having some laughs, and it's all serious right now. And Porter looked like he just motioned for a check.
He gave
All
up.
right, Hortsky. I was gonna say check raise will do it. Boo.
Oh, you called me with the king 8 on the turn, huh? You really think I was betting nothing?
No, that's
I thought you were my buddy. Call me with king high. TJ's like, that's what you guys have been playing all day? It's the first show in hand. I just folded A7 to you last hand with middle pair.
now Matt Mendez regains his chip lead. We might see that chip lead status, go back and forth between these, three guys in the middle here. And like we said, Elena Stover is just one double up away from getting herself right back in the mix, as she's just over 15 big blinds.
Oh.
This is going to be a limp from Chris Horder in the small blind. He's just going to complete. Matt Mendez is going to knuckle and then flop top pair. Or excuse me, middle pair.
And he's probably going to win the hand. Sometimes when you limp really big hands looking for explosive action, it doesn't happen. You have to give up too. You don't have to now try to take it from him. You then hit your ace, which he'll never believe you have, so you could better than get raised and really have it. And it's a really good river for him to check down and hope his 8 is good, and it's not. But you check to begin the hand, and that's it. Now he might call that because I was in a bet till then. He's saying he doesn't want it, but he has to. So stupid. 3 outs to call a river better than it comes.
And I have a prediction. I think these two are going to get heads up.
I was thinking the same thing, just because they're chilling hard right now. They're like, all right, well.
And I think, Elena's played very well. She's also run really, really well. She's picked up some big hands and some big pots.
I
TJ,
feel like her chips are very much in play right now.
TJ the same way.
I think Dale Boone wants to know if you're doing any private coaching, Jamie. He did say his breath would destroy her. Smells like onions and hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah, I charge double for bad breath.
It's double for bad breath. Phil's giving you a plug saying you might, but you might not, depending on his breath.
It's Tim Kelleher.
Nobody likes cold, so thank you, John Juan. Anybody else have anything good to say? Actually, I'm surprised, John, because a few people do like me.
Just a few, though. There's are there more people that are older than you in Borgata, or more people that like you in Borgata?
I'm the most nicest guy in poker.
You are, without a doubt.
But I do now know I got to go after this John 1 guy and be really nice to him for a week.
That's how you go after people. I'm going to be real nice and
I listened to one bad beat story, and if I don't listen to the second one, I'm the baddest guy in the world. The Joe McKeenan look is trending. Who's he talking about at the table?
They better be talking about Hortsky.
It can't be him. It must be.
It's order.
Yeah.
Wow, I just looked at the other 3 people, and I just realized the only person with that type of hair.
Deuce to I, thank you very much. Guys, we really appreciate you being in the stream, following, chatting with us, reaching out on Twitter.
Never met anybody older than Colt Stone, and I've met a lot of people. Thank
awesome.
you, Olfie. Do you realize I still have parents older than me? You should see. I have a video of the 90-year-olds chatting from Florida. I sat with a few of them. It was the funnest time of my life listening to these animated stories. It wasn't the funnest time of my life, but it wasn't terrible. I was the young punk.
This is going to be Horder and Elena Stover involved again.
Thanks, Phil. Phil says, I know the guy that cleans the trash lines.
Horder's going to outflop her again with top pair. And this might be where the deck starts to turn.
Chris got her number right now.
figuratively, not literally, relax, Jamie.
Yeah, right. Jamie
Yeah, I'm
just
so
ran
mad.
out the floor.
I'm super jealous all the time.
Yeah, why would he want to date a better poker player than he's with?
I'm going to fight someone.
I'm just talking about today.
Good job. Good bet.
I just got a text from Crouton. Milk Bones, you know the type with the real chocolate on
Dude,
the outside.
yeah. Crouton is super pumped right now. His puppy one ball is $760.
That's, oh my God.
That's a pretty good one ball. What do we even buy him? What costs $700 for a dog? Like,
I don't know. Are cages expensive?
he
Or, like,
hates his cage.
okay.
He sleeps in bed with us.
yeah, I don't
like,
know.
he doesn't sleep in his
Like,
cage.
do dogs have like playthings? Do they have?
He has everything. Like, what do I do? I'll take him on a trip. We'll go on vacation.
Got a question from.
I wonder where. I wonder
Sorry.
where Crouton wants to go. Wherever Amy wants to go. That's where.
Nuh-uh.
Well, like,
Wow.
do dogs,
He likes
like
to
a
beat
play
a
set?
lot.
Like, could you buy like a doggy play set and like have him like, have stairs to run up and like hoops to jump through? I don't know. Does he enjoy that kind of
I
stuff?
like socks.
Like some really nice silk socks
Yeah.
to chew on.
Get him a doggy spa day. Buy another dog. Dude, these ideas are great.
Buying a dog is actually a good one.
Well,
Yes.
then people have to give up like 4 balls.
Isn't Joey DeMush, isn't doggy dollars like 7 times human dollars?
Oh my God, the mush! You know what? That's why I love
Hey,
the mush
Mush, I
because
like
like
that. That's really
that's
thought-
actually like
Yeah.
insightful and.
Thought provoking.
Yeah, I was just gonna say thought provoking. That's
sorry.
so no, but like that we're like
I'm not going to say great minds. I'm just going to let everyone else know it.
yeah. Wow, yeah, that's
First place pays $213K. Papa Perkins. Matt's got 50 big ones. That's pretty deep.
Yeah, and I was talking to Tab earlier about making this event deeper, and I told him it's pretty deep. That you're going to have to increase it to lower the blinds to give everyone 20 bigs. It's been going in there with an average of much higher than that. I was 50 big. What's the last 2 tournaments?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Bad Beats Layout. We'll listen to Cole. Oops, I'm glad that went by too fast for me to see. Turn the stream off and let Cole don't speak. What's that mean either? Dale Boone. Does Dale like me or not? I still can't tell. There's John Juan. Colton sounds like Dan Jack a bit, but old. Come on, Dan, older than me. Heck. Can I just get a separate thing for John's comments so I can go back with him? By the way, John, you want to get some drinks tonight and talk about these things?
There haven't been like many head matchups. So far.
yeah. Forehand has been
Three-
relatively
yeah,
slow.
After the massive flip.
That Hoarder won. Yes.
Yay. But wow, yeah, so if you bet to TJ, he bets. If you bet to him, I mean, there's that a bet.
Yeah, this is what we kind of seen time and time again. And I think Matt Mendez has picked up on that. It's just going to be a call from Mendez. And TJ's going to hope to God that he misses the turn, and he does.
Just sent out a hi to my buddy John Juan. Opie said that you should leave me alone. I probably can't even hear you that
Wow,
well.
he's going to bluff it again.
Ouch.
He's not really thinking about what Matt could possibly have. Do you notice that? It's just like, it's
Yeah.
been checked to me, I bet.
This
Or
is
nothing,
this
like-
shows in the experience also in the player at this late stage. But again, he couldn't win without betting.
But to Jamie, your point, that he is very, and I hate to use this term, but robotic, as in, Matt checks I am supposed to see bet. He's
Yeah.
showing weakness. Okay, he checks turn, I check turn as well. And I see that line a lot where players, take a stab at it on the flop, they're called. Their opponent then checks the turn, they check back.
They're hoping the opponent's drawing.
Then there's the third check from the player who's out of position, and they think, okay, now I can try to win the pot. But in essence, your opponent is already
check
kind
on
of
the turn has told you enough. Like
Yeah.
the call of the bet and the flop and the check on the
Your
turn
opponent-
is like, I have value.
your opponent
value.
has already told you I am ready to show down. And when it kind of runs out ragged like that, it doesn't really change much. And I think that's a week of a lot of players' games, and we're seeing it here with TJ in that spot.
And that's with a board like this, where it's like when it's an ace-high board, there's no overcards coming the rest. So if your opponent calls on the flop, they're likely to see a river.
Yeah.
They're likely to show down. It's different if it's like 8, 5,
Jack
3.
high,
Your opponent
yeah.
calls, then there's a queen on the turn and a jack on the river. And it's like, yeah, you might actually be able to double barrel or triple barrel and get through. But with the board run out like that, I'd probably have done the same thing. I would have bet the flop, gotten called and said, oh darn, I can't win this pot.
And you just shut down.
Check.
And that's it.
Yep.
That's basically it. But I mean, I like that he did take shot once.
Yeah.
Played
Just the
standard.
second shot was a
Steve.
shot, right? And it's basically he could just taken the bet and put it in Matt's stack.
Yeah.
No,
well, the
after
river you're just burning 2 million.
Yeah.
Well, there's no scare cuts to make him fall for whatever reason. He started calling the hand. But yeah, he did try. Should have had 2 pair. Really got a lot of value.
We are seeing the Borgata logos in front of TJ and Matt's cards. We missed their cards on the RFID readers. Here they come in, though. TJ has Queen 9. And this was another hand between Matt Mendez and TJ Cruz. It's going to go check the turn after Cruz called a bet on the flop. And we still don't see Mendez's hand.
I'm going to guess he's ahead of Queen 9 right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet that he had Queen 9 beat.
I'm going to say TJ's not calling, and he did it.
And I think I heard at some point during that hand that we were working towards a break.
Yeah, it
So
seems.
we could be heading towards another 15-minute break or so. Don't go anywhere, though. We are live from the Borgata in Atlantic City for the final table of the Borgata Million, the opening event of the Spring Poker Open. And we are down to 4 players. Over 2,500 players start this event. And we're now down to final 4. Each of these players guaranteed close to $75,000. But there's still $213,000 up top for our eventual champion. And yes, we are going to see a 15-minute break. I believe the 5Ks are going to get cleared up. So while the tournament staff does that, we're going to head to break. There's going to be highlights during the next 15 minutes, and we will be back before play resumes
That beats Slay.
very soon.
How do I go back? Someone just said something. Actually, we're going to take a break, guys. Enjoy. Anything out of your normal characteristic? Here's Tony Golfer with the Queen Deuce.
He's going to fold to Tony Chen on the button. He's going to move all in.
This is
Elena just moved all in. I mean, this is not a shove. This is not on our shove charts. It's a little too weak to be jamming there with a 9 big blind stack.
well, once again, he's 31%. And,
Yeah, you don't want a 31% spot.
he was 100% if he got the fold. Look how embarrassed he is. I waited all day. I
He's
played
so
one
cute.
hand.
Oh.
He is a great guy, and he came in the shortest stack. So no, your expectations aren't as big as they are. But look, he's 31%.
Or then he's going to be probably 2%, 1% for this.
Everything's come to Elena so far. This has been a really good start to her final table.
Yeah, there it is. And Elena Stover is going to score the first elimination at this Borgata Million final table. Tony Chen is going to be eliminated in 10th place. He's going to make just over $12,000. And hey, we talked about it earlier. He final tabled this in January. He's beaten close to 5,000 players to make back-to-back.
All of a sudden he's in a race just to try to get to the stack he's at right now.
Yeah. No, so
TJ's opening the King Jack suited. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Yes, it's a big plus and minus issue about bleeding chips. Certain players, we're going to have jammed by Finian with Tims.
Yeah, and as we see that jam, we're going to see
and this
Ronaldo.
Should get called, really. I mean, it's less than 10 big blinds. It's about 9 big blind jam, and it's been opened to about 2.5 big blinds. So you really shouldn't be able to fold your King Jack suited here if you're TJ, mathematically. Not just because looking at tens, but all the whole range of hands that Finian is shoving, King Jack suited is doing well enough against it that he needs to call.
Unfortunately, he's thinking that he has King High right now, and at the math.
Over 2-1 right now, he's hitting. This is a problem too, like opening ends like this when there are short stacks all over the place.
This is why King Jack's a tough one to open.
Yeah, you kind of have to make.
As
you
long
have
as
to
he
know what
doesn't
you're
have
going to
Ace
do.
King, he's getting the right odds. If he ever saw there were tens, he would be snap calling right now. But this is a problem with opening pretty hands that really don't play well against good hands. And I'm talking more Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, King Queen. Does play good against tens, though.
He's
showing Ace Queen right now. He has to call. Yeah, like.
And it's going to be a flip for Finian Anufo's tournament life with pocket tens. TJ Cruz.
And he hates getting shown King Jack suited there because with that kind of tank, after TJ opens and he tanks like that, I'm loving tens.
Yeah,
I'm like, wow, this guy has like sixes or sevens, and he's wishing he didn't open it, and he just turns it over. Like, we used to call those fake flips when you're like, your hand's so much better than your opponent's hand, but you're 50-50 pretty much.
We'll see the flop here.
Yeah, it's like the 10 Jack against nines. Yeah, there's his Jack.
And now Finian is going to be left drawing to just 2 outs on the turn and river. He bricks the turn. 1 card come.
And 2 pair.
King.
So King Jack with 8 aces right there.
Nothing he could do about it.
Nothing
and he's going to be our 9th place finisher for $18,384.
And that's a career best score for Finian. So congrats on that. $100 in tournament dollars from BorgataPoker.com. And the cool part about BorgataPoker.com is you don't have to live in New Jersey to play. As long as you're here in the state of New Jersey, on New Jersey internet, you are able to play. Coulter, you're from New York, right?
I'm from New York.
But you still play down here?
Whenever I'm down here, I play. Last night I played the 10K and had a quarter of chips in play with 15 left and finished 6th.
Okay.
Made 600% on my buy-in.
Wow, all right.
I actually got to sit next to Jamie in a $55 event where something happened that shouldn't have happened, and then I wasn't sitting next to her. It was a table move, and I actually wanted to play long with her because I wanted her to not be able to critique anything. Oh, Jamie, how do you take your earphones off right now? I'm talking about you.
He's saying the only nice things he's going to say all stream.
She gets a big head. You got to be real careful with Jamie. Hey, wait a second. Where was I?
As soon as I can't defend myself, he talks a bunch of trash.
I didn't talk trash. I said
okay, hold on.
I was playing next to you in the event, and
I'm cutting you guys off because
we have 8 deuce.
Because we have 8 deuce calling in the big blind after Anthony Hill moved all in for just over 1 big blind. So it was 160,000 a call, and
oh, I thought
God,
his
the run is over.
Yeah.
Not yet,
Maybe.
actually.
Not yet.
Five.
Not yet. Oh,
Jamie Kirsten a run good.
Well,
We actually wanted that. I think.
No.
I think
we're having
Anthony
fun.
wanted it a month ago.
Yeah.
Even that with that much domination.
But yeah, as I was saying, Alon, he comes in as the chip leader. You don't want to go out 7th or 8th as the chip leader. You want to, I don't know, at least finish top 50%, you'd think. So
And this is a little bit of a busting crew. Like these guys, they love each other, but they're
yeah,
harsh
no,
on
it's
each
one of
other.
those things where, he could, definitely get some
If I would have come into the final day in first place, I would have never met Alana with aces.
And now just on the opposite end of that final table leaderboard.
It's not short, and It's unraised. Well, that should really be in the bottom.
Oh my goodness. This is the Elena show, dude. This is crazy. Oh, our internet's bad.
We were just talking about.
Don't fix the internet.
Yeah, I just fixed the
internet. You're supposed to be old and not know how to do stuff.
Phil taught me how to troubleshoot down connections.
Look at that. Coldstone's magic.
I'd like to just thank you for teaching me how to reset my.
This is going to be the biggest pot of our tournament so far.
Yeah, we're going to be somewhere around 15 million. Well, there it is, 15.
I know how this feels when you're like, hold.
Yeah.
Now you like yelling diamond if you're on.
She's an online player. You know there's something weird she does, like when she's playing online. Like, I used to just cover my screen and then take the shoe away and be like, my guy's still there. Yay. But you can't do that here.
I still have those chips. They haven't closed this table.
Yep. Yeah, the table's just gone. Like, oh, no.
Who used the big word here?
Pretty good flop for
Decent
Elena.
flop.
Blue note yelling for a hold. Picture card. Oh, my God. Pick up the bag. Go shake her hand. Oh.
It's too late. He's going to need an ocean.
Yeah.
Elena is running good. This is a good day to run good, man.
You know, Alon played great all day. He readjusted after 4 betting his 9s early and put himself in a great position to win.
They're like going to be best friends at the end of this one.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Lenny Cap, 3.4. Oh, the 340. Okay. Yeah, so that's right, the 340. Dale Boone, I have played in most of the underground cash games in Brooklyn. You are correct. Chicken Jeff wants to know what the markup in the women's event would be.
You'd have to sell it at 0.8. You get completely ravaged.
I can't really play in the event, but I could dress for it. So what's the prop bet on if I dress like a woman, and how much more if I get real implants?
Ew.
What do you mean? I got the World Series coming up. 75K, guys. I'll put real implants in. If my doctor says I can.
All right, so...
Anyway.
As we digress.
No, we're staying there.
We're staying there. Okay,
75K, and I'll put one in for 35K.
We have an open from Elena, a shove for just under 3 big blinds from Saman.
And this is really bad because now Anna's going to probably have to show what she's been opening, but at this point it doesn't matter.
That's not embarrassing. Queen 10 suited?
I have these people on ace, king, aces, and kings. All of a sudden, like, oh my God, she jammed. Like, by the way, I bet you'll never know what World Series guy's hand that is. He won the World Series, and he told me it was his hand after he played.
Queen suited?
Yeah, he goes, oh, I just had when he was sitting next to me. He goes, I had the me.
Fossil man.
No, it was Vaconi.
Really?
Yeah,
he goes, I had the me. I go, sorry.
I don't know what that is.
Me, I'd be like, that's great for you.
We were
how self-indulging.
Yeah.
All right, and unfortunately, Saman Sadir is not going to win this pot. Matt Mendez is going to take it down when he flopped a pair of kings that went checked. Get involved in like ego war, in those positions where, no, I'm the aggressor. No, I'm going to be the aggressor. No, me. And all of a sudden, if you're having that be your draw, and that's why you're making these moves, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Chris opens in position he's supposed to. He finds a little resistance. He throws it away. That's perfect.
I kind of think that they're like dynamic off the table right now. Like they're friendly with each other, and they're like they've been like talking to each other.
Yeah, they've been bouncing, kind of jiving.
It's so much less likely that Matt is 3-betting complete dust. Like, yeah, he's not gonna play like super differently against you because you guys are friendly. But he probably doesn't have like 7-4 off. Like he probably has something pretty reasonable. He's not going
big hint here now. Matt opens and TJ has aces. Go ahead. He's going to take his time right now.
I've actually always realized that if like people are quote unquote friendly at the table, there's a less likely chance that they're gonna play tough against you or put you in weird spots without good hands.
It's almost another dynamic. A book could be written about neighbor play.
Yes.
And showing your neighbor really your hand. Oh, look at this. Philip's got his favorite hand again.
And this would have been a much more interesting hand if TJ had done what I probably would have done, which I call squeeze mining. Gets open on the button, you flat aces knowing that the big line is super short and you may just jam. Then all of a sudden Queen 9 probably finds a call and you jam and you pick up a bunch of dead money.
And that looked like it was going to happen because he was looking like, how can you have aces right now? He didn't believe him, so he might have He might have called the raise.
All right, so pocket threes were
Wow, queen nine of clubs.
undoing for Philip Sung earlier. Let's see if
More outs for queen nine of clubs. More outs and queen.
When your cards are in their back and you're still like, I don't know, it's close. Like, it's really super close. You're not, like, final tables are really cool because, like, ICM throws an extra, like, wrench into it where you're like, okay, like, you should probably call here with this hand. And then all of a sudden, like, he's the short stack, so it's not as relevant. But all of a sudden, like, there's strategical,
Chris
like,
is in with a queen.
there's some strategy to, like, risking your chips in a not great spot because all of a sudden you're going to be low man on the totem pole to getting 16 big blinds and being in the tournament a chance to win again. So you're like, all right, say I'm only 35% or 40% in that spot, it's still probably worth it.
Players seem to be moving around a lot. Are they getting close to a break time? Oh,
Feels like it.
we have an on call.
Oh boy.
wow, this is going to be for Chris Horder's
Yeah. it's a
tournament
huge
life. This is a
pot.
flip. Ace Queen against pocket fives. It was opened by Horder. A 3-bet shove from Elena and a snap ball from Horder.
Good luck,
He's going to
Jamie.
This
he's
is a
going to need to
huge
pair
pot.
up.
If Elena does win this, she's going to be the shortest stack, I think. Isn't she?
Probably, yeah, with like 8 million. And there's an ace
Ace
in
in
the
the
flop, ace jack jack. And now it's Elena Stover looking for. Ooh, that was it actually.
Yeah,
looking
that
for
was
two
looking-
fives on the Turner River. It doesn't come on the turn. And
Yeah,
it doesn't
Chris
come on
gets
the
his
river.
double up.
Chris Horder is
Wow.
going to double up through Elena Stover again.
That's a huge game changer for her. I mean, this would be a really great time for a break for Elena to just
Yeah.
go, like, let off some steam because that's just a huge percentage of her stack.
This is some good bring-in music there.
That was strong.
All right, so we are back at the Borgata Million final table. This is the open event of the Spring Poker Open. And hello.
Hi, guys.
What started as a 2,500 player landmine-filled field is now down to our final four. My name is Will O'Connor. 4 landmines remain. My name is Will O'Connor. I'm here with Jamie Kerser and Dave Insberg, and we are here to bring you the rest of the action as it happens. Again, we said 4 players remain, and I believe Matt Mendez is going to be coming back with our final table chip lead. But I think we've seen a lot of good play from the 4 remaining people. You know, it's been kind of, touch and go for some. TJ Cruz played slowly, but everyone's battled. It's been fun to watch.
There has been battles. TJ is getting involved a little bit more right now than he probably should, but I think he'll adjust. I think we'll have a really good final 4 going forward.
All right, and Jamie, you are still Team Horder, right? Nothing
Yeah, I haven't
changed?
switched. I'm thinking about going to Team Matt.
Oh.
I might. I'm thinking about
Something
it.
happened
but
on the
yeah.
Something
That's who
happened on the
wins.
break? Yeah, okay.
JK.
Okay, what happens after the break stays at the break. But I think we're going to have a really interesting dynamic over the next few levels. There's 4 payouts still that's set to be paid out. 75,000. There's 9,000, 138, and then 213. Those are some massive
Huge jumps.
You get those jumps every day, right?
The biggest jump's going to come after this one. The 90 to 138 is going to be really an interesting spot.
Especially considering the buy-in, an 80 buy-in jump.
Well, yeah, no. If this is a 3,500, then 15,000, 20,000 jump isn't that big. This is a $500 buy-in with first place over 215,000. It's so sick.
It's huge. It's huge, and there's 4 people that are very close to it right now. I'm sure they're really excited, but the only one's going to get it, and somehow the other 3 are going to be disappointed for a couple of minutes before they realize their accomplishment.
Yeah, and that's kind of the disappointing part about tournament poker. You can finish second in this event. I beat 2,500 minus 1 person that beat me. And, right now, we were saying, you might not be that happy about it, but the second you go back to your family, go back to your,
Not the second, but it takes a little time. But you appreciate what you did and you're happy about
Yeah.
it. What you really need to look back at a couple of hands you won that were close and appreciate that you won those earlier. And if you didn't win those, you wouldn't have got to the spot. But it's a mental game. Every part of the poker is a mental game, from prep to post-tournament.
Yeah.
And, you know, you need...
I think the longer people stay in the game, the more appreciation they have for final tabling. You know, like, everyone wants to get first, but I was talking to Chris about this earlier today. Like, what amount of money would you have to cash for in this tournament to be satisfied? And, like, people who are new to tournament, I'm winning or nothing. I'm going to be mad if I don't win. And he doesn't have that. He had, like, a dollar amount. And he's like, oh, how could I be mad in a 500 if I walk away with this amount? And, like, you know, it's not all about...
What was that number? 130,000?
100.
Yeah, second place.
But still, though, like, saying that, yeah, you're happy with, like, 3 spots rather than, like, only 1. Like, I think it's just...
The first step is being happy that you only go for 1 buy-in.
Exactly. That, for me, I'm like, all right, I
second
basically
step is
just
a
cash for
cash.
$2,000 if I get thrown 1 buy-in.
Yeah. All right, so before we get to the poker, I have to give a little plug to the Borgata here. They are putting us up. They are running this amazing live stream. But, guys, you know, throughout the Spring Poker Open, throughout the rest of the year, Sunday through Thursdays, come down, get a room, $209, $100 dining credit, so you're really paying $109.
$25 slot credit.
$25 slot credit. All of a sudden, you're paying $75, and you're basically here hanging out free.
And you go to the comedy show, too.
You know
And
what?
That's worth $75. It's a free day.
It's a free day. It's a free day at the Borgata. So
But now through April 28th.
it's like a you know, a $209 deposit and fun.
There's also a lot of other good things happening, too. I know there's a big series coming up with, let me try to get this in quick before, 250,000 guarantee on May. Well,
Yeah,
day 2 is
the
May
May
30th.
series, right?
260 plus 40, May 26th to the 30th with 5 starting flights, and that's in the middle of no other event, so that $250,000 gets shattered. I said it'll be closer to 600,000.
Yeah, guarantees don't really ever come into play here at
Not at the
Borgata. They'll get
Borgata.
beat. We had a $100,000 Saturday series, absolutely get shattered today, almost double in the prize pool. So, you know, poker, people say poker might be dead. Poker is alive and well here at the Borgata and here on the East Coast.
It sure is. And here's Chris flopping a 6-high flush draw against top pair. This hand could start to get interesting, but it probably will just come down to 1 call, and that should end the hand. Check.
And we do see some different seating assignments back from break. They are in the same order, but it's moving so the cameras can, you know, better get a glimpse of our players.
It's a good spot for both players to check.
We'll get Jamie's comments after she comes up for air.
Every time he's
Every
in.
hand Chris Horder's in, she's going to be sweating, literally and figuratively. I actually really like this bet from Chris. You know, he has
And Matt's not calling.
some flush draws. He has some, you know, gut shot draws as well. And, you know, you also think that any pair outs on the river are good. But I think he's just trying to force out a better hand here with this bet.
Plus he
A
was
second
called,
barrel.
He was called on the flop, which represents a piece of the board, and now an over came, so he's trying to rep the over. But I guess Matt's not going to let it go on that 1 card. And, you know, as it's been going most of the time, Chris has been giving up in the situation, and rightly so, because most of the time Matt would have called. I mean, he's really going to have to barrel into
It would have
this
to
one.
be a really big barrel, but he's got it in him.
Not necessarily necessary, but
Yeah, these are the 2 big stacks coming back from break, and Matt Mendez came back from break with a pretty substantial chip lead. So with Alina Stover working 8 big blinds, this might be a, you know, shutdown spot for both players.
I would think so. I mean, I know Chris is trying to think that Matt might think that, and maybe, and maybe I could come out and take it. Now, he can't win this hand. I mean, this is the only way he has. So just to check it in the spot where he once checked down a missed flush, that might make Matt realize that he did give up last time and he must have it. I like to play a lot. I'd rather have had a heart on the river, but I like to play.
Jamie, you probably should know this better than I do. When Horror is in a hand, I don't think I've ever seen him, and I think it might just be his new position. I don't think he's ever seen him like stare down a player, like under his hood and hair and whatever. But that time he was. Is that
I mean, I
something
think
that
that's
we're
really
noticing
just
from
a
the
smart
angle,
thing
or
to do. Like, I feel like, all right, when you bet the river and you're bluffing, you should stare at your opponent as if you're studying them. Because clearly, if you're bluffing, you're never putting their chip in the pot. You could stare at the sky. Who cares? You're at the hand. But I think it's really good to like be engaged in the hand still and look at him as if you're like, if he raises me, what would I do here?
Yeah, I agree. I was just wondering if that's something we've just been missing from the angles that we've been looking at, and if we just got to...
I don't know.
It's a little strange because generally a strong hand will look away and not care what you do. So even though he only had top pair, he seemed a little intimidated or felt he wasn't good. He didn't beat any 10 either, except for...
Yep. And that was, and I feel like from Chris, you kind of decide you're in for multiple barrels. Like you decide on the flop, am I going to commit to this, or am I going to put out like 1 week?
Am I going to try and just give
and
up?
then be like, oh well, hope I hit my hand, and like.
Also, Elena's short stack gives his bets a lot more strength.
Oh yeah, it looks real for sure, because he shouldn't be really like risking his position right now until she busts.
A little post bluff hell.
Yeah, he's like, woohoo!
That worked.
I had it. Don't worry about it. I'm happy you folded.
And you'll find out in 30 minutes how much I had.
I find it extremely funny when people like, lie about having it when you're on a live stream. Like even just being on like for half an hour. Like for half an hour, I want this guy to think I had it or something.
Well, the best one ever in the history of poker is
Moon.
Darvin Moon.
Yes.
Like telling his wife I had queen. He had like king queen off.
He bluffs his wife. I was like, dude, she's gonna see this on TV like over and over again.
There was no live stream back then, so like it was a few days she had to wait. But
that's
that was so funny.
I can imagine him like worried about that day too. Let's not watch it, honey. Let's go out to dinner. Let's go along for one more day. By the way, I bluffed you.
And as you see on the right-hand side, the remaining payouts, some big money up for grabs.
You're getting a little over 400 times your buy-in for first.
I mean, just 400 buy-ins.
Go sit in the 1-2 game.
I think Chris was in for like 300 bullets or something.
This is like just break even. We're almost there.
That's got a fun hand.
Yeah, this is one of those hands that are perceived to quote unquote flop well.
Wow, you could look at it as like first place money. You like satellited into every Borgata opener for the rest of your life.
Yeah, like your children's children can play every Borgata opener for the rest of their lives.
That's what it would be like if live poker issued $2.
No, not ever. It's only for 100 years. 4 year for 100 years.
The hoarder generational, the family, the dynasty, the hoarder dynasty.
We could never be down on the $1 million guarantee. We're off on this event.
Well, that's like we were talking about Asher Conniff earlier, and he's like, how like every Yankee old timers day, I think Ash like has to play this opening event for the rest of his life till the day he dies. Because it started everything. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And then he missed it.
And then he
but then he passed it on Hoarder's one of his like best friends.
No, he's
poker,
0 for 1 and I'm oi. 0 for 1 on his title defense and I'm oi. Hope you heard that, Asher. Give me back my charger.
What's kind of funny about this that we were talking about, because we have a puppy now, so we can't both play the same day. We don't leave him alone because he still wants to like eat wires. He's like, that wire looks tasty. Let me try it out. We kind of have to watch him all the time.
Look fun.
So we were just trying to decide who would play day 1A, and I was like, oh, you go. I'm like, I don't really feel like playing for today.
Guys, we
really?
have an all-in of 30 million. BJ's going to make a decision. Go ahead. He's going to take his time.
He's going to fold too.
Continue.
But yeah, he ended up playing day 1A because I just didn't want to, and then he's at the final table. I'm like, I'm glad I didn't just go like, I really want to play today.
What do you mean? He'd be here anyway.
End of day.
Yeah, no matter what.
End of day 1A. Horde has like 80,000. And another player, we're in the signature room. Other player has, close to like 90,000. And the kid goes, I'm not coming back for day 2 with 90,000, and he just moves all in from like under the gun 1. Hoarder has ace king in the blinds, calls. The kid has literally 7 deuce offsuit. Hoarder holds and gets a full double, like second to last hand with ace king, and all of a sudden has 160 big blinds, 160,000 coming back instead of 80. So it's just everything just.
Yeah, he slow rolled us with that one too because it was. I live with Mikey Casino, Chapo, and Portsky.
Yeah.
He comes home at it was like 1:30 in the morning or something. Whenever it was, we're all grinding, and he's like, "Yeah, well, I had 75K." going till the last hand of the night. And I'm like, oh no, I've heard this story before from everyone, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, so the guy just rips like whatever it was, like 50 big blinds, a 7 deuce, and he's like, I have ace king, of course. So I call, and then he's like, yeah, I bagged 150K.
All right, and speaking of,
Interesting spot. Chris was just pushed all in on. He has the same hand.
yeah, it's gonna be ace queen versus ace
Oh, he
queen,
called.
and
Diamonds.
Porter has his free roll in here. Oh my gosh,
no
way. That's like the free roll face, right?
Yes.
All right, let's
So
see
like,
it.
haha.
Oh, it's red.
It was red.
It was like the right color.
It wasn't blue though. It had to be blue.
Had to make me sweat.
And it is always a sweat.
Everyone's having a
But
good time.
TJ Cruz fades, and players are gonna. Not a small game.
I like that Charger joke. Still funny.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Definitely still funny. I agree, actually.
Oh, Phil wrote something, but it went too fast again. Sorry, Phil. They cannot go so fast. However,
I have to. The charge joke is still funny. You know, it's funny because it's not a joke. This is
You're,
my
like,
life.
really mad.
This is my life
Yeah.
that we're messing with.
Well,
What's
you make
funny
$500,000 a year, so it doesn't really matter, right? That's
mean-
my favorite Will the Bloggers.
Oh no,
thing.
that's actually the better joke. And I was actually saying to Ash, you know, if the Charger joke was 2015, then the how much does Will Pelosi make joke be 2016. And then whenever it gets brought up on Twitter, I don't care when, or where, or how it's brought up, Asher somehow just instantly chimed in and says he makes 500K. Doesn't matter what time of day, who's saying it. He just instantly, he must have a notification whenever, you know, any it words come up.
Cal wants to know why some players put chips on their cards. They do it to protect their cards.
So the dealer doesn't swipe them in by accident.
Horse skis, hair flips are on point. Yep, Joey. They are.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think the best hair in poker is Chris Horder, Andy Spears,
Oh yeah,
some really good hair, and that's like about it actually.
that's it.
That's about
Jen
it.
Shahadi.
Red the Flowers used to have a long.
Ben Shahadi actually does. She's like blonde streaks now. She actually
Yeah,
looks really
hair on
cool.
point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And she's been in Jersey a lot for.
Yeah, I get to see my best. She's my best friend.
Yeah, yeah.
And Star's coming here. I get to see her like 10 times as much as
Awesome.
usual.
Cool.
It's pretty cool.
Jake
Not that
ridden
she's like super far away. Otherwise,
She's
in-
traveling a lot for chess. She does a lot of like tutoring,
Guys
coaching
have it
stuff.
all in. Elena's tournaments online against pair of Chris.
And this is,
She used the king deuce of spades for her big run beginning.
you know, it's gonna be a 10 big blind shove that.
From the
believe-
small.
Yeah, I believe Horder called in the big
Yeah,
blind.
snap
Yeah.
calls.
And a relatively safe flop for Chris Horder. Jack high rainbow.
Oh my.
And the 2 of hearts pairs up Elena Stover.
She does really well with the deuce in her hand.
And that's going to be interesting to see how much Horder was playing before that hand. I think he's now going to be the short stack at this final table. And that's just one of those, you can tell by the look on his face, he's just
Boy.
pretty disappointed in that one out. That's
So she's going to be up to over 14 million.
one of those where,
12.5,
you
I
know, a
guess.
deuce on the turn and a deuce on the river probably shouldn't change anything. But when a short stack holds a deuce in their hand, it changes a lot of things. So it's 10 big blinds.
I checked his shove chart because I was like, I'm pretty sure that's exactly the hand you're supposed to shove it. It is. It's always like that.
Well,
You
here's
deal and
your
you're like,
question.
oh god. You're like, oh, the queen you suited. Seriously, when playing for 200K, you hold your breath and shove.
Yeah, and just looking at the leaderboard, it was really interesting on the other side of break. You know, before we went on break, the 3 players at the top of the leaderboard were all very, very close, and then Elaine Stover was at the bottom. And now it kind of role reversal where Matt is
Way
far and
above.
away the chip leader, and the rest of the 3 players are kind of jockeying for that, you know, second, third, and fourth position. And like we said a few times, those big pay jumps are gonna. Look at that face.
Sad. He gave his chips a sad face.
That was
He's
the sad
cutest
bottom
boy ever.
lip.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
But
It's the cutest boy ever. I love him when he
just
loses.
looked at his chips and made a
he's
sad
just
face.
so adorable in
Shut up, Will
defeat.
Ossie.
Yeah, it's still happening.
So
It
adorable
really
in
is
defeat.
tough this time of the tournament when that stuff happens to you. The amount of joy she has from that hand,
Yep.
and now it's kind of
Tournament poker.
tournament poker. Oh, hoop from Opie.
All right, we need to get our band hammer on over here. Band hammer, leader, chirp. How do I do this? We are not allowing people to say disparaging things about how some of the players look. So people are
Especially
on-
Chris Horder.
No.
He's gorgeous.
It wasn't against Chris
Don't you
Horder, but
realize
no,
that's
it's
model?
not. It's not okay to say mean things about how people look.
Chris Horder is gorgeous.
Thank you.
Yes, we don't talk. We don't
Women
speak
will
mean.
steal your chips and your soul. Thank you, J-Rove.
All right, and this is going to be an actually
This is gonna
interesting
be
pot here. It's going to be
interesting.
another limp from Chris Horder in the small blind. I've seen him do this a handful of times. And Matt Mendez, 2-9, is going to raise all in a very quick call from Matt Mendez. And almost instantly, Chris Horder could be on the rail. He is all in for his tournament life with ace-7 against Matt Mendez pocket nines. And Chris Horder's going to need to hit one of 3 immediate outs right now. And a king-high flop is not going to help his hand any much. And he's going to need an ace on the turn or river to stay alive.
Oh,
There it is.
The head nod. Yes. I like that. Yes.
And Matt Mendez can only roll his eyes and breathe a sigh of relief. And, oh, wait, Jamie
Where'd
knew
she
that
come
happened
from?
already. Cheater!
That's why I
oh,
stay
you
quiet.
cheater!
Jamie Kersteter's a cheater.
Look at that couple over there. They use
Shut
the
up.
same hair color. You guys dyed same hair. Wow, you look like you aged almost a year today.
I seriously, watching somebody else play, I'm
Must just
okay
be
with losing
in-
my own flips. I really don't care that much.
It must be infuriating. Like, just not like you're not like commenting on his play or whatever, but just like the fact that like you need to sweat these flips must just
Jamie
be
knew
like,
the ace
Yeah,
was
it's terrible.
coming.
you know, she knew it. Just,
You
she's so
knew she
terrible.
wasn't coming back there if he lost that hand.
I used
no,
to go
yeah.
see
It would be the me and Will
Showers
show.
live stream.
Yeah. This is okay, because we got you, Jamie.
It's
Whatever
a
you
band
need.
commentators disparaging comments. Is this some kind of sorcery in the booth and at the table?
Yeah, she can do it all, guys.
For anyone who hasn't figured it out, because this is delayed, when we were on break, I went to sweat. And I only sweat one hand. I think I'm a decent sweat.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That
I
was a
mean,
pretty
I
good
was up
sweat.
there also, so I was the good sweat, but you know, I digress. Horder didn't hug me after though. It was really like I was waiting for it.
Aw. Sorry, bro.
And all right, guys, as these stacks get cut down, there is another 100K Saturday series this spring here at Borgata. Every month,
She's twice as tall as Jamie.
non-poker open series, a 100K Saturday series runs, and that's going to be on May 14th, so mark your calendars. And let's just say that those 100K Saturday series usually crush the prize pool. Today we have
Almost
just
always
under
do.
$200,000 up for grabs, likely close to $50,000 for first base.
So who do you guys think TJ was rooting for in that hand?
Probably Matt Mendez.
That-
I'm going to go ahead out on a limb and say Matt Mendez.
That's a $25,000 paper loss.
Shouldn't have gone out there on break. I spoiled it for myself. I would have been in here sweating so hard. Like, "Jeez." I mean, Matt's played super well the whole final table. I can't
He
think
has
of a
great.
single misstep.
No, he's played really good. He looks visibly a little upset by that hand.
I mean,
which
I
is
would be
normal.
too. It's a chance to knock out a player, make a huge pay jump, and have just a stranglehold on table.
Yep.
And instead he gets 3 outed.
Chris ran into a little bit of a problem here. But TJ's only got 5.8 million, and Chris is a chip leader, so he should be able to maneuver out unless the flops the clubs.
Which it is.
Which it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, I think he's gonna lose this
He's gonna
hand.
fold. Yeah.
It was just like a.
Like I don't care. I appreciate that
Got that
though.
second nut flush.
Like the no nonsense, like
Why
next
not?
hand,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the tanking. There's no purpose in tanking certain spots.
We saw
Especially
from-
if you're on TV, guys.
We
'cause-
saw that from Alon earlier. You know, those Hollywood kind
It's
of
just a
tanks.
waste of time.
Yeah, it's like 45 seconds that we will never get back. And when we add those all together,
Yes.
we're losing like 5 minutes. And
Almost 5 minutes.
I
It's
can
like
do a
bad
lot of
joke.
of
Yeah.
things in 5 minutes.
A few people owe me 2
what I've heard
minutes
about
for
you.
bad stories. That's what you've heard about him? No one's exaggerating. Giving
As
him
I-
5.
As I blow Jamie Curse at our wink.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
You were one ace away from it working.
Dude, how did Jen know? Jen just texted me. How's Borg going? As I said her name 30 seconds ago.
Wow.
Like, that's crazy.
That's
man.
like one of those where people just hear you
Yeah, how
talking
did you
about
do
them.
that?
Maybe she's listening to the live stream.
That
I
would be
don't
funny.
know.
She's just trying to serial wizardy. I'm like, whoa.
And now she hears us talking about it.
She's like, I've been caught.
What kind of games and limit does Borgata normally spread? Borgata's got everything from 1-2 up to 10-25 and bigger during certain times.
Everything.
Got mixed games.
There was a 400, 800 mix game running yesterday. I saw on Bravo.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty big.
I play 2 hands. Sit down there with $3,000 playing 200, 400. I call, fold. Okay, I got 1,200 left.
How doesn't Jen have the blue iMessage? What alternate universe are we living in?
I don't know,
The
man.
Samsung phone.
Probably
Hey.
Samsung.
I saw my friend.
Do you have an iPhone, Wilson?
Yeah, I do. I found my friend has the Samsung, and I poured water on it, and it was an old Samsung.
Oh, yeah, the commercial
That
with Lil
commercial is
Wayne.
awesome.
Yeah, that's a
He's
great
like, more
commercial.
champagne. He just buys
Yeah.
the champagne and pours it on the phone.
Yeah,
on the
but
way
you know
out.
how many
It's great.
people are getting their old Samsung phones ruined because of the
Yeah,
commercial?
it's brilliant by them, and people have to buy new Samsungs.
I owe someone a phone. He's like, no, don't. And I was like, well,
And you did it already.
Yeah, I'm a Lil Wayne fan.
Wheezy F Baby.
100%.
Crouton F Baby.
Q-Time.
Crouton.
Oh, we got the worst.
I wonder if he's watching at home. Crouton gets like really excited when I FaceTime with Chris when Chris isn't around.
Where's TJ Stack right now? Somewhere around
He's
4 million?
short. Yeah.
And Chris got to play another hand against Matt. So a 2-club flop, and he might move up in the prize pool.
Did he just call?
No.
Okay. For a second, it looked like it, and I was confused.
When smiles at him, he folds a few minutes later. He takes the game face off. I'm going to fold, and
He
probably
did.
played
He
some.
did just call.
he did call.
Chris
Oh.
just called. Yeah. That's
It said
surprising.
3-bet. Well, that could lead to a problem.
There's only 3 million in the pot. Yeah, it was just a reason to call.
Oh, yeah.
I think that might.
I'm surprised that Matt didn't take a stab at the flop.
Yeah, I think that might just be a spot where Hoarder is trying to keep this pot relatively small.
Well,
There's two shorter stacks.
He would have been called if he bet. I'm surprised Matt didn't try to win because Matt doesn't have as good of a hand. Showdown. I think it's a good spot for Chris to fold right now. Just keep everything in check. He's going to peel. It's a good call.
It's my favorite part about commentating when you say something and then they do the opposite.
It happens
It's like no, it happens.
1% of the time only. That's the. I don't usually. Get
I'm on the other end. It
half.
happens like 90% of the time.
I like it when Jamie and who was it with? Rota will be like, no way.
Yeah.
No way. Yeah way. Boom. I did it. You guys can't see me dancing around the room after each time. We had one where I said he was going to bet a certain amount and he misclicked and bet a little bit more
Oh, that was the funniest one. He's like, I think he's gonna bet like 6 million, and then he bets like 7.5 million, and I was like, wow, because I thought his bet was
all
already
said
big.
3
I go,
million,
wow. I
yeah.
was like, wow, that's a big bet anyway. And then he bet more. Then he goes, yeah, I misclicked him to make it 6 million.
So I was right.
On the wow. That's
So I
really
was
good.
only
We're like,
100%
yeah, cool,
right
so-
on how big it was, but he missed to make it more, which made me not.
That's really
right,
good,
right,
actually.
That's funny.
Well, the last one, Joe Black had Jack 8 in the big blind, and I'm like, wow, this is a call. And Vinny and Gag's like, no way, he's got Jack 8. I go, you don't know Joe Black.
Yeah.
Joe Black, as fast as it came to him, call. I go, and he's gonna win.
Well, I swear, I've never seen someone open under the gun at a 6-handed table and like the board just come pretty ragged, and it went check on the river, and Joe Black verbalized 9 high, and there was like an 8, a 7, a 6 on the board. So like, what are you opening with that doesn't pair
yeah,
at least one of those hands? And he just said 9 high, and like the person showed 2 pair or something. It was good, and it was just like, okay, yeah, that's Joe Black's game, and it's a way to get chips. We haven't really seen anybody take that line today.
No, and we didn't even see it when Joe played because he had Ferrata in the game, which he had to, just wait.
Yeah, which is like,
which was great.
fighting fire with fire.
And then they really, he had a great strategy for that win too, and it worked out for him. And even though he ran into a problem in a cooler hand and got out of it, it
That's
was a
poker.
fun tournament,
Yeah.
and it was well played by most of the guys.
Yeah, that was a really fun one to watch.
All right, guys, we got about a half hour left until you're going to run out of big, so let's go.
Yeah, we've really seen the only action play up between Chris Horder and Matt Mendez here.
Yeah, they've been playing against pretty much each other lately. Elena keeps getting deuce, but she's not going to play with it. Wow. Could be a walk four-handed.
Wow, take it down, TJ.
DJ had a queen. He had the best hand.
It's still 4-handed. Here at the Borgata Million final table. Over 2,500 players start this event through 4 starting flights. And we are now down to our final 4. And speaking of 4, Chris Horder looks down at pocket force. He'll be under the gun. He's going to open this one.
Joey Mush, I net roll because I'm not sure I have the best hand.
And this could just be another 6 spot for both these players.
Well, I
It's
think,
probably going to be an all-in. I mean, TJ is just benefiting from every time there's a hand matchup like this.
Well, he's expecting to. It just doesn't seem to not
He's
going
making
out.
Sklansky bucks. And now she's playing small ball as well. I mean, everyone's figured out that they need to outlast TJ to make an extra, what is it, a lot?
25.
Yeah,
Exactly one a lot.
it's just another
25,000.
25,000.
But Elena's short, too. I mean, she's got the same stack as TJ after this hand.
Only 14,000.
15,000.
Yeah.
Only.
25, I thought. Oh, no.
No, it's 76 to 90.
Gotcha.
Right.
The next one's 48,000.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a big.
Wow, the jump just goes.
Yeah, the jumps get pretty huge.
And you're still looking at that with 4 left.
Yeah. Do you like that? I just said, oh, only 14,000.
Yeah.
Like I'm so like
I guess-
accustomed to how
we're all
much is.
so rich.
Yeah.
Guess your man
Well, I heard
must
that
be a
Will
good
makes
poker
500K a
Guess
year.
your man's got a lot of poker cash.
And I think this is, you take into consideration the short stack of TJ, but you also take into consideration that I don't think these players just want to be flipping coins here. Elena could have very well, just, set all in, and, Chris would have had to be faced with a decision. But I think at this stage of the tournament, you don't just want to be, flipping. You want to try to, take your edges when you can.
Especially if you're thinking to get called. It's okay to
no.
go try to make someone fold to avoid the flip and then get stuck with the flip.
Definitely.
Chris should win this hand if he doesn't bet. And I doubt he's going to bet right now. Unless he's trying to get her to fold a 5. Which he doesn't have. And that's it. Nice hand, Chris. Nice hand, Elena. Right now you got 2 people right at the bottom with equal stacks. So, basically you got Matt and Chris up top now. Probably going to try to stay out of each other's ways as best as they can and get down to heads up.
And Jamie, you mentioned Clancy dollars. Someone in the chat pseudonym is asking, is Clancy dollars just another way of discussing EV? Gains Clancy dollars is just equivalent to being positive EV.
Yeah, I think that he kind of like invented that. It was on 2+2. People would talk about it to kind of get out of the result-oriented mindset to be like, I made the right decision. I'll earn Slansky bucks. It's like, fictitious dollars that are in your pocket because you made the right play.
Yeah.
So you get an ace king to ace queen for $1,000 pot. You have 7,000 Slansky bucks because you got it in 70-30.
Yeah.
For 700. Excuse me. But yeah, I forget when that even came up, but people have been saying that probably for like 10 years.
Yeah, it's been a phrase.
Well, it has to be 10 years if just talking about Sklancy.
Yeah.
Even I was born after he was done talking. Not to say anything negative about him, but there were a lot of things written a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, you were saying earlier that under the gun opens used to just be like aces or the top range. And the game has evolved so much.
It's gone back and forth where people found they were able to sneak their suited connectors in there.
Yep, to get respect.
Now nobody's letting people like min or limp under the gun. They're like, I ain't going to let you play with 9-10 of spades. I got ace jack. So it slips back and forth. It's interesting. Matt got no actual aces there. Right now, if Matt and Chris decide to get silly with each other, they could be making a $75,000 decision by not allowing the 2 short stacks to wither away. There's one thing to play the win, and there's one thing to play smart, and there's no reason for these 2 people really, unless one of them nuts up, to go after each other. They have plenty of time for that. And 75,000 good reasons to wait.
It's going to open from Elena, and Chris Hoare looks interested from the small blind.
Mostly because 3-bet would get so much respect right now with TJ being short.
Well, look,
Elena, actually, he's putting her to a decision.
They're both at the bottom, and her decision isn't really that big of a decision.
I'm surprised she didn't jam with 11 big blinds. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but I
think if she jams, I'm pretty sure Ace-3 finds the muck.
And I think she's probably going to call.
Hey, she's going to have to. It kind of. In this
she played it
it's
so
a little
passive,
fancy.
she's almost trying to trap with it. And that could be the end of it. Interesting, her hand actually looks stronger, but Ace is still not going to call a jam.
He was thinking about jamming on her, though, and I'm pretty sure that finds the muck instantly if she just shoves. Like, Ace-3 is not calling off there, with Matt behind especially.
Yeah.
I do like it. Like, I do like her play if she had, like, even a little bit more, 12 or 13 bigs. Because then it's opening her up to being able to raise many buttons instead of just being an all-in or fold bone. Like, if she's willing to min-raise king, queen, and hand she's going to call off with, she can start min-raising some weaker hands as just steals.
Well, she might have been thinking about just mucking the hand if it's a jam.
That would be crazy,
really
though.
Put too much in. Well, it would be a weird use of a king queen where you could probably get a lot of aces to fold by playing it differently. Then to induce a bad ace call and raise a hand slightly better. It's not really. So DJ
hanging around.
Well, he's ahead of Alina. She's really had a rubber band-aid today, flying out, then dropping to the bottom, moving back up, and now back down in need of a double up or at least a couple of loops of chips.
Yeah. If you told her in the beginning of the day that she'd be four-handed, I'm sure she'd be extremely thrilled.
I think she'd take that.
I believe all 4 of these players at 15 players left would be happy at 4. But now, with 4 guaranteed and the check guaranteed for 76,000, they're all going to lose 14,000 or more.
Okay, Jamie, I have to ask you because we are out of the realm of that hand mattering a little bit. There was a massive hand with Chris Horder and Tony Chen at the start of day 3 with 15 players left. Has Chris Horder told you what he had in that hand?
No, and I asked him. I actually texted him. He hated it. He responded to every text message.
Other
and
than
I
that one?
said on the Queen A3 2-club board, when you 3-bet from the small blind, you down bet and then bet the turn and then shove the river. Did you have ace queen? Did you have aces? You have nothing. Like those are my throws.
Yeah.
Like you could definitely have been full of dust. The draws didn't come in, so like I think if he had like a really like a decent hand, like top pair type hand, I think he check calls and bluff catches with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think only his like extremely strong hands are shoving the river or dust.
Yeah,
like he literally has to have up to set,
Has
or
to be
have
yes
aces,
or no. Yeah.
or like have absolutely nothing. And he hasn't responded
He hasn't-
to it.
oh
He
my
literally
God.
responded to every other text I sent. So I'm like, are you just...
No, because even I was watching that, and I love kind of trying to stick myself in the minds of one or two players, whatever. And it was such a, it was one of these situations where there's
But she just
the pay jumps weren't that big, obviously, but it was just such an interesting spot where Horder's just going for it, just it was really
And he
pure.
really just doesn't care. Like, it's a huge advantage
Oh,
of his.
he has such a high level of just like DAGF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a little bored right now, Chris, but I'll wake up a little later and play a little catch tonight, probably.
Yeah, I get nervous sweating him sometimes. Like this summer, he was really deep in the main event. It was like day 5, and I'm seeing him put chips high. Like I think sweating me is not that difficult. If I'm in a really big pot, like 90% of the time I have it. So it's like you can be pretty sure I want to call, but like 10% of the time, I'm gonna be just sweating. But watching him, it's like seems like it's 50-50. Like, and I'm seeing him just triple barrel this one board, and I'm like, I don't know what I want. So I don't know if I'm rooting for this guy to like hero him off and he has like top set, or if he has like nothing and I need this guy to like fold king. Like, it's like watching that, I'm like, I'm better off just not sweating.
Yeah, that's true. At least here you get to see his cards more.
Yeah, exactly. So I know what to root for.
So what's happening on this end? Poker?
You just wander away.
There's a raise.
Poker's
It's on Chris to
happening, yeah.
call, Amelia.
I think he's fake tanking and then jamming is my guess. I didn't realize, yeah. I was watching you. It makes it a lot more difficult with the other big stack in the pot still.
Three bets?
Yes.
So this is what we call stack playing with the best hand.
Stack playing is better with the best hand.
Yes, this way if it doesn't work and they call, it still worked. But then again, he could have done that with A5 as well as A7. It's her tournament on the line, not his.
It's up to 40 big blinds. This is the way biggest stack he's had at this whole fun table.
Yeah, does he know how to play so many?
I don't know. We know he knows how to play when he's like 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll text him and tell him to lose 33 big blinds and then do what he knows.
Yeah. I said he has all his lucky bracelets with him today too.
Yeah, he has a lot of flair, as they would call it. Do all those have meanings, or have you made all of them on behalf of Crouton?
Well, most of those are just to get into a club. He figures next year in
Yeah,
Vegas
I
it won't
mean,
change the
I made
bracelet.
all the
Get
like
into pools and
candy
clubs.
bracelets. I made him. So one says holy cannoli on it because he went to sweat. He's very good friends with
yeah,
Tommy
yeah.
Cannoli. and he had a little piece of him in the main, so we went out there, and I made everybody on the rail, the girls, the Holy Cannoli bracelet.
Okay.
And these could be bought on Amazon.
Yeah, right.
Account.
Yeah, right.
Should be selling them
I
in 3
made like
days.
12, and I was like, I'm never making a bracelet. Like, this is the most monotonous thing ever.
For 200 a bracelet, she will make more.
The other one just says crouton.
The other ones are just like
The other
past
one's just like
EDC bracelet. He can
right.
get it
Hort
for free.
does not do. Hort is like dying to be an old man. Like he doesn't want to do EDC.
Matt left the small apparently to let TJC and hit a deuce and bolt.
Horsky wants to be Inselberg so bad.
He really does. You're gonna be like his
He
hero.
wants to be an old man. He doesn't want to.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to party. He doesn't want to do anything.
No.
He just wants to be an old man and lay around.
I used to go out. I'll still go out every now and then, but not so often. To me,
You caught me like the one day, like EDC. I'm like, let's
Yeah,
go. In the
that's
middle of
what you said.
WSOP, when it's like, oh, you're so over poker. It's like the best thing to just take one day.
You said last summer, you're like, this is the one day of year I'm fun. I was
Yeah.
like, okay. We get to have fun, Jimmy Cursor. Yeah, she wasted it with me.
And I go back to New York for the EDC week. I'm like, it's too damned out here. Everyone's crazy. Let me go home.
It does get crazy out there.
Last year I didn't go home, and the elevator's like everywhere. Like you get in the Palm, and 90 people wearing bikinis, and they're all having a good time, and I'm like in the corner, getting claustrophobic, and everyone's tripping, having a great time. And they're happy. They don't want the elevator ride to end. Lena's got jacks, so she's probably going to put it in right now, and Chris will probably fold.
I wonder how much she's left with right now, though.
7.8 million.
Wow, good counting ability.
I
was a little bit. I thought there was a chance she had like 5 million. I was like, wow, he's basically on call, but no.
So she should move up to about 9 now and put a little pressure on TJ. Very frustrating that Chris has resistance from the small stack again. He's smart enough to think this through. She doesn't have Queen 9 or 10 Jack.
Philly Blimp asks to dump some Red Bull into your IV, Coldstone.
I thought I had.
No. We just read that. We just read that, Coldstone.
I know. I heard noise. I figured I'd see what you were saying. Strong would have liked it before the social media craze. I don't know what getting laid left and right means. I think
it means just that.
I think it's a poker term about positioning and stuff.
And Chris Horder's still in the tank here. I think he's seen Elena Stover show up with a few marginal holdings with this kind of stack. I think.
You mean King Deuce and Queen Deuce? She won both of those hands. I mean, if you can't beat someone when they have King or Queen Deuce, why would you try to play them Queen 10?
So Horder is eventually going to tank fold. I think he was actually thinking that one through. We've referenced a few Hollywood tanks, Hollywood folds. I don't think that was one of them.
I don't know. I think that was kind of fake.
A little one just to
that
save
might have
face
been
a little
like,
bit.
yo, woman, stop shutting on me. Like, I feel like it was like a little bit of that, maybe. Like, making someone sweat a little bit. I mean, Hollywooding people who go the game on to Hollywood every hand for no reason. But, like, having someone feel what it feels like to be all in and wait, like, have you ponder it, like, I think that's a good thing when you're, like, shorthanded.
No, I think I can definitely play off of that as in just you want just, if you're just snap folding if you're Horder there. It must
so
just be
easy to shove on you the next
It's so
time.
easy to shove, and it must just be you puff out your chest like that worked. Like, okay, good. And the next time you're like, oh my god, like he had to actually think about this one. Like I can't. Maybe I won't make him.
As light.
Maybe I won't make him fold a marginal hand the next time or the next time down the road. So it does have something to play with it, and it could kind of curb Elena. Obviously not. She's just going to move all again on the
she's
order.
got a hand again.
Well, she has a hand again too. But psychologically, a message is trying to be sent sometimes. Someone said they thought he was doing the math. The math was pretty quick on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and then
not.
somebody
It's
said
not
he's trying to put her on sevens, and you just can't. You just can't do that. And she would have jammed sevens there.
Yeah.
So there is reason to think. But I think reasonably you're going to think correctly and let it go.
Wow, Hort's chip leading. Wow.
Yeah, just for about the last
TJ's
25
just sticking
minutes.
around, man. I know. It's the first time I came up. And
Since
I'm like,
since he hit the ace, you've kind of been in la la land.
Since Jamie came up for air.
This makes me nervous, all right? You haven't, No, I was more nervous once. I was sweating my mom. It was the first time I ever. The first time she's ever played a live tournament.
Wow, okay.
For Mother's Day, I put her in the ladies event at Harris Chester.
Oh, that's so sick.
And it was $125. There's only 80 people in it, and I gave her tips. Like, anything you do, you can't limp. That's the only rule. So it would be like 200, 200, 200. She's 400. Like, it was adorable. She gets three-handed in it, and she's like looking at me like, help. And I'm just telling him, like, you have to play
don't limp still.
a lot of different hands.
Still don't
I was
limp.
like, this is a spot where like king queen like is gold. I'm like ace 5 gold. You have to go. And like just watching her like be super nervous and like scared and out of her element was like really nerve wracking. I'm like, oh, I did this to her. Like, no.
Well, my brother and one of his friends had a girlfriend once, and we came down to AC. This is actually before I even worked in poker at the Borgata. Came down to Borgata, and they wanted to learn, the two girlfriends wanted to learn how to play poker. So I said, okay, we'll play like a little 2-4 limit. And I said, if you get 2 pretty cards, just bet. And I swear to God, they won like $100 playing 2-4 limit.
It's great.
It was just super fun, and it was fun watching them play.
It's so hard to read those people. So, like, my mom was probably completely unreadable. She's good at poker now, but then she was probably just like, I don't know. Like, she's betting. She's like, am I bluffing? I don't know.
Can we do this? Could we have like a mother's poker? Like,
I would love
sit
that.
and go. Yeah, I'd
Let's
like
go.
to get mine. Yeah, fine. Let's go. We'll see 2 people like not bluff for an hour. I'm trying to tell her open up a little bit.
She has a home game with her like girlfriends who she used to teach with, and they just like people get mad if you raise. It's just like a $10 cash game. But like they just like see flops and see turns and see rivers, and like best hand win generally.
Yeah, you might as well just play with cards face up.
Well, my parents used to play 7 cards like with friends. You couldn't check raise. Like people wouldn't let you play in the game.
Oh, really?
You could not. Well, how do you check and raise? I'm not playing with Joe. You weren't allowed to.
Dude, it was sandbagging. They called it.
It was sandbagging.
Yeah.
Really?
Bet your cards,
You
check
get in
raise.
Bet your cards.
We're not letting Joe play with us. Check raise. You got quads. You got to lead them.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah. TJ's still hanging in there. Hopefully TJ can build up a little bit more chips. I'm sure he has a lot of fans in the military rooting for him. It's always a good thing to see somebody that fights for our country doing well. Even though Jamie's boyfriend's at the final table.
Yeah, no, even though Jamie's been rooting against this veteran for
Shut
the
up.
entirety of this final table.
Yeah, put his life on the line to protect us, and Jamie
just doesn't
cute,
care.
snuggly little guy. Do you know, this reminds me of like when the girls used to watch Tom Cruise movies. She's like almost falling in love with him, like she never met him. She's looking at the puppy dog. Oh, look how he sighed.
Yeah, oh, look how he sighed at his chips. How adorable is
He needs
that?
a hug, guys.
I'm gonna
I'll be
call
right
him.
back.
I'm gonna call him after this, and Matt Mendez is gonna get 3 cards. I'm gonna call him.
So he gave 1 card back, or
Yeah, we have a burn. We have a
That's
burn.
okay. The
It's out there
deal
already.
is okay. Here's Chris with the big ace deuce. His deuce dominates most of the ones Elena's been winning hands with.
Ruh-roh.
Okay, I'm going to be in TJ's camp for the rest of the show, guys.
Yeah?
Well, he's Navy guy.
All right.
I mean, I got a girl here that's going to win millions the rest of our life and probably get an endorsement just making it to 4th. And I got a cuddly dog in there with chips. And then I got Mike, who's a young buck from PA. He's going to do okay, too. I got a military guy that needs to get some cash.
All right, this is going to be a call from Elena Stover. And a 7-7-8 flop is going to miss both players.
And this puts Elena in a really difficult situation because she really can't, like, it's the same as it was pre-flop. If she felt she was good pre-flop, she's good now. But stack play
Definitely comes into play.
Yeah, I feel like she has to peel one.
Oh,
At least.
Jamie, you're just so aggressive on
I'm an
the
aggressive
commentary.
caller.
On commentary.
What do you mean? I think she
Your
has to
mother-
peel on. I mean, if she's not going to shove this pre-flop, she has to realize that her hand's under rep.
What
and
if,
she
what
has
if he
to-
has 10s?
Her hand's under rep, though,
Yes.
so it's like I really don't like this play because you need to be more aggressive pre-flop. Then.
And in the sense, you're kind of just, lighting 2.5 bigs on fire.
You are. I mean, are you really just trying to hit an ace or a 9?
Yeah.
That's not a board that's very scary for ace 9. Like a paired board, low cards, like your hand is probably good pre-flop. That's why you're calling. and continues to be good.
Plus Chris's
and
range.
I don't think Chris is gonna like go completely crazy because he has to be worried that she hit that flop. So I feel like the kind of one where you have to peel on.
Chris getting friendly with everybody now, letting everybody trust him because he's about to start opening up. Hey, buddy, we'll go to B-ball later no matter what.
It is kind of funny how, when this 10-handed table came together, everyone was so stoic and so serious. And I feel that every time tables get 3, 4, 5-handed, everyone just is laxed. Everyone just had, you lock up some big money, things like that. And everyone just kind of seems to be chilled and relaxed. And Chris and Matt have showed that from the start today.
Yes. So TJ's even moving a little bit further on the bottom, I think, with Helena picking up the bigs.
Yeah, he was working single-digit big blinds the last time we saw a chip count update, so all eyes are going to be on him. And unfortunately for TJ Cruz, he's not going to be able to do much with 7-4 offsuit with his short stack. But he's going to get out of the way. This is how we've seen Hoarder.
Jamie's kind of like, she's saying the proper plays is pretty much folding when Hort's
No,
behind.
that last hand, Elena had the best hand. I was like, she should probably call because Chris is going to start at some point. If you're going to troll, you got to make sure you're right.
Yeah, Obi troll right.
Yeah, oopsie. I love that because you have to say it like that.
Oopsie. Oh, so he could correct.
He's a New Jersey not cash player, but plays. I know that name from one of the sites that I should probably not name.
PokerStars.com.
Wilbur, stop it.
Play on BorgataPoker.com only, though.
Sticky Bagels. What's Cold Stone Stun at 317?
Thank you. Dating on horseback? Dude, you're getting trolled really hard. Like, their jokes are all like Cold Stone and old. You
Am I getting trolled?
No,
okay,
mostly
good. I don't
just
care
Cold
then.
Stone, and they're making all jokes about his age. So I feel like we should rename him Old Stone.
No, wouldn't it be fun to make fun of me?
Whoa, that was
Old
really
Stone.
Good.
You guys are the best. Basically, in the olden days, there was no TV, so it was a lot easier to entertain people, and there was
Like
more
sticks
interactions.
in the street and like kicking cans and stuff.
Yep, and there was no prohibition was going on, so there were no bars. So if you met a girl, you didn't have to worry about having a guy steal her away at a bar. Nowadays, it's crazy. You go to a bar, and all of a sudden, a young buck takes her away from you.
Well, Jamie, when Jamie found out the commentary team we were going to have for this Borgata Million, she said it was going to be a frat boy. I guess that's me. A grill, which is Twitch speak for a girl. And what did you call Cold Stone?
Dust?
What did I call him? I didn't
call you Dust. She could have.
I called you something else that I almost tweeted, and then I was like, Cold Stone might get mad. I'm not trying to hurt your feels,
That's nice. I'm glad you're not, Jamie. I only have about 50 things in the arsenal for you that I've been holding back. Where you just sitting there with the news. I'm like,
I said, tune in this Saturday to hear a frat boy, a washed-up octogenarian, and worst of all, a grill. Call the action on Twitch.
A washed up?
Yeah.
Washed up? How can I could just go old.
And I just said octogenarian, too. It's
octogenarian is someone who's of 80 years old or not.
Okay, I guess I can open up now on you.
Oh, no.
Like you're still 21. You're not even half my age. I mean, more than half my age.
Math is hard.
Yes, it is sometimes when you're my age. Let me go back to busting on myself. Tell us what it was like when there was no electricity. You guys don't even realize how tough it was. Channel 80 wasn't open when I was going out. No, Channel 80 was strong order. You're from Long Island? You're back in the Sprat days? Club 231. Yeah, now I remember. I'm a few brain cells short of like 40 years ago. But yeah, that was
Nancy. We got Nancy, the reader, checking in.
Boyle's my younger brother.
Nancy, what's up?
What's up, homie?
Nancy knows how I feel.
And the players
Wow,
asking.
Easy Aces said stone old. You could be stone old.
Yeah, it's good to hide behind your names, everybody. Easy Aces, Blimpy P, John, Juan, John. Why don't you all let me know who you are?
All right, guys.
So
We
I
have
can run
a
away
pot.
from
We
you.
have some poker happening here.
Another deuce.
Another ace deuce. And It's going to be open from Chris Horder and a call in the small blind from short stack TJ Case.
I just saw here, Femelina.
Yeah, this is a
Your hand has
must call.
a lot of potential post flop. And you're just happy TJ's playing a hand. You're like, okay, this is one of the other short stacks. Maybe he gets into some trouble. Maybe Chris takes him out. Maybe I take him out.
I like her flop better than his.
Me too.
And I think she plays the hand if he folds too and gives TJ a chance to move up.
TJ folded. I think
once
she would
again
still
a
defend her
free
big
hand.
blind. This hand's a really good big blind hand.
Right, and it's a relative whiff from all players.
Which should give the hand to Chris.
Butterball with backdoor nut flush draw. How's that a whiff? That's like everything forehand. He's like, I just flop nuts.
And it's going to check to Chris Horder on the button. And he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, and that's
The
very
person
much,
who missed the most.
What?
Wow.
And it's going to be a check raise shove from...
This is a
Dude,
wow.
and that's why that hand is like not a whiff. It's like just enough of it for you to do that. He hit just enough of it to give him the guts to just slam in there.
Well, look, I mean, this hand should probably, it might not end up the chop if he calls. Philly flim. Oh.
That's
time left on the
really
negative.
tough spot for Chris Horder. He's going to fold, and
He has to
I think
fold that.
TJ Case just
That was a good hand.
just about doubled up there.
That's a big hand for him, and it really hurts Elena. Phil loves that the Navy guy pulled a play like that. Navy put his time, Phil put his time in working for the government.
Yeah, and this is a pretty a stonesy play, as some
He
would
only
say.
waited all day to do it. They gotta give him credit.
Yeah, when you're the bottom two stacks, you have nothing to lose. Like, you have to play your hand like that. You catch enough of it, you get the c-bet, and you shove over it, you just pick up so many chips. You got like, pick up like 8 bigs in that hand.
Will Nancy's letting you know there's some chicken parm at her house left over.
I love
Chicken
Nancy.
parm. I want some right meow.
I can imagine she could cook well.
Yeah, Nancy just
Yeah.
comes off as like someone who's a really good cook.
Oh, you know who else? Bob wrote on Twitter that he's at the Borgata today.
You say Bob?
Bob Brady,
Brady? He's
I
out.
saw that
Brady
late, but I didn't obviously see him.
I
would've-
thumbed up and I ran down to this, hoping I'd get a chance to run into him. I'm glad that he's back, trying to feel better.
Yeah.
He was down for a little while, and Bob's really a big
big part of
favorite
this
all of us.
community, for sure.
Yeah, especially in the PA and the New Jersey
He's
area.
such a positive person.
Yeah,
he's
no, he's
always
awesome.
rooting for everybody. He's run deep. It's great.
Yes, he's a great person to interact with in any way, whether it's talking, texting, or Twitter fun. As poker's being played. It's always
This is a
nice
real
when
action
full
killer.
spades. Yeah, full spades out there. If Matt wasn't in the hand, it would be a little easier for Chris to try to take it down. And here comes TJ holding chips. Because he folded.
Yeah, as you notice, when the player doesn't have the two big red paper things in front of them,
Rectangles,
they
yeah.
are out of the hand.
KZ120 saying Bob is amazing, and he's right. Jerry,
Hortsky's
thank
sniffing
you.
out this bluff. I have a feeling Matt might double barrel this, though. This is going to get a little bit sticky if he does. I think Chris folds the second barrel if Matt's got it in him.
Final table started at 4 o'clock today.
And Matt is going to meaninglessly pair up
And he checks.
his queen. He's going to go check.
Yeah, I was going to take another barrel, and he just didn't have it in him.
Nice hand. Play 6-handed, and no one has a spade. Or 3-handed.
Four-handed.
Well, it was 3 in there.
Yeah, and as we mentioned there, we are still four-handed. This is the final table of the Borgata Million, a $1 million guaranteed opening spring poker open event. This tournament started with over 2,500 players. We played down to our final 10 earlier today, and we are now down to our final 4.
Sticky
with
bagels. I'm awake. You guys
Chris
are
Porter.
crazy out there.
holding the chip lead at this final table. There's over $213,000 up top. The better part, a $1.2 million prize pool.
We should have one of these ones to just make it winner take all.
Yeah?
They will play to the end.
Get second, you just jump off Borgata.
Yeah. If you don't win, you get death.
Yeah. You want death if it was winner
The
take
sick
all.
thing is, I don't think at this price point, but I think if you had a very small buy,
had a $100 and I would play it.
like
Let's
a $100 winner take all, I think it could get pretty big.
No chop allowed. Let's go.
Chops allowed.
No chops, no deals.
I like it when you do like a last long and some guy's like, okay, but no chops. You're like, get there.
Yeah.
Get there and say no
Yeah.
chops.
We'll get to three-handed in the last longer, and then we'll decide.
Since you're never there, why are you making rules? Just give us your money.
Just pay up.
Oh, I take needles all day. I have to take it well or I'd be out.
The reader wants to know if Chris is setting up a trust fund for Crouton if he wins.
It's 6%.
Crouton
Crouton
has
already
a
has
P1B, which is a puppy one ball. He gets 1% of all tournament wins, including of our housemates. When we have a big Sunday and there's like 5 of us playing online, he gets 1% of all that. So he was literally way richer than I am.
Yeah, we already talked about Crouton having this entire booth covered.
And Crouton's really cute and has a great demeanor.
What is?
And he's like Instagram famous.
I wasn't comparing to you, Jamie. I was saying the nice. Oh,
Yeah,
my.
Crouton is very famous. Like Dog Rates, when Dog Rates rated him, I was like, wow.
10 out of 10,
He
right?
got 500 retweets. I was like, I couldn't dream about all my retweets in all the world.
Well, my I don't know if you saw my 12 years a slave thing with Kian.
Oh my god, that was the funniest thing.
That only got 75 retweets.
Yeah, Crouton got 500 because
So
he's just so cute.
oi Twitter.
Someone said, get me a Sanker. Do either of you know what a Sanker is?
I have no idea. I've never heard of that.
That was like a coffee from before coffee was really like out.
Wait, there was
Sanker
before coffee?
Sanker was like the first
Is that what
instant
BC
coffee
means?
where you poured it in a cup. It was like Fresca soda. Do you remember Fresca?
No.
I've heard of Fresco before.
Those crouton-like treats. Phil, is this going to be one of your knock-knock jokes?
It sounds like it.
Phil's got a really cute animal,
Hey,
too.
River does. Thanks for watching and chatting us up and stuff.
It's a decaf coffee, Phil. Thanks. You don't know either. You're too young to know what it was. You probably saw your parents.
All right, so while Codestone's talking about coffee and horseradish,
Yes.
things like that,
Elena's just torturing
Elena's
Chris.
just torturing Chris Horder.
Chris is like, my hand is so fun.
My
It
hand is
flops
pretty.
things."
I have 2 shovels that
Yeah.
are close together.
Yeah.
Chris's first Hollywood fold.
I mean, he's thinking about it every single time now. This is like 10 big ones more. He's like, eh.
10 big blinds or 10
If it
million
was
of
like,
his 25.
if it was like 8 big blinds, he calls it.
What
Oh,
internet
God.
player that's young wouldn't? Or you show off
It's just a
youngsters?
little bit too much.
I won with 8-9 suited, the best hand against aces, yo.
And he's going to fold.
If it was 10-3
So this
suited,
forehand
never
battle continues.
Don't be a crouton, Chris. What?
Phil, your wife's going to Sprocket, Rocket, Nashville. What friend should you be
What
worried?
is that?
If she was pretty, I'd be worried for basic. No, I'm just joking. She is very pretty. Yeah, Phil. Yeah, I mean, we should probably be doing this one-on-one and not on this stream right now, but I would be worried if my wife was going to Nashville. If she, your wife, my wife, no, I've been with her for 110 years. But you guys just got married in Hawaii like recently, so yeah, I'd be worried. But you know, some people in the chat, let him know what his wife might do there when he's not there.
What? This is getting really super personal.
Yeah, we need this tournament to end very quickly before we all get ourselves in
Nancy,
trouble.
I was joking. She's gorgeous.
And we might
She's
see
gorgeous.
this play get down to 3-handed as this is a
All right.
flip.
Oh, look, poker's happening.
For Elena Stover's tournament life. She moves all into pocket fours. Chris Horder snap calls with ace-9 offsuit, and it's a flip for Stover.
And there's no luck involved with poker here.
Yeah,
That's
none at
it,
all.
no. Good luck to both of you guys since neither of you are in the Navy.
Jamie, hold me.
Oh my God, look at Jamie over here.
I can't handle this.
It's a king 10-7 flop. It misses Chris Horder. Elena Stover's pocket fours are still in the lead.
Still 30%.
Jack.
And the two of spades changes nothing. We're going to need an ace or a 9 to eliminate Elena Stover. If not, she will score a huge double up.
And
It's the 8 of spades.
scary 8.
Thought that was a 9 for a second.
I think I'm going to see the puppy dog look a second again.
And
Every hand's so impactful, it's amazing.
just a quick look of Chris Horder's stack. I think he's actually going to be left with
Not a lot.
enough, though. I mean, because that's 5 million.
Still have more than DJ.
10 million. He's playing about 30 million, so he's actually going to have
No,
around.
that's not. Aren't the? Wait a second. He was pulling. Yeah.
Yeah,
he still has more than
He's
TJ.
got 12.
Yeah, he was playing.
24.
He was playing 30 million.
24.
It's amazing how Elena's
She-
gone
if she
from
was in for
top
12
to bottom,
million.
top to bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Still though.
But
16
still,
bigs.
a workable 16
Yeah,
big
for
blind
sure. I
back.
thought it was
and-
less. I thought it was gonna be less than that.
But this is one of those situations where, and look at it, we're just shaking it out.
It was awesome. Hortsky's very lucky that he has nice hair because he almost got killed. He got in a car accident. This is like 3-ish years ago, and
really?
he has 30. He had 30 staples in his head, so his head was like split open, and he has a scar that starts here and goes all the way to the back of his head, and it's like a seam. So if he was like someone who's going bald, he would just
Is
be
that
like a
is
football.
that kind of why he has the hair, or is it
I
just?
don't
I mean, I'm just like asking because I know there's a lot of people who, you know, if they have like a burn or
Yeah,
a,
they're like
or a scar or
no,
something.
because
they
his
cover
little
it.
brothers also have like fluffy,
Okay,
flaky,
yeah,
fluffy
yeah.
hair.
I actually did not know that about Chris Horder.
Yeah, it's pretty
I didn't know
crazy.
that. God bless.
Yep. So as Elena's stacking her chips, we should be coming back with her having quite a big chip lead, and TJ still on the bottom of the barrel, waiting around for his double up.
Twitch wants to know if we play till 2 a.m. or to a winner. Play to a winner tonight,
Yeah.
no matter when it is.
Yeah, you're a little bit. That question was here like a while ago.
Yeah, we never answered it though.
I did. On
Oh, you
the air.
did?
Yeah, I
Oh,
told
I
her
just
it
don't
goes
listen to you.
and She said, "Thank you." That's okay.
Wait,
JK,
we're
JK.
playing to a winner today. We're backing up.
It was funny. I had a lot of chips going into day 2, and someone's like, "You're not gonna, hopefully it goes to the final table." And Jamie writes, she puts the big sign up like, "Please,
Yeah.
please don't." She did write JK, and after asking
did.
a
I'm
bunch
always
of people what JK meant,
You finally figured it out.
yeah, jerk. And then the next day they told me, he's like, "Yeah, please don't be a jerk." And then they told me joking, and I yelled at my kids for like not telling the truth at the beginning.
Yeah.
Usually they tell
Well,
me the right answer.
You know, the grass isn't always greener, and if you weren't here, then Jamie would have been stuck here with me.
Oh my god, that'd be terrible.
Yeah.
You were random. She didn't care.
Yeah.
So put a pillow in Dave's seat.
We would just pulled a random guy out of casino floor.
It's actually. Who did
All right, so you got action here.
Ace Jack Queen 9.
It's a good flop for Ace Jack.
With the Ace of Hearts.
And Horder's been pushed off a few of these, and I don't think with his stack size now that he's going to ever get pushed off
No,
of this
he's
board.
not.
And while Elena Stover's gotten the better of Chris Horder over the last few hands, Chris Horder has always seemingly had the better of Matt Mendez over the last level or
For
so.
quite a while at this point. He's had him just slightly notched each time. Second pair of the top or whatnot.
Sometimes that's all it takes to get you off till like you lose a massive pot and you just win a small pot after it give you hope.
Yeah.
And like, all right, rebuild, everything's okay. Like for me anyway, it's like even taking down the blinds the next time will like put me back into like an optimist mood.
And we are still 4 hand. TJ Cruz is still in, right? We haven't lost him.
Yeah, I know, you forget, right? He kind of like chills in the background.
I swear to God, he's in the
two people
picture
going
sometimes.
flip, and he's like, "Come on, small step, lose," and it's like, no.
He's just
he's
there.
Like,
He's just there. Like, no, I know ace.
I mean, he bossed through that ace 2 suited hand. That's a good hand.
And here laying his ace 3 suited. Same. I think TJ's going to find the fold. Smile on his face, wanting the world to know that he's not that tight, but won't play the 7 deuce off. And she now knows herself she could give the table a little bit of a trim as she's chip leader.
And this is an interesting point from Nancy in the Twitch chat. She says Matt Mendez looks slightly like Darren Elias. Without the glasses, maybe. I'm one of those people that I don't really see doppelgangers, but once somebody tells me something, I might see it more. I'm gonna actually look on this next shot of Matt that we get. Off the top of my head, I'd probably actually a little bit, I guess, but like Darren Elias doesn't have the facial hair. Darren Elias is a little bit bigger, I think. He doesn't have the glasses. I don't think he wears glasses.
I'd expect that comment more to come from someone that's Asian or non-Caucasian. But they do look alike. They're both white and have black hair.
So yeah, they have that.
I mean, know, maybe I should go back to sleep or something, but I just figured that cancel all that.
Yeah,
they do look alike.
A little bit. And we're going to see Chris Horder open the action, and TJ is going to defend. And it's going to go check, check. That's another check from TJ with ace high.
He's playing pretty cautious. I guess he's waiting for Chris to hit his card or bet and jam on. Here comes the bet. I mean, it's kind of tough to know he has nothing here, TJ. By playing it to safe.
Well, a lot of times, a player in position like that will check back when they do have some sort of relative showdown value. So Horder checking back there on the flop should actually seem stronger than it actually.
Well, look at this.
Does.
He was actually looking to induce a bluff with ace high there, knowing somehow that Chris would miss everything. And now he has to call like another bluff if it's made. I mean, it puts him in a real tough situation. But I mean, if he's doing this 2-call like he just did in the turn, he's just a genius.
And Chris Horder looks like he has just over pot behind.
All in. What a boss.
And let's see if this works. And it does.
Wow. Snap works. He doesn't have to sweat for like 1 second.
Well, I mean, he called the turn, which was pretty incredible.
And that's one of those spots where we were talking where, just maybe TJ, I don't think TJ's ever making that call with just ace high, but maybe TJ just wants to take 10 seconds, breathe, see what Horder does.
Chris sweat. Exactly. So that when half an hour later, when you're like, say your friends are at home giving you intel about the stream, be like, man, when Chris was bluffing, he looked like he was gonna die. Like you stopped and waited for 30 seconds, and he literally was like staring at felt like he wants to die. Mm-hmm. You should know what your opponents look like when they're bluffing, And even not in the sense where TJ's, tanking to call. He's just tanking to observe
and taking the information so that he can know on a future hand. But
well, I mean,
man,
the flat on the turn was really.
We've seen some creative plays.
It was
for
honorable.
Sure.
He knew he was good, but if you really know you're good enough to make
you have
that
to
call,
commit.
Just put it in, or check call twice and hope he doesn't hit the river. If you really want to, but I mean, you can't really. You got to make him fold a small pair there. Yeah.
I think on the other end. What stones from Chris Horder there? Just put his tournament.
We were just talking about that, like how his like I don't want to say I don't want to curse him, but like he doesn't give a crap. Like,
yeah.
Like if he thinks something's gonna work, he's gonna do it, and it doesn't matter that it's in a spot where he has 100K equity in the tournament. Like it's,
and I think that's a point. We were talking about Scolancy dollars and BV
Yep.
and
This is
kind
how
of
I'd play it in $100
fighting that
tournament.
edge. And I think in this situation you kind of have to have a sense of just not giving a bleep, because that's what's going to win and lose you this tournament. Making those really big ballsy plays, if you will.
But
I don't know if
such
I
a
can say
relief
that,
on
right?
He got such a relief on that, because when he makes that jam, the first thing he's looking for is not be insta-called.
Yeah.
Once he gets past that, he's supposed to have 2 or 3 minutes of stomach acid pumping.
Exactly, and there
what
just
Jamie
wasn't.
was saying.
Let's
There
go.
wasn't
Here
at
you go.
all. There was.
Exactly.
I don't.
No,
Even, I
I'm
think he
just
said
saying.
all in. He moved a stack forward, and
Yeah.
then all of a sudden he was getting the
Well, he was,
push
Yeah,
away.
he's
he was
like,
keeping his body tight just in case the call came. He didn't want to fully collapse on the floor. And then when it wasn't a snap, now it's the point where,
Yeah.
Glenn Powell is making me feel better about all the needling I got earlier.
We don't even mean any of the
It
needles.
didn't come from you. It came from other people online saying I was old.
They're
You-
wrong.
What you say I don't get too nervous about, because I know whatever you say to me is to make me better. You say that to me so I'll become younger. You tell me I'm old so I'll become younger, like you would tell
Exactly,
someone
get
overweight. We just got a triple selfie.
Yeah. Wow, that's a pretty good one.
So for
And
the old
Chris
guy
is
in the
free betting.
back. And, he's playing the hand pretty textbook. He doesn't want to lay anything to get a free flop. He's got a lot of chips. There's smaller stacks now in there. One.
And we're four-handed. He's just never folding this hand, so it's like
No.
you're three betting,
Right.
obviously, to get it in.
And I'm probably going to jam the flop, Elaine, so I hope you hit 2 6s so it's an easy call. I can't wait to start calling Chris every hand I'm in against him going forward.
You're just gonna put him on always bluffing.
Well, yeah, got to be right sometimes.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to do each time I call is say the good hand. Like, I know you have this.
Yes,
so
it's
if he
like an
does, I'm
insurance
right as I
policy.
bust, yeah. I knew. Why'd you call? Well, I knew. Why'd you call?
That is
Didn't I
like
say
that's
he
a
had
5
this-
years ago thing. Everybody was doing that.
No, they're doing it
Nagani
now.
was doing that a lot.
Really?
Yeah, he used to do that in like high stakes poker and those games. He'd be like, "Oh man, you could really have a flush here. I think you have a flush." And then he just spew chips forward, and the guy's like, "Flush." He's like, "I knew it." And I was like,
But then you
"Dude,
look at everyone at the table,
Yeah.
you're like, I told you he had a flush.
yeah, it's like it makes people
Guys,
feel better."
Chris
Yeah.
has kings.
Chris Order has kings.
Well, he calls these two men chillin'.
That is so boss. That is so boss.
He'll
You know
announce
what?
it when we're playing
Bosses
on it.
do boss expletive.
And yeah, they say, and they have comments that it's just too cool to be real. Dude's hanging.
He says, "Call." What's TJ got? Ace 5.
Okay, it's the ace magnets against kings,
Now,
hopefully this
Elena
time.
and Matt are like, hold.
Yeah.
Cruton's at home saying, hold.
Bark twice if you want me to hold, Crouton.
There's a lot of guys on the Navy ships right now hoping for a ace.
And the last time we saw this situation,
The
we
last
did
3
see
times.
an ace on the flop. Chris Horder going to hope to avoid it.
Whoa.
And there's
Picks up
always
a dish
more
house.
equity. So TJ
Somehow
Cruz
he's
is
supposed to win this 1 out of 4 times if you're using math. Kind of crazy.
I don't really believe in math. I'm a
Use
field
math.
I'm a field blogger.
Math
A
is
field blogger.
idiotic.
That's cute. That's not a
8 of heart is nothing.
Get up, TJ.
To help
Grab your
TJ.
bag, baby.
Yeah,
grab
he's
your bag.
not
Grab your
doing the
bag.
thing
Push
we
RB
the
should
ace,
do.
Pro,
push
Pro
the
walk
ace.
away.
Say nice hand. Shake a hand.
You're not going to win just sitting there.
No.
The 9 of hearts is not going to do it.
Scores the knockout.
Chris Order is going to score the knockout, and TJ
Well played, TJ.
Cruz,
TJ play
the military veteran, is going to bow out in 4th place for just shy of
That's a
$77,000,
lot of dollars.
the biggest score of his career. In his pre-final table bio, he said if he won this event, he's going to go to Hershey Park with
I
his
think he
family and
should
his
still
kids.
go.
I think he should still go.
This is a
I
lot
do
of money.
too.
This is a lot of Hershey
TJ
Park
just
visits.
went from 4,000 in career earnings to 81,000.
Yeah, that's a pretty good tournament
making
for
20 times your career earnings in one day. I'm glad he got a little time off from the military to play.
Yeah, and
I'm pretty
just
sure
straight
that's
up,
the reason he's not playing a lot more.
I think we have to just say,
That's another reason, by the way. He's got
Four
wife and
children.
4 children.
All right, that's why I needed first for Hershey. That's a lot of people think of Hershey Park.
that's a lot of Hershey Park coin.
Yeah, it's pretty much a break.
Hershey Park is sweet, dude. Go during Christmas. It's the best thing ever.
Do this surfboard, boogie board thing.
And we're going to get an updated chip count, but I believe Chris Horder is back to holding the chip lead after a up and down roller coaster last hour or so.
Looks like Chris is about to get shaken down, though, at the final.
Yeah, who is that behind him?
His dad.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to be shaken
Yeah,
down.
he won't
And
get
I was
shaken
about
down.
I was about to say, look, the resemblance. So I'm going to have to say that the family has hair that doesn't go bald.
Yeah, they don't have that in their genes.
Most
That's a good
people
thing to
worry
have.
about these things in life, and I'm pretty sure that that's not.
You have a good
worry.
head of hair, though, Cold
I
Stone.
do. I do. I'm lucky. Because,
For
like,
what?
my dad's
What were you
hair.
gonna say for?
Yeah, for what?
For just an older
I
gentleman.
knew he was going to say. Oh, it's great. Vince Neil, you call him. That's awesome.
Vince Neil.
I don't even know who Vince Neil is.
Oh my
so.
God, get out of here.
I'm glad I didn't say the Hell's Angel guy behind.
Google.
him.
Use your Googles.
Vince Neil. You don't even know he's got a tattoo parlor in Vegas. You know that.
Use your Googles.
If there is a pop culture reference before 2003,
Yeah, it's slightly before.
it's over
What's
my
Vince
head.
Neil? Van Halen? Close.
I got you.
You got me. You're gonna use Google. That don't. Phil beat Google.
What'd you say? What, Phil's
Phil
chatting
beat
it up
Google.
right now?
Well, you wrote Vince Neil. I'm trying to remember which group he was with. Yeah, they had that contest where him and the lead singer wouldn't shower and be with girls.
It was Motley Crue. Motley Crue played here. I saw them like less
They
than 2
played
years
at the
ago.
back- oh.
Really?
They played in the event center. They had pyrotechnics in the event center.
Sounds
It
dangerous.
was, yeah, I was in there. I'm like, all right, I know where all the exits are.
Someone said Poison. I think if
No,
Vince Neil
no.
Poison, it would be
Speaking
like the
of
third group.
Borgata
The
shows,
crew, right, Molly.
they had like that
Yep.
summer stage outside, and they had it for one summer, and they took it down. There's
Yeah,
gonna be a
I
pool out
wanted.
there now.
Okay, I was like, if they have
Another
pool
pool?
there, they
Yeah.
could have like
Oh,
they could
pool
have
party.
concerts around the pool.
I think
park.
what they're gonna
Awesome.
try to do is like a Vegas-esque, pool like beach club
Yeah.
kind of
DJs
scene,
and stuff.
DJs
Yeah,
and
why
things
not?
like that. But I thought the summer stage was really, really neat. I went to one show there; it was pretty cool. But
How many people just stood behind the fence in the parking lot?
And probably
all
heard
the
it.
cigarettes
Probably a
hanging out?
Yeah.
Hey, you can't smoke inside, but we can smoke out here. Ha, ha.
If they put a pool there, they should turn it into a skating rink in the winter.
yeah, USK8.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought that's what they do. I thought they were making Rebel a
In
big
flip-flops.
skating rink. I thought they
Are you
were making
lying?
Rebel
You're
Hotel.
lying right now. Oh, I wish they were. I can't
Someone
believe
said
that's
they were
sitting
gonna
there
make it
empty.
into
That's
a
the saddest thing
water park.
ever.
Okay, back to poker, guys.
Do
Mendes
you notice?
final table.
Do you
to
notice
Sugar
how it
House.
works? Like
Thank you, Nancy.
we're all talking about every single hand. We're like 10-handed, and then like 8-handed. We're talking about most of the hands. By the time they're like 3-handed, we're just talking about Vince Neil and
Yeah.
ice skating
Well,
and the
they have-
Rebel
they have-
clothing.
They,
and,
they
like,
already have all the money in their
dude,
pocket
it just seriously
right now.
devolves. Like my brain's like I've talked about poker for how many hours now?
I mean, at
Six
this
and a half
point, they're
hours.
only playing for 48,000
Yeah, who even
more
cares
for the
anymore?
next spot and 123,000.
Well, luckily, while we are not remaining #focused in the booth, these three players are extremely focused. And why wouldn't you be a better part of a $1.2 million prize pool still up for grabs? And we
Matt-
came back from the last break with Matt Mendes holding the chip lead, and he's now the low man.
Just because Matt and Chris have all the money in the world from their cashes this year doesn't mean that this isn't impactful also.
Oh, yeah, no. without
But
a
it
doubt.
does show you playing with confidence and playing your game and not second-guessing yourself really helps. And, both of them coming off a good summer for Chris and Matt's February big stacks.
Are you a momentum guy in
Yes,
poker?
I-
Full zone, yeah.
Like when
Me
Asher won
too.
that first event, and he told me he wasn't playing the main, I was like, you have to,
Oh
you
my
have
God.
to, you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
to.
yeah.
He's like, no, I told my parents I'd go away. And then as he fell into the other junk, it just even proves, momentum.
Yeah.
Not only are you going with your reads, you're running pure.
I think you're run good, and just the confidence of I'm making the right decision, and maybe even if in game you're not thinking about it, once you step away for a 15-minute break, you step away and you're like, wow, I made some really good decisions. If on the 3-minute delay, you're hearing, good fold. You made the right fold. You made the right 3-bet. It just you walk back to the table with your chest puffed out, like, I got this.
Sure, and you also have enough money in your pocket to also have that vindication.
Yeah, exactly.
You've won something. You've come in first. You've shown everyone you can play. And again, you're running pure. I mean, look, certain times a seat can win a tournament, and that's not to take credit away from a good poker player, but sometimes when Ed Frankenberg won his World Series bracelet, and I sat with him in day one, I go, your seat might win this tournament. And not to take anything away from Andy, because he's gotten better since then. But I'll tell you, his seat won that tournament. I sat right next to him, and even me, I couldn't have made many mistakes in that seat.
Well, and it's
we have
funny.
An all in and a fold.
You see a 2,500 person event play out. There's a wide range of walks of life, skill sets, things like that. And it's funny that the cream always tends to fizzle to the top. It might not shoot there right away, but yesterday on the dinner break, Cornell Simpan, 2-time WPT champion, was the chip leader, with 90 left. And now we have 3 very experienced players, at the final 3. And every so often you're going to have that guy who, had never cashed in a tournament, make a run and make a, win a tournament, earn a title. But a lot of the time, in the long run, these skilled, experienced guys, they're going to bubble at the top.
Usually. I mean, it was a little different. I saw in Baltimore where maybe there were 3 experienced players out of 21 left. And out of 18 of them, I think if you added all their earnings, those 18 people, it was under 100,000.
And it didn't even have everybody else covered. Yeah.
Right. There was still 3 players, but I think Borgata just has a bigger group of good players playing in these tournaments. Yeah, there's a lot of easier players to play against. But if you throw 500 good players in the 2,500 instead of just 200 players, you'll find cream rises a lot more, and you'll always find 2 or 3, if not a full final table. It seems like there's usually the more experienced players and the better players. Over a couple of days, it's not as much of the run good. It's a mixture of both. A bad player, you just can't run good for 3 days.
All right, this is going to be a 3-bet. From the big blind from Elena Stover with ace-queen. Or excuse me.
Yeah, it's ace-queen.
It's a 3-bet from the small blind. Oh, my God.
This is waking up ace-king.
Let's see. It would be amazing. There's no way. But let's just pretend there's some way she could fold ace-queen to ace-king twice at final table.
Well, this is a 6 spot for Mendez because he's gonna get out of this.
Yeah.
Well,
we imagine.
He will get out of this.
If she folds this, I'm going to be extremely impressed.
Oh,
Her last fold is a little easier.
How much does she have left?
It looks like she has 10, 12, 14, just around 16 million, so about 20 big blinds behind.
She's 28% of her stack is in the middle right now. This is extremely hard to fold.
I don't think you can fold 3-handed anymore.
It's just such a setup. And
well, don't forget, she 3-bet it. Yeah. So she gets a little bit more information. She did raise. And
last time she didn't.
Last time she just flatted the 750K, got jammed on, and folded. She puts her chips in? Or no?
She folded it. Well,
I think she has to fold.
Did you really fold? That's amazing. That's a sick fold.
Well,
and that's
not
back to
necessarily sick fold.
Back to the point of
3-handed folding ace queen.
The $48,000 fall from 90 to get 50%.
But back
more.
To the point
Any
of
pair beats her, can beat her.
Dude, that's a sick fold.
It's a great fold, but it might be more of a scared fold than a great fold.
I mean she's.
I think there's.
I won't give her credit. She's definitely not scared. Some of the hands she's played in
she's definitely not scared.
I think there's
just made 2
really,
a little bit of both, folds.
But it's just to the point of we were just talking where you get that confidence where you're making the right decisions and maybe the first thought that pops into her head is wow, do I want to flip here? And she's made the right decisions through the course of this final table. So she just might, her radar, if you will, just might be so on where she's really following through with her gut or, she's trusting herself.
I'm saying the prize jump from 3rd to 2nd is
more
than her career earnings.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so if you have 45,000 in earnings, and
that's a little misleading though because 90% of her earnings are online earnings.
I understand, but I'm just saying live. It's still a different situation than just clicking a button. I don't think you could fold that online ever.
I
You
mean,
just
I
click.
wouldn't fold it here. Chris is definitely active enough. And three-handed, I'm just not looking for spots to fold a queen like that. I do think that Chris can have a much wider range of hands. Like he had.
I think if she flats the open, she's setting up the
Oh,
squeeze.
she
and
definitely
has to
can't
call.
fold. That's a way different situation.
But I think by her raising and him still committing to it, she has to just she can't just say he has ace jack. It's either going to be a race or he has ace king
he could
or
have.
better.
I'm pretty sure he could have ace jack there. Though. That's what I mean.
Yeah, three-handed he could, but
This is funny though, like because Jay Rivkin is saying what. I mean, that's definitely not the bottom of his snap rip range. And it wasn't a snap rip, it was like let's think about this for a moment here. He has like many pairs. This is what we're like missing right now. She committed a lot for chips.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at it like, yeah, like maybe it's a race and whatever, you're hoping for a race, it's like if you're hoping for a race and you think even like half the time it's a race, you have to put your chips in.
if
She's been in a third and she has
if you think
Matt's
half, if you think it's half the
raise as
time.
well. She has to think of like what sort of hands. Like if he has a queen there, he's doing the same thing. He's not folding it.
That's a
Ace jack
matching
suited,
hand.
it
Ace
might
jack,
also get in there. I
she
don't think he just
raised.
folded.
She hasn't really raised light, so it's kind of a difficult.
But three-handed, you have to give people credit. They have to start raising light. Even if
I
they haven't.
understand.
I just think it's an incredible. I think it's a really good fold if it's like a live read thing. I'm just pretty impressed that she made that decision. I didn't think that was going to happen.
Why did he go all in there? She's not folding 3/8. Yes, Deuce has been no like 3-bets. I agree. That's why, even though it's sick fold 3-handed, it was the right fold. Just one commentator said, I don't think she can fold this.
Agree to disagree.
Yes.
But that's the thing I was saying earlier, we're at the booth and we're just like, oh my God, like, she's not going to be able to get away. She's not going to be able to fold. And then she just flicks it to the muck. And we're
I
just,
mean, that's a
Is
really
Matt
hard
with
fold.
aces right
You
now?
have to be.
oh my God.
Oh, boy. Matt's got aces. Don't have a hand, puppy dog. Perfect.
Yeah. That's a good hand to look down at in the big blind. When,
It's not when you want to be squeezing your king.
Yeah.
Trying to find something.
Ooh, the first one's good. The second one matches.
Dude, if people do that to me, I just want to punch.
Oh, yeah. Well, like, my favorite's like when, a short stack's all in and, it's in the blinds and they're right next to me. They're like, ooh, you want to sweat with me?
I'm like, no, I want you to do this quickly and painlessly. Thank you.
Please, God, just look at 4
Yeah.
high.
I hope my first card's a 4.
Yeah.
Please get 4. I won't even squeeze.
And we are still 3-handed here. In this Borgata Million final table, Chris Horder's holding the chip lead, and he's going to be in the small ball. He's going to move all in, and Matt Mendez is going to quickly throw away his hand, not high, into the muck.
Good fold.
And this is where Chris Horder can really use his big stack to an advantage. There's some massive pay jumps that we talked about, and the rest of the table is getting extremely short. And again, guys, we thank you for following this live stream. The Express HD team from Europe does an amazing job here at Borgata. They've done every Borgata Poker Open live stream, and we thank them for everything they've done, and we thank everyone here at the Borgata, and we thank you guys at home for following along. My name's Will O'Connor. Been here all day with Jamie Kerster and David Inselberg. And while Dave and I have remained impartial,
Yes.
Jamie
This is very partial.
is actively sweating Chris Horder and rooting against every other player at the final table. It's really a sad day in poker where the commentators just, have their favorites, and
It is tough. Did Elena raise or just call here?
looks like she just.
I think she
No,
put
this was a call from Matt. This was a completely small blind from Matt.
That's a big raise. Matt's sending it. Elena's going to say, I don't know what to do now.
Yeah, that's a bad spot. The payout, someone's asking, third place is guaranteed 90,000, second gets 138.2, and first is a little north of 213,000. And Elena's going to need an ace or a fold.
And she's going to ask for a count.
Which I don't like, because her raise was so big, you should know what you're doing at this point. Like, it's 800,000, you made it 2.8. If you're ever thinking about folding, you probably should have made it like 1.9.
Well, yeah, and we've seen this a few times where players have, we saw it right off the bat with Alon. He had that big fold bet
With the nines.
with the nines, and then
he's
he was
like,
he was shoved on. He was kind of like, I don't
Getting
know what I
over
want to
3-1.
do.
He didn't
And
know what to do.
It's one of those spots where you have to, think one step ahead, I think. And there's players who, just sometimes, they might just think, okay, this 3-bet, this raise will just get the job done. And then when it doesn't, it gets shoved back right into your nose. You don't want to be in no man's land.
Yeah, Tinny, 500 would be nice. What are you guys talking about out there? And Will has $500,000 in the bank.
That'll do.
I mean, it would be nice if that's all the Borgata had to pay. No, I'm just kidding. Everything's confidential, guys.
So Matt takes that down, and he just got super lucky because he got about an extra, 800 or 900,000 chips. Her 3-bet could have been much smaller.
Yes, I think she was trying to get the ace through fast, and, doesn't always work out.
All right, so Matt Mendez is going to take a decent portion of Elena's Stouffer stack there, and it's like he's going to give away his 3 high on the button.
Elena's got a 9 deuce, looking to hit a flush. And Chris has the ace king.
And this is going to be Elena's over limping the small line, just completing. I imagine Chris Horder's going to put an end to this hand right here, right now.
You guys hear the other events in the background going right
Yeah,
now?
I think that's the Saturday series. They might be playing
Most
into
of
the money
right now. Yep.
We are well into the money here at the final table.
And Chris takes that down with relative ease.
Oh, the bubble burst already?
Yeah, this is actually not a winner-take-all tournament like Jamie wanted it to be. She just wants more toys for Crouton. That's it's her only incentive here.
Yeah. I think everyone should get a puppy. Everyone should go to Atlantic City Humane Society and get a puppy.
I was
They're
actually,
so awesome.
I actually just purchased a house, and my brother's going to be living this summer, and it's just going to be a matter of time until he's
Where are you living?
down the shore,
You need
just like an
puppy.
hour north. Yeah, no. So my brother for his entire life has talked, oh God, I want a dog, I want this, I want that. And I think it's just a matter of time until he's going to I'm either going to go home one day and there's going to be a puppy in my house.
Yeah.
Or he's going to say, I have this puppy picked out. And he's going to show me a picture. I'm just going to be like, fine, get it, book it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You know what he should do? If he were really smart, he would go to the Human Society,
Okay.
get a dog, get
Okay, you
everything
better
taken
hope he's
care of.
listening.
He should be listening to Willow C. And get all of it taken care of, like get the shots and do whatever, and then pretend he found the dog in the street. He's like, it was so sad. It was shaking in the rain.
It was in the box. Yeah.
And it was just like I couldn't do anything. And look, like he's such a dog. He doesn't have to tell you the truth. I've plotted this for so long.
Yeah,
like, this is do if my mom.
This is the things you
Yeah.
think of.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Are you a dog person? You a
I
dog
love
person?
dogs. Yeah, I used to ride
wasn't
horses
talking
too
to you,
when I was
Jamie.
younger. Yeah, Jamie, we've had enough of you. Truth for which is there was a cam in here, Buzz. Can you put the selfie out on Twitter so truth?
Oh, I sent it. I sent it.
Oh, okay, good.
It's out there. You know, I think they should take more cuts to the booth. We're actually like sitting up straight now. This is exciting for us.
Watch Matt play the Jack 3.
Not.
Bob Brady thanked us for all his comments, and I let him know we all love him.
Yeah, Bob's best.
Bob is the best.
You know, I just think, you know, Bob's the perfect example of it, of this East Coast poker community. You know, we see Matt has a few players on the rail. You know, Hoarder obviously has, you know, his whole contingent on the rail, his family. And I think it's just the cool part about, you know, this East Coast, this Borgata community. Everyone's super, you know, tight-knit. You know, when, you know, Ash's run last year, you know, we'll just kind of do a flashback.
Like 20 people
it was amazing. You know, it was, and it was a really awesome group of people celebrating it. You know, an even awesomer, we should say, win. And, you know, from, you know, players that are, you know, winning, you know, daily tournaments, you know, one-day tournament, Borgata Poker Opens, there seems to always be a few people on the rail. And that's, you know, awesome from, you know, just a growth perspective of poker on the East Coast. It really shows how everyone's rooting for each other in these tournaments.
Yes, it's a good camaraderie. It's a very warm feeling. It's good to have that. Not quite sure if they have that in other countries.
Because poker is one of those things where it's a very individual game, and it can get lonely. It can get, you know,
a support
boring. It can get, you know,
hard.
a support system is so key. And, you know, a lot of these younger guys, you know, Hoarder, you know, included, it just, you can tell they have just a really, really great following, a really great, you know, group around them.
And keep you away from the tables, you know. You need someone to pull you away from the blackjack table if
Yeah.
you're a D-gen. And if you got to have 7 roommates all watching for you, Cold Stone's doing it again, everybody. Craps.
A dog helps, I guess.
Dude,
Right.
Crouton's awesome.
It all depends, because some people kick the dog instead of hitting
Oh
their...
my God, he would never do that.
I wouldn't do that. I'd hit my wife first, but some
Oh my
people...
God, no.
No,
Help.
I'm
Some help.
sorry, guys. Cancel that stuff.
Cancel
I was joking.
Waiting for
That's
this
why I
chat.
rode horses. A horse could take a hit. No, animals are there to be loved, just like family. If you're really upset about something, you should just, you know, find another way to get it out of your system.
Wow, and Elaine's actually bringing up the hand where the first time she folded ace-queen to ace-king, she doesn't know that she did that a second time correctly.
It's crazy, man.
So she's definitely getting some information from her rail.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, just back to the whole confidence standpoint, you know, it's one of those situations where in-game you might have a feeling, you might think you might be incorrect, something like that. And it's going to be a shove from the small blind. And Matt Mendez is going to try to peel a winner. The first one's good. Second one, not so much.
But the 8 looks like a queen when squeezing.
So Hoarder's going to take that one down. He's going to continue to keep his foot on the gas. Continue to increase his chip lead. And again, a quick BorgataPoker.com plug. Online qualifiers are running throughout the Spring Poker Open. Qualify your way into Spring Poker Open events for as little as $5. Those $5 wins get you a seat into the $45 satellite. Some of those satellites give you a chance to parlay into another satellite that can put you into the Spring Poker Open $1 million guaranteed main event. Others win your way into any of the one-day events over the next 2 weeks. And we're sure to have some big prize pools. And we're going to be crowning more Borgata Poker champions. This is going to be all in from Matt Mendez and a very quick fold from Elena Stouffer. We are getting into a little bit of a fit or fold shove fest here. And the big blind, 800,000 right now. It's going to be going up to $1 million. No matter when you finish, when you get to big blind million, it has to feel pretty good. Mm-hmm. Means you've made it.
Yeah, I like anteing a starting deck. That's when you know.
They've been doing that for a while now.
Yeah, that's when you're like, all right, I'm really in this tournament.
You know you've come a long way.
Yeah.
I usually don't make it out of late registration, so like, I mean, yeah.
I was like, I like anteing a starting stack. And they're like, what's an ante?
Yeah. Wait, ante? Like, there's more than just the blinds?
Easy A, we like to give you chip counts, but they have a little technical difficulty up there. We could try to give an approximate. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Well, we could tell you that Mike's the short stack. Matt's the short stack.
Yeah, and guys, if you have any questions, keep hitting us up. Hashtag Borgata Poker Live. And yeah, Young Vince, late registration is over for this tournament.
Young Vince, that's really good. Was that dry humor or a serious question? I'm gonna go with dry.
I like on Twitch streams, we actually have gotten this, unless we missed it.
Is this for real
Is
money?
this for real money is my favorite thing ever. Is this for real money?
Well, I think you're asking if they're actually putting up $100,000
okay.
and $800,000, but yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
And this is just a cooler for Chris Horder. He's going to shove his 5 in the small blind.
Matt wants no sweat, he said.
There's always a sweat.
Matt said no sweat, no heart, no 5. Throw a little 2 and a 4 out there.
1 heart.
That's
3 and a
boring.
6 is really
That's
boring.
about as no sweat as you get.
Sweaty. He puts his down.
Not even a diamond for it. Just yell diamond. Oh.
And Matt Mendez is going to double up with pocket aces. And Chris Horder's going to be left with still $20 million. And these stacks are all going to be very, very close when the dust settles here. There's Killeen, part of the Borgata Poker blog team, does an awesome job throughout the series. Track down all the action for the Spring Poker Open blog. That is not on a 30-minute delay, so if you want up-to-the-minute updates, head there. And after the double up, here are the chip counts.
Matt and Chris are tied.
Yeah, and but everybody's within touching distance. This is so close.
Elena's a double up from being chip leader. There's no room for a mistake right now. You got 3 winners up there right now, all playing for first.
And that's just a spot where, Chris Horder's done that a handful of times from the small blind, and Matt Mendez just hasn't found a hand to call. Obviously, he looks down. 1 ace, he's probably putting it in if the other one is good. When it matches, that's good. It's going in. But just an unlucky spot for Chris Horder, but he still has close to 30 big blinds, so plenty of room to work. We're going to get a little dealer change here. But next time the blinds go up, everyone is going to be even shorter after the big blind becomes 1 million chips. 1 million, as Tony Dunst would say.
Now we're going to do a big wash of the cards.
Requested by Horder, I'm sure. Change it up.
I feel like I told this story on this stream before, but it's probably new listeners. But I witnessed the coolest fight I've ever seen in poker, playing 2040-08 in the Rio in Vegas, and one guy requested 2040-08 limit. Not that rich. Like, Crouton's still richer. One guy requested a wash, and the other guy said, no wash. And the guy's like, I want a wash. And he goes, no, I'm running good. If you wash, it's going to take away my run good. And he's like, I want to wash. They call the floor.
Yeah, point.
The floor, like, arbitrated this whole thing. And he's like, all right, we'll just do one wash. And he's like, and the guy's like, a big wash. And he's like, regular size wash. Fighting, like,
they're fighting over wash size.
This is not a good-natured fight. Like,
but
they were
I've been
both
on the
very
other side
angry.
of that. I've been like, I just won 2 hands in a row. Why are you asking for a wash?
It was probably Cold Stone.
Yeah.
It's Cold Stone in a hoodie and sunglasses.
Pulling out his, I get a wash ticket, and I'm pulling out, you don't get a wash ticket. I like the way they said just one wash, and the guy felt like that was mediating it.
Yeah.
And then not big wash, a regular size wash.
I want big. I think it was the guy that slow rolled me at Harris when Phil was with me. I'm going to get that guy.
All right, and Pseudonym's asking,
Yeah,
is there a strategy to just limping the button?
No.
No.
No, I don't think it's a positive yes or no, but they're
limping aces or kings on the. Oh, that's my hands. You go ahead. You mean any hand?
I mean any hand.
Oh,
I think a lot of players, when they watch these live streams, we get to 6-handed, 5, 4, 3, and we'll just say it like it is. There's a wide range. The majority of players just don't get to this situation, so they don't really know how to play shorthanded. And I think limping the button you're just setting yourself up for obviously you have position after the flop.
For instance, limping the button online 3-handed an insta jam from the small of the big.
Yeah.
So now it plays a little different live, but live if you have aces and you try to be tricky on the button, you might not get the raise and cause yourself some problems. When the blinds are so big, you should be taking them down. So if you're limping it live, usually it would be a perception that your hand's not big enough to take down the blinds and be re-raised.
And I was going to say, if we are deeper stacked, right now, we're working like, a 20 big blind average.
30, yeah.
So I think you're giving up too much by just a limping button when you can increase your stack by X amount of percent every time you open the button.
Unless you have aces or kings.
So you can obviously change it up a little bit, but I think you're just straight opening the button, taking down the blinds, and putting your opponent to his chance
or fold to the re-raise, but to just limp a hand other than aces or kings looking for a jam is giving up a lot of equity, and it's allowing them to hit a 2-pair flop against your top pair or hurt you if you have a decent hand.
Yeah, and just with the amount of money, there's already 1.5 in the million pre-flop. I think you're just giving up way too much equity when you're just limping on the button.
You could fold button too,
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to raise.
It's just 3-handed and you'll be laughed at by everyone but you don't have to open it.
When it comes to heads up, a lot of really good players will do a completely button limp strategy. It's because they can play a wider range of hands. And if you're not raising, then all of a sudden, you don't have to have, you're committing one big blind, you're but you're not going to give away your hand. You're not I'm only going to limp aces and I'm going to raise everything else. That would be easy to figure out.
And I think head up is a different.
Heads up used to always be a min raise, always called also.
Yeah.
So it was just a standard min raise and always defended.
Depends how many blinds are in play. If you're 200 big blinds in play, limping the button, it's going to be the most boring heads up match in the history of the world. And it's going to take 4 hours. But
when we say heads up,
we're
talking about heads up in the
when
tournament.
they're heads up, when they get down to
match.
2-handed.
All right, guys, and as we see Chris Horde open up this hand, we just saw the grind, BorgataPoker.com logo come across the top of the screen. BorgataPoker.com giving you free cash and tournament tickets when you grind the felt like a champion all month long. For real money each month, you'll earn extra rewards like tournament tickets and cash up to $4,500 just for playing. The more internet reward points you earn, the higher your reward will be. And speaking of a reward, Elena Stover's in a flop top pair, so is Chris Horder. And this could be a problem area for Chris Horder, as he is going to have some kicker trouble. if this hand continues.
Top pair head up is a difficult situation for the guy that has the worst of it.
And he's going to continue.
He's playing very calmly his hand. Not giving off much.
And I'd be surprised to see anything other than just call here from Elena, but it actually looks like she's reaching for a little more than that.
Well,
You see Hoarder shooting her look.
She's got to assume she's got the best hand. She's actually dreaming that Chris have a queen because she'd be dominating it.
On this board, though, you're
The only thing
it's pretty ragged. Yeah, you're pretty ragged. You're kind of just hoping that Chris is on a queen. You're folding out a lot of his
or
bluffs.
An ace-8, yeah. I like the raise. I like the sizing. It's inducing. Well, heck, heads up and three-handed top has a real tough hand to get away from.
And we've seen Elena Stover make a lot of really good folds here, and we're going to see if Chris Hoarder can make one as well.
True, and you hate to see him having 8-10 and hit 10 for no reason, because I don't think Elena's ever going to fold his hand at any point anymore.
Yeah.
So if you make it cheap enough for him, he's going to stack you. It's a value versus reward. You make him pay.
Chris Hoarder's getting a count of 4.35. We'd love to see a fan of the stack in front of Chris Hoarder to see what he's working with.
He's all in.
Wow.
And it's going to be all in a snap call.
Oh, boy.
And Chris Hoarder, unfortunately, is going to be looking for just 3 outs for his tournament life.
No,
excuse me, Elena's actually going to the player all in.
And he'll have about $4 million left.
So more or less playing for his stack as well. Left with just 5 big blinds after this if he does not hit one of those tens.
There's some chop outs. An ace and an 8, maybe.
And Elena Stover is going to be looking to hold here with top pair better kicker.
I don't think, does Chris have the information that she folded ace queen to his ace king yet? Was this half an hour ago? I can't
Probably
be sure.
not. And the 2 of diamonds is going to fall on the turn. 3 outs heading to the river for Chris Hoarder. And 2 of clubs does not do it. Elena Stover is going to double up, and as Jamie was saying, I think this was within that half-hour window where
He couldn't get
the information most likely has not gotten to Chris Hoarder yet. It actually probably hasn't gotten to anyone just yet. It's a tough spot, as we were saying. Top pair three-handed, it's tough to get away. Chris Hoarder wasn't able to. And he's now going to be left with just a handful of big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, that hand's very impactful. There's Mike Azari, his and Jamie's roommate, Andy with him, a good support person, too.
5 big blinds.
5 big blinds is a big mountain to climb.
Tiny Twitch GG, thanks for hanging out with us for a few hours.
Yeah, thank you guys
Good luck
very
in your
much.
tournament.
And Lucid saying,
Thanks,
a female
Danny.
player winning the opening event would be really good for poker. We had that happen in November.
Yeah, Steph.
Stephanie Hubbard claimed the event 1 title. And Elena Stover could be trending towards another female win in event 1. As it looks like she's going to hold the chip lead here three-handed with Chris Hoarder being left with just 5 big blinds.
And I'd expect Elena and Matt to try to eliminate Chris before they play their heads up and not get into too big of a hand with each other. And Chris probably knows that. They can't wait around. He's going to have to pick up something and double. Cooler, three-handed, top pair.
Yeah, it's
against a player that can get out of the box.
Yay, we're looking at the other tournaments right now. Kat is awesome. Do you know her?
Oh, do I know her? It would be hard not to. She's deep in every
She's
tournament
a boss,
she plays.
Kat, I don't know how to say her last name. Katerzai.
Katerzai.
She got second last Open to Mark
Herm in the Saturday series.
It was like a Saturday series. Yep. So she is now
final table chip leader of the bounty.
Black Chip Bounty. What a boss. She's a super nice lady. She wrote a book.
Really?
Yeah, she's
about what?
A life boss. It was
She just
something.
seems she just seems super professional. I don't want to
I'll
say
look up, I'm gonna
players
give her
or people don't, but she just seems to be like very professional. She's very like
sweet lady too.
respectful. Yeah,
Okay, Chris is all in with 9-7.
and
He's up against the Ace King.
he's up against Ace King, so he is live.
Helena's run of great hands continues with big hands. And even if she loses his hand, the impact will be a little bit mentally frustrating, but she'll still have first place chips at 29,000. Chris is 30% and 30% chance. And he just
decent
flopped
flop for
pretty
Mr.
much
Horder.
as much as can.
Yeah, no spades out there, so Chris Horder with an up and down straight draw.
It's actually a 50-50 right now, with spades being a chop.
10 ball.
All right.
Okay.
The chop outs.
Some chop outs.
Well, 20%. Look at that crew. All of Jamie's roommates in one
Yep.
corner. Who's watching the dog?
We actually did, Joe Labert is watching the dog. Brought his dog over
While
to
watching
have a
the
puppy play
stream?
date. Of course, Crouton's watching.
And it's the
Boo.
6 of hearts, which is going to mean Chris Horder bows out in third place.
Chris played his things off today. Played really well.
Good game, Hortzky.
Yeah, no, and that's
You're going to see him a lot in the future. There's Angry Andrew in the back. He's not
Angry
angry. He just
Andrew.
looks that way.
He doesn't look angry.
okay. And while Chris Horder heads to the payout cage to collect his $9,000
There's
score,
Mo Farah.
as the production team readies the table for heads up play, we are going to take another quick 15-minute break. You're going to see some highlights during the break, and we will be back for that heads up battle for the Event 1 Borgata Million title when we return.
We will. Me and Will be back, and we'll decide if Jamie wants to come back or be supportive. Looks like I'm doing the final interview.
Bye
so-
now. All right, Cold Stone.
It's only going for with the Queen Deuce.
He's going to fold to Tony Chen on the button. He's going to move all in.
This is
Yeah, Elena just moved all in. I mean, this is not a shove. This is not on our little.
Drew, what do you think, Drew? You got it?
All the whole range of hands that Finian's shoving, King Jack suited is doing well enough against it. He needs to call.
unfortunately, he's thinking that he has King High right now and not the math.
Over 2-1 right now. He's getting. This is a problem too, like opening hand like this when there are
This
short
is
stacks
why
all
King
over
Jack's
the place.
tough one to open,
Yeah, you
but,
kind of have to make.
As
You have
long
to
as he
just know
doesn't
you're
have
gonna
Ace
do.
King, he's getting the right odds. If he ever saw there were tens, he would be snap calling right now. But this is a problem with opening pretty hands that really don't play well against good hands. And I'm talking more Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, King Queen. Does play good against tens. Though.
He's going to
If
call.
he's showing ace queen right now, he has to call. Yeah, like
And it's going to be a flip for Finia Anufro's tournament life with pocket tens. TJ Cruz.
and he hates getting shown King Jack suit there because with that kind of tank, after TJ opens and he tanks that, I'm loving tens.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, wow, this guy has like sixes
Yeah.
or sevens, and he's
Or he's drawing
wishing
the
he didn't
outs.
open it, and he just turns it over. You're like, we used to call those fake clips when you're like, your hand's so much better than your opponent's hand. You're
Yeah.
50-50 pretty much.
We'll do the flop here.
Yeah, let's take the
gonna be
10
jack
jack
right in the
against
middle.
9s. Yeah, there's his jack.
And now Finian is going to be left drawing to just 2 outs on the turn and river. Bricks the turn. 1 card to come. That's going to be the king.
So King Jack would have
Good
beat aces
game.
right there.
Nothing he could do about it.
Nothing he
And
could
he's
do.
going to be our 9th place finisher for $18,384.
And that's a career best score for Finian. So congrats on that. $100 and tournament dollars from BorgataPoker.com. And the cool part about BorgataPoker.com is you don't have to live in New Jersey to play. You can, as long as you're here in the state of New Jersey, on New Jersey internet, you were able to play. Cole, you're from New York, right?
I'm from New York.
But you still play when you're down here?
Whenever I'm down here, I play. Last night I played the 10K and had a quarter of the chips in play with 15 left and finished 6th.
Okay.
I made 600% on my buy-in.
Wow, all right.
I actually got to sit next to Jamie in a $55 event where something happened that shouldn't have happened, and then I wasn't sitting next to her. It was a table move, and I actually wanted to play longer with her because I wanted her to not be able to critique anything. Oh, Jamie, how do you take your earphones off right now? I'm talking about you.
He's saying the only nice things he's going to say all stream.
Oh, she gets a big head. You got to be really careful with Jamie. Hey, wait a second. Where was I?
As soon as I can't defend myself, he talks a bunch of trash.
I didn't talk trash. I said
Okay, hold
I
on.
was playing next to you in the event, and
I'm cutting you guys off
because we have 8 deuce.
Because we have 8 deuce calling in the big blind after Anthony Hill moved all in for just over 1 big blind, so it was 160,000 call. And
No, I thought
God,
his
the run
was
is
gonna-
over.
Yeah.
Not yet,
Maybe.
actually.
Not
Maybe.
yet, not
5.
yet. Oh,
Gene Kirsten to run good. We actually wanted that. I think.
No.
I think
we're having
Anthony
fun.
wanted it a month ago.
Yeah.
Even that, with that much domination.
But yeah, as I was saying, Alon, he comes in as the chip leader. You don't want to go out 7th or 8th as the chip leader. You want to, I don't know, he's finished top 50%, you'd think.
And this is a little bit of a busting crew. Like these guys, they love each other, but they're
yeah,
harsh
no,
on
it's
each
one of
other.
those things where, he could, definitely get some
If
some
I would
stick.
have, if I would have come in the final day in first place, I would have never been Alana with aces.
And now just on the opposite end of that
sorry,
final
Stover.
table leaderboard.
It's
Elena,
not short, and it's unraised. Well, that shouldn't really be in the bottom.
Oh my
boy.
goodness.
This is
This
it.
is the Elena show, dude. This is crazy.
and like,
Oh, our internet's
we
down.
were just talking about
Well,
how
so
like,
fix the internet, you
Yeah, I
guys.
just fixed
You're
the
supposed to be
internet.
old and not know how to do stuff.
Phil taught me how to troubleshoot down connections.
Look at that. Goldstone's magic.
I'd like to just thank you, Phil,
Wow.
for teaching
And
me
this
how
is-
to reset my.
this is going to be the
internet when
biggest
I
pot
go
of
down.
our tournament so far.
Yeah, we're going to be somewhere around 15 million. Well, there
This
it
is
is,
the part.
15.
I know how this feels when you're like, hold.
Yeah.
Now you're like Ellen Diamond if you're on.
She's an online player. There's something weird she does like when she's playing online. Like I used to just cover my screen and then take the sheet away. Like my guy's still there. Yay. But can't do that here.
I still have those chips. They haven't closed this table.
Yep. Yeah, when the table's just gone, you're like, oh, no.
Who used the big word
That's it.
here?
Pretty good flop for
It's a decent
Elena.
flop.
Blue note yelling for a hold. Wow, picture card. Oh my God! Pick up the bag.
It's all right, but it
Pick
doesn't
up. Go
matter.
shake her hand. Oh,
It's too late. He's going to need an ocean.
Yeah.
Elena
Look.
is running good. This is a good day to run good.
Alon played great all day. He readjusted after 4 betting his 9s early and put himself in a great position to win.
They're like going to be best friends at the end of this final
Yeah.
table.
Without a doubt.
Lenny Cap 3.4. Oh, it's a 340. Okay. Yeah, so that's right, a 340. Dale Boone, I have played in most of the underground cash games in Brooklyn. You are correct. Chin Jeff wants to know what my markup in the women's event would be.
You'd have to sell at like 0.8. You get completely ravaged.
I can't really play in the event, but I could dress for it. So what's the prop bet on if I dress like a woman, and how much more if I get real implants?
Ew.
What do you mean? I got a World Series coming up. $75K, guys. I'll put real implants in. If my doctor says I can.
All right, so
Anyway.
as we digress.
No, we're staying there.
We're staying there. Okay, we're bidding now.
$75K, and I'll put one in for $35K.
We had a open from Elena, a shove for just under, 3 big blinds from San.
And this is really bad because now Alana's going to probably have to show she's been opening, but at this point it doesn't
That's
matter.
not
as much.
embarrassing. Queen 10 suited?
I
How
have these
tight are
people
you?
on ace, king, aces,
How
and
tight
kings. All of a sudden, like, oh my gosh, jammed. Like, by the way, I bet you'll never know what World Series guy's hand that is. He won the World Series, and he told me it was a hand after he
What, Queen
played
10
it.
suited?
Yeah, he goes, oh, I just had when he was sitting next to me. He goes, I had the me.
Fosselman.
No, it was Valconi.
Really?
Yeah,
He goes, I had the me. I go, I'm sorry.
I don't know what that is.
know what
Okay,
it
I'd
is.
be like, that's great for you. So.
We were sweat.
How self-indulging.
Yeah.
All right, and unfortunately, Saman Sadir is not going to win this pot. Matt Mendez is going to take it down with a flopped pair of kings that went check. Get involved in this like ego war, in those positions where no, I'm the aggressor. No, I'm going to be the aggressor. No, me. And all of a sudden, if you're having that be your draw, and that's why you're making these moves, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Chris opens in position he's supposed to. He finds a little resistance. He throws it away. That's
And
perfect.
I kind of think that they're like dynamic off the table right now. Like they're friendly with each other. They're like they've been like talking to each other.
Yeah, they've been bouncing and kind of jiving.
So much less likely that Matt is 3-betting complete dust. Like, yeah, he's not gonna play like super differently against you because you guys are friendly. But he probably doesn't have like 7-4 off. He probably has something pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
Not going
Big
after
hand
you.
here now. Matt opened. The TJ has aces. Go ahead. He's going to take his
actually,
time right now.
I've actually always realized that if like people are quote unquote friendly at the table, there's a less likely chance that they're gonna play tough against you or put you in weird spots without good hands.
It's almost another dynamic. A book be written about neighbor play.
Yes.
Yeah.
And showing
No,
your
it
neighbor
really
your
could.
hand. Oh, look at this. Phillips got his favorite hand again.
And this would have been a much more interesting hand if DJ had done what probably would have done, which I call squeeze mining. It gets open on the button, you flat aces, knowing that the big blind is super short, and you just jam. Then all of a sudden, Queen 9 probably finds a call, and you jam, and you pick up a bunch of dead money.
And that looked like it was going to happen because he was looking like, how can you have aces right now?
Yeah.
He didn't believe him, but he might have called the raise.
So pocket threes were
Wow, Queen 9 clubs.
the undoing for Phillips Song earlier. Let's see if
More outs for Queen 9 of clubs. More outs. And every hand I'm in against him going forward.
You're just going to put them on always bluffing?
Well, yeah, got to be right sometime.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to do each time I call is say the good hand. Like, I know you have this.
Yes,
So
it's
if
like
he
an
does, I'm
insurance
right as I
policy.
bust, yeah. I knew. Why'd you call? Well, I knew. Why'd you call?
That is
Didn't I say
that's
he
a
had
5
aces?
years ago thing. Everybody was doing that.
No, they're doing it
Negani
now.
was doing that a lot.
Really?
Yeah, he used to do that. In high stakes poker and those games, he'd be like, oh man, you could really have a flush here. I think you have a flush. And then he just spew chips forward. And the guy's like, flush. He's like, I knew it. And I was like,
But then you
dude.
look at everyone at the table,
Yeah.
you're like, I told you he had a flush.
Yeah, it's like it makes people feel better.
Chris
Yeah.
has kings.
Chris Order has king.
Well, he calls these two men chillin'.
That is so boss. That is so boss.
He'll
You know
announce
what?
it over playing
Bosses
on the-
do boss expletive.
And yeah, they say, and they have comments that it's just too cool to be real. Dude's hanging.
He says, call. What's TJ got? Ace 5.
Okay, it's ace magnets against kings.
Now,
Hopefully, this
Elena
time.
and Matt are like, hold.
Yeah.
Crouton's at home saying hold.
Bark twice if you want me to hold, Crouton.
There's a lot of guys on the Navy ships right now hoping for a ace.
And the last time we saw this situation,
The
we
last
did
3
see
times.
an ace on the flop. Chris Porter's going to hope to avoid it.
Whoa.
And
He
there's
picks up
always more
additional
equity.
outs.
So TJ
Somehow
Cruz
he's
is.
supposed to win this 1 out of 4 times if you're using math. Kind of crazy. That's math.
I don't really believe in math.
Don't
I'm a
use math.
I'm a field blogger.
Math
A
is
field
idiotic.
blogger. That's cute. That's not a
The 8
trick.
of heart is nothing.
Get up,
To
TJ.
help
Grab
Jake.
your bag, baby.
Yeah,
grab your
he's
bag.
not
Grab your
doing the
bag.
thing
Push
that
the
he's
ace,
doing.
RB
push
Pro,
the
walk
ace.
away.
Say nice hand. Shake a hand.
Yeah, you're not going to win just sitting there.
Come
Heads
back
up
for
play
heads up. That's
of the Borgata Million. Started with 2,500 players. We're now down to our final 2. My name's Will Connor, a.k.a. Will C., and I'm here with Jamie Kerstetter
I know.
and Dave Insberg for
What's
this
up
heads-up
out there,
battle.
guys, thanks for staying with us.
And we're going to be coming back with Matt Mendez, slightly second in chips. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Will O'Connor here. I put on a sweatshirt because it is absolutely freezing in the Borgata signature room. Jamie Kerstetter still getting over the Chris Porter third place bust out. It's okay. It's
Gross.
okay, Jamie.
This isn't helping.
By the way, 35,000 is being raised right now for one of my implants. I see.
Yeah?
Oh my God.
We'll do it.
They found enough scratch.
Put together
Cool.
35,000. I'll put at least a B in,
All right, and
maybe a C.
we have our heads-up chip leader, Elena Stover. But as you guys know, in heads-up play, anything can and usually does happen. And
Yeah, it was 75.
look at this. We get the first view of the tiny glass Borgata
I want it.
on the
Thank
screen.
you.
I want another one.
You want another one?
Yeah, another
What
one.
do you? Another one. What do you do with your tiny glass Borgata
Right
right
now,
now?
it's just sitting at our house, like in the middle. It's like in the middle of everything. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
But
you're
did
the
order-
only champion in that house.
Exactly. I ordered special Lego guys that came into my mom's house. I have to get them, and we're gonna rappel down the Borgata.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you have it set up like the center of a dollhouse, like have like
That would
woods
be awesome.
around it. Yeah.
I'm just gonna have guys rappelling down it.
And obviously, Matt Mendez is just going to find 2 aces first hand off the deck. Heads up.
Yeah, Matt's on his 5th time with aces in the last 3 levels,
Yeah, running pretty well.
and they've held, which is part of the equation.
And yeah, everyone in the Twitch chat saying they want a tiny glass Borgata.
I heard they're being used as housewarming gifts that could be bought, and someone getting married is actually giving them to his ushers. So being made.
Those do look cool. Those are actually, I think, one of the cooler trophies.
Dude,
Poker.
that's an awesome trophy. I want that, and I want the little win. You know, win
Yeah,
they
yeah,
do the
yeah.
thing. And I'd like the other like casinos to start catching on, so we could have like a casino
Yeah,
village.
like a casino, like a
Yeah.
just a strip. You have to win them though. You know, like they don't
You
just.
know what, Will? As long as they're charity events at these
Yeah.
places, I'm gonna show them.
I mean, that trophy is really nice. It's like, see my Hard Rock trophy with the 2 big guitars coming
Yeah.
in, but I
Sweet,
still
dude.
have it
That's
as far
awesome,
as
sir.
it's at
Oh,
my
really?
parents' house.
Okay.
They
Cool.
had the Hard Rock in Vegas was giving out framed records. Did you see that?
Oh, no.
So it looks like it had like you went platinum or whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
that's
really
pretty
cool,
cool.
too.
I still think I love the tiny glass Borgata. I still think the LAPC. I don't know what there's a name for it.
horse?
The
I know what you're
horse.
talking about.
There's a name for. I'm off the top of my head. I'm blanking on it. Maybe someone in the chat can help us out. But those are really really cool trophies. And I was actually at Esther Taylor Brady's house earlier this month, and her husband Matt Brady has one of those from a event a few years ago, and it just looks super cool. But we are playing for a tiny glass Borgata and 213,000 up top.
John Juan wants to know how Chris busted out. Top pair against top pair by the kicker. Elaine has really been bouncing around throughout the day, but this is where it matters at the end.
Matt's played super solid the whole day.
He sure
Can't
has.
think of any mistakes really.
Now, and Elena too, she found a lot of really big folds. and he's gotten to this place by deserving it. How much taxes do they take out of $213,000? It becomes $213,000 minus all your buy-ins. If you're a professional player, it's minus your expenses also. So it all depends on what she's down for the year and what she's going to lose going into the rest of the year. But
this is a fun time to win a tournament because you can justify going to like every stop for the rest of the year.
And
They're
your
like,
tournaments are
write-offs.
almost 40% off because you'd be paying 40% tax on the buy-in. But then again, when you win the event, you're still paying for it. So, but you know, it's a good place to be in. You're actually playing for a better reason than just playing.
And I love the heads-up graphic we get to show the players' big blinds.
It shows the importance of each hand because right now, Elena winning a hand brings it to like 35-20, which is almost double, which allows her to lose a race and still be in the tournament. So Matt really doesn't want to give up too many bigs in the end.
It looks like he might be giving up a few here as he's going to fire another bet with his pair of sevens.
Yeah, she's going to
It's
call.
kind of a confusing bet. I don't think I would make this bet. You have a hand. This is a good bet if you're empty, or if you have a king or queen.
Yeah.
It's kind of a confusing bet with third pair.
It's one of those where you just knock and then get to
Yeah, you
maybe a
just get to the
cheap
river.
showdown.
She even bluffs in you on the river if you don't bet here.
Well, I think right now he's trying to see what she has, and I guess he's now realizing that she has a king or a queen. Which means he probably also knows he can't win this hand without bluffing the river. It's a pretty good card.
And now that third barrel, when he does decide to put it out, is going to be so hard to see through from Elena's standpoint.
Huh? Yeah.
And we're just seeing a bet of $5.5 million from Matt Mendez. This is pretty sizable wager. And Elena looks like she's verbalized call, and there's sad panda from Elena Stover. We haven't seen that face at all today. And Matt Mendez's two pair on the river is going to win him this pot. And that is going to swing the chip lead in Matt Mendez's favor. He's now working close to 2-1 advantage, and heads up play is just a completely different animal compared to full ring, compared to six max. Jamie, any heads up pointers from your standpoint?
I mean, I only really play heads up when I'm at the end of tournaments online. But I just know watching GPL has helped a lot actually the last 4 weeks. I just know a lot of the decent players have been limping buttons and stuff just to be able to play a wider range of hands. You can play 80% of hands or more if you're limping buttons. If you think you have a post-flop advantage over your opponent, it's a pretty good strategy. I don't know. I don't know if you think of something specific.
Yeah, I think a lot of players don't have experience playing shorthanded. We talked about that earlier, and heads up is even, more of a rarity. That players get to. You really need to, make a final table and then get heads up. And it's one of those kind of beasts that a lot of players, might get into this situation and, not know how to navigate. They might not know how to, hand strength, ranges, things of that sort. And we know Matt Mendez, he's played heads up once this year and been victorious in the Big Stacks High Roller in February. And I imagine coming from an online background that Elena Stover knows her way around heads up as well. So it should be fun to watch. And Matt Mendez has jumped out to a pretty early lead here. And he is not implementing that limp button strategy. He's going to min raise to $2 million from the button. We are at $500,000, $1 million for the big blind.
How deep are they? Did you get a chip count update lately?
The tracker on the top of the page.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can just like look
Yeah,
and
I mean,
it's there.
this is a spot where I would probably be limping buttons rather than raising.
Because you are relatively deep.
And Elena just can shove on you so liberally, and you're giving up 2 big blinds every time. Kind of like de-incentivizes them shoving on you. Like, it's very easy for them to just check when you limp, you know?
Well, especially because you're only winning that 1 big blind instead of the 2. And if you add it up over the long run, that can definitely be, and this is going to be a line of flopping top 2 pair and lean out. I don't think Matt Mendez.
Leading is super weird here. Like, he would almost certainly be c-betting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't
only have 20 big blinds.
I think Matt Mendez is thinking that exact point where this just seems like a very lead, blocker bet. I have a flush draw. I want my opponent to fold, something along those lines. We know Elena is much stronger. And the 4 of clubs actually going to give both players a backdoor flush draw with Elena holding. The king of clubs make her hand even more dominating. And I would actually really like a check from Elena here. She turns additional equity. She can, maybe give Matt Mendez a chance to fire, give him a chance to see a free card that, makes him a smaller flush. And with top 2 pairs, she is not really allowing Mendez to get out of line here.
Kind of crazy first heads up hand. Where he flops a double gutter and they both turn at the top 2 and they both turn a flush draw.
It looks like Mendez called, so we're going to see a river.
This is not the standard, and
Wow. Just the perfect river card.
this is not how heads up usually goes. It's usually like 3rd pair versus 4th pair, sometimes 8th high versus
not top
4th
2
pair.
against
It's not
river
usually like
straight.
the perfect flop for them to get a billion big blinds in.
Just a bad spot for Matt.
Huh?
I mean, Elena. Sorry, guys. I mean, it's a bad spot also for him because he has to take her chips. So.
And with 15 big blinds, she has just under pot remain. She checked.
She has to be checking to induce here.
This looks like a relatively small bet
I mean, it's either flopped or not there, you would
from
think.
Mendez. And she's going to call. I think it was 7 million. It was 8 million on the river. That was less than half pot. And she's going to call and just shake her head. There's nothing else she really can do.
No, there's no way someone could fold that hand.
She led flop and turn, and Mendez came along the entire time and then got there on the river. And Elena Stover is now going to be left under 10 big blinds in the quote-unquote danger zone, if you will.
I mean, I bet he wished he just shoved all in.
Yeah, I mean,
It would look weaker if he shoved all in, for one thing. He's going to get looked up lighter. I mean, she had a hand that's going to call. But I feel like betting like 2/3 of a person's stack looks so strong. And if you just shove all in, like, it could be a misdraw, it could be a lot of different things. And I think she'd just snap it off and the turn would be over.
and the other thing is,
I mean, if he knew she had 2 pair.
yeah,
Well,
think he
yeah,
might
I'm
have.
saying, say we have no idea what the cards are. If I don't see his hand, he bets half my stack, which is like half pot. He bets like 40% pot and it's half my stack. That looks super strong to me. If he shoves all in, that looks weaker. Like a misdraw will shove a lot. A misdraw is not going to bet like 9 big blinds.
Yeah.
I have like 15 big blinds. Like,
and I'm a big believer of just trying to end it. You know what I mean? Like you call 2 streets and then you get there and you're like, all right, let's just end this sucker, and we're just gonna put her all in. We're gonna put her to a test.
there's huge value in not having to turn over your cards too.
Yeah,
Like if you gem and she ends up folding, you get to keep your information at least. Like,
yeah. So this is gonna be probably a fit or fold rest of the way for Elena Stover until she can either get a double or bow out in second place, as Matt Mendez has taking a close to 10-1 chip lead here, heads up for the Event 1 title.
He's got to be feeling very good right now.
He played great.
I'd say so.
And she has too.
Yeah,
Really,
this has
there's
been a
not
good
too
final
much
table.
fault. Tony Dunst might have a problem finding a reason to rip someone
No,
in
but
the
you can
rodeo.
see here, like, there's always a misplayed hand. Like, someone can play well for, like, 8 hours, and in the 8 hours,
Yeah.
there's going to be one hand where you're like, what were they thinking? Like,
Although
Horton, the queen hand, like, he's going to regret that hand, even though, like, it would have been a really tough fold.
Yeah.
But, like, in the course of 8 hours, you're going to play one that you're like, I wish I could take that one back.
Oh yeah, no. You do anything, whether you play an entire. We just saw there's NBA basketball on right now. You play an entire basketball game. There's going to be one play, one shot, one pass that you wish you had back, or you wish you could handle it a little bit differently. Yeah, one pitch that changes the outcome of a game in baseball. And that's just the way things work. And I think everyone, throughout every tournament they play, they can look at. Usually it's your bust out hand.
Yeah.
But there's going to be one hand that you can look at, and I think Elena Stover on that one, she led flop, she led turn, and I don't think Matt Mendez is even supposed to be there for the river.
He's not supposed to.
I feel like it just should have gotten in before that. Like, I'm shocked that a double gutter and top two with backdoor draws from both don't get in.
Yeah.
Like, they're not deep. There are 22 big blinds affected on that hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that
He's got a call.
Check 4.
yeah, this is a 5 big blind shove from Elena, so Elena's going to be at risk for her tournament life. We could be crowning an Event 1 champion here. She is a slight favorite, though, with King High against Matt Mendez's Jack 4. Let's see the flop.
Jack.
And Mendez is going to flop top pair, and
That takes a pretty big lead here, 85-15.
Elena Stover is going to be looking for
King
a
Bird.
king or running cards to double up. Matt Mendez he doesn't want to watch.
That's a running card.
That is a running card. There were back doors.
We'll be here a little longer, guys.
All right, Queen for the lady.
Queen, and we get to hang out longer.
Woohoo! We're not going home just yet, guys.
Oh my.
All right, so Elena Stover doubles up. It's going to be a small double. She's still just going to have 10 big blinds.
Yes, but 10 becomes 20 and 40.
Yes, it does.
Wow. Talk about cards.
And I think Matt Mendez just has to roll his eyes there and back to the drawing
I
board.
see.
Yeah, that's like
What
one
were
of the,
those two hands exactly?
Yeah, it's one of those where it's just like, oh yeah, nice hand. Like I have to say that. I
Yeah,
mean it.
It's like a little bit funny the first time your very short stack opponent doubles up, and then the second time it's like,
It's not funny to say.
Yeah,
It's
no.
not funny.
The first time you're like, oh, ha ha
Like,
ha.
that was cute.
I
Let's
still
let her
have
play
you
it a
6 to
longer.
1. I still have you 5 to 1, and then it's like, excuse me, why are we even
Well,
though?
we 30 each.
And as we said, she's just one double up away from clawing herself back into this. And Elena Stover, to her credit, has been clawing herself back in contention from the start of this tournament. She came back with day 2 just under 100,000. That was 20 big blinds. She was the short stack coming into this 10-handed final table, and now she is heads up.
She had 2 hours of absolute fire. It was like
Yeah.
ace jack suited was almost a foldable hand because she's like, I'll get ace king the next hand.
Yeah,
like,
I
why am I
mean-
gonna play this dust?
That's why she
You know?
folded the ace queen. She
Yeah,
knew she
she's
had
like,
messed up then.
she literally had 2 hours where she ran awesome, and then she's been just playing well. Like she's been taking the shots she needs to take. She's been making folds that like were pretty incredible, and
It's
she's
funny
making
how-
140K plus for it.
Yep. It's funny how each player had their run today. The shut stacks didn't want to go out, and they all rebuilt. And then she went to the first, then she went to last.
Yeah,
then she
we
went to
we
front.
went a pretty solid 2-hour stretch of 8-handed play where there were some sizable pots. There were a few double ups, but everyone kind of kept it tight to the vest. And throughout that period, Elena really vaulted herself up the leaderboard.
She definitely showed the boy she could play. She's been unhooded.
Now, the last time that it was on the button with Matt Mendez, we did see him implement that limp strategy.
I mean, if everybody's going to call a min raise heads up, then the limp strategy is almost like the same thing. You're just putting less chips in to start.
Yeah.
But you don't want to play the button for a limp and then play out of position for the guys in raise. Because you're just spending more to play out of position.
And again, we see a limp from.
Heads up, we're having 2 stellar hands. Queen deuce against the 7-5.
We're going to see a lot of that heads up.
Yes. What happened to all the big cards?
What happened to the ace jacks and the tens? And
A pretty good flop for Elena.
I'd say so.
I would check it too, and maybe even put a raisin over his open. But the way she's been playing, she's been a little caging. She's been letting the players get themselves into more trouble. Matt did get out of it in a big way, but this one would be a lot tougher for him to get out of. He would need running cards.
Yeah, when you have that 2.4% next to your name, you really don't like to be putting more chips into the pot, and it looks like Elena Stouffer is going to do just that.
Yeah, I always wish they put that percentage up while I was playing, so I knew if I was 2.4.
Yeah, like you had like an app on your phone that told you.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to actually tell me what she
Like,
has.
stop
just tell me
betting
what my
cold
stuff.
stone.
I like how online you can set it to, on the side kind of tell you what your hand is. And there's like times we get to the river and it's like you have jack high and it's like, oh,
It's
really?
the good
Do I?
reality check.
Oh, you
Darn
have the
it.
thing that tells you what, yeah.
There's like a little setting you can do on
It's on Party Borgata.
On
yeah,
Party
it'll
Borgata.
tell you.
to just help you just in
Yep.
case.
just to help you, yeah. And like I need that
I should use
sometimes.
that, too,
Yeah, I
myself.
need that sometimes. But I get to the river a lot and it's like I have jack high and I'm out of position. It's like, oh, how did we get here?
The weirdest thing is online that I have to keep looking back at my cards and they're in front of me is where my issue is. I know the percentage goes up on the all-in, so you get to watch yourself go 80% and lose.
Yeah, it goes. You're like 95% of the river, and then it just goes to 0, and the screen goes black.
Yeah, I'm not watching the board. I'm watching that number. I'm like, why did it just go from 80 to 0? Matt's got a fun hand. Elena's got a big hand heads up. I think Matt's got to see at least.
Yeah, I think he has to see a flopper, and will.
And the dealer's in control. So good flop for Elena. Yeah, if she keeps flopping him 97-3, he's going to have a very difficult time. This almost looks like Joe's final table where he just
ran over the whole
That
thing.
was pretty absurd.
And even the heads up was just absurd.
Well, then three-handed, Beckley, he folded the jacks to the McKeon's queens. That was just, I don't know what.
The prize jump fold.
That was one of those where I think everyone in the world was like, how did he do it? But then you go back and you think like, how did he do it? Like at first you're like, this is just so silly. Like you're just.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
not
such a
recommended.
bad fold.
Yeah.
It's
not
just
good
such a
fold.
bad
That's
fold
what I
over
mean,
life,
like-
and it was
No,
like
no.
the best fold.
But
Yeah.
that's what I mean. It's.
If it was like 6 or 7 years ago, we wouldn't even question it. We'd be like, that guy is the best guy who's ever played poker.
How does
And
he
then now
know?
I'm like,
How does he
against
know?
the
And I
range
think
of hands he was
I
getting,
think
no,
us on
no.
the East Coast are a little, and we have a hand playing out, so we'll just pause here because Matt Mendez has raised with that 3%
that's
next to
not
his
good.
name,
Wow.
and I believe this is gonna be a shove from Elena Stover.
We'll just wink to the audience so they'll know he had it.
I like the call. I mean,
I like to wink. Don't worry about me. I got 3
Don't worry,
sixes.
honey.
Honey, I got 3 6s. I got her. Oh boy. He just
just let
catch
him keep
cards.
bluffing. Like you have.
Well, now he's moved up from 3% to 11%.
I think this has to be a shove for Mendez,
Yeah, it's her just call is really good.
and I
like,
think that's
okay, I call.
exactly yeah. Oh, okay, I have top pair. Yep. And Mendez gets his hand caught in the cookie jar a little bit.
Oh,
Elena Stover all in for her tournament life, but a 90% favorite almost. She doesn't want to watch. Matt Mendez doesn't really want to either. I wonder what that wink meant, actually.
I think his
He
eyes
said the
are like
10's
twitching.
coming.
He's so tired.
Oh,
Do you ever
I mean,
have that? Like I'm sitting at my computer for
He's
like
been
10
playing
hours.
for the better part of 3 days,
Yeah.
and this
Yeah,
heads-up
yeah.
battle's
I
going
get
to
super
continue.
tired and they get like twitchy like that. Too.
no, it was more like you look at a friend like I got this type of I'm going to throw a reverse towel, but oops, she's got ace queen.
Yeah, she's never folding that spot, so she's going to double up again,
She might not even be looking at him at that point.
and she's going to come back with 22 big blinds. So
Back to where we started, right?
have I said clawing back enough, or should keep that theme going?
Bad time to bluff? Yes, Cirillo. Elena's doubling up? Yes. Teeny twitch? Well, sick. It is getting crazy, guys. Just when you thought it was over, we're back into a very competitive match.
And what is it? Oopthy?
Oopthy.
Oopthy. Yeah, I don't know if you're trolling me or not. I try to sound a lot
You said Will
smarter.
BS's like with the best of them.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I absolutely can BS with the best of them.
Like you BS so well, you could have a real job. Like we could throw you in a law firm and you could just talk really, like I don't know. You
And I look pretty good in a suit, too.
says you. See your BS and Ken. You're great at this.
You do dress well. You're always wearing something that I'm like trying to copy, but I know I'm too old to wear
Yeah,
something.
like if you were
Like your age.
my age, you could probably pull this off.
I'd probably share clothes maybe.
Yeah.
Be like, yo, let me get that hoodie. Anyway.
Just as long as you don't borrow the short shorts.
Yeah, the short shorts, they will most likely make an appearance by the end of the Spring Poker Open. So keep your eyes out for that on the tournament floor, guys.
Somebody asked about the difference between first and second, and there's a $75,000 difference. Whoa.
Yeah, Woe's right, and we have. I think the chips are getting in again here.
Yeah,
Elena
I'm never
Stover's
folding either of these hands.
flopped the nut low flush. It's still a flush though, and Matt Mendez with top pair and a queen high flush draw is likely not going anywhere either.
A straight flush draw, yeah. I mean, he can't just think she has the flush also.
And even if she does, he still has some pretty good equity if she doesn't have a flush king high or race high flush, obviously.
Yep. Tremendous amount there.
And it looks like she's
This is super
just
weird
going
to me.
call.
There have been so many boards where she has raised where I would have just called, and then a board like this is a board I would love to raise. Like you just
You
get
wanna
in
get
your made
chips in,
flush
yeah.
versus a wide variety of hands, like one pair and flush draw combos, straight draws, straights, like everything. The things that like cards can kill the action. Like say he flops something like two pair, or like ace 10, queen 10 to the queen of hearts.
Yeah. And the board
Pairs
with a 7
a heart
or
comes on
something.
the
Yeah.
turn, your hand turns to dust so quickly, and if it doesn't turn to dust, your action gets killed a lot of the time.
Also,
Yeah.
but she can also duck that last heart knowing he probably has one, and he's going to call for the draw. You'd rather get him in while his money's way behind than after the heart comes, obviously.
I don't think, I mean, heads up, you have to just play your hand for value without
If she could
worrying about,
fold a heart on the river, then she might be doing it for preservation. I have to shut this hand down with her hand. I can't let a heart come.
Yeah, this
Guy wants
is.
to draw.
I just want to get it in. Like, on
That's what I'm
flop,
saying.
people think they have equity they don't even have. Like, he might get in with hands that don't even contain a heart versus you. But on the turn, say a heart comes, or like an overcard comes to his if he just has offsuit, queen 10, like no heart.
And I think Elena is cutting a raise here.
Yeah,
Looks like
I
she's
would've
doing a little
preferred
quick
this raise on the
inventory.
flop. It would have gotten a lot more accomplished. This is the card you don't want to see
An
if you're
ace?
her, because it kills the action. Like
Unless
his
he
hand
has an
doesn't look
ace.
as good anymore.
Right, unless he has an ace in his hand, then his hand might just looks great.
I still don't think Matt Mendez is going anywhere here.
He shouldn't. I mean, heads up, she can have absolute dust bunnies right now.
Yeah.
But
He
I think
has to
this could have
think-
been a full double up if she. It's still maybe, but on flop it would have been.
He has to think an 8's good, a 10's good, a queen's good, and a heart's good.
This is a check raise to 6.75, and it's about $4 more million to call. So Matt Mendez, he can afford it, and it looks like he's going to call. So we are going to see river. And Elena Stover is going to hope that another heart does not fall, because that would
She couldn't
let's kill her hand.
Oh boy.
And the King of Hearts does.
And what a heart. A heart that makes him know there's only one other card in the deck. He's got the second. Nuts.
And this is a spot where
This is where she could now be able to fold and save herself, but
she is a
Yeah.
check. I think Mendez just has to go for it here. He went for value the last time. He got there on the river.
Pot's big enough.
Plus, she got such a clean turn. Well, whatever. She did make a raise.
I don't know. Can Elena Stover be, raising ace X with the ace of hearts here? That would just be a straight cooler, obviously.
Yeah, you just put the money in. That's kind of the beauty of heads up. You don't have to make big folds. You shouldn't make big folds. And it's just like, oh, top pair to top pair, cooler. Like, you should
even three-handed also for sometimes
exactly,
in certain spots.
It's like you're folding too much. That's always going to be a bigger mistake than calling too
Matt's
much.
Matt's got to be slightly concerned that she bet the ace of hearts on the turn with the ace, but now having a check to him, he has to think he could go for value. I mean,
yeah, he's
no
definitely
reason ever.
That would be the craziest check back.
It wouldn't be a good check back, and he's not going to do it.
This looks
He
like
paid a lot of money to get there.
$7 million or so. It's another one of those half
like
of Elena
just
Stover's
you.
bets. This is.
I can't like any of this right now.
But again, this is a situation where Matt Mendez can end it, for lack of a better word, and he's.
Also, the last time you did that, you had super value.
Yeah.
So now maybe mix it up a little bit and shove. Or make a super small bet. But I feel like she's going to be like, I've seen this movie before. I know how this ends.
He wants to get paid, and that's why he didn't put a stack in.
Yeah, and
that's what
it looks like to her, too. So it's like bold.
Well, I mean, in her mind, she's probably trying to think that he's doing that not to lose his whole stack without a heart. If she calls, if she folds, then she believes the story. I don't think she's going to be able to fold his heads up. And the indications look like she's getting her chips ready.
There have been some really big hand matchups between these two. We've only played like 6 hands, right? Of heads up.
And Elena Stover still in the tank here. Matt Mendez, cool as you'd like. We've seen Elena Stover make a lot of really good folds at this final table. Can she make another to preserve her tournament life?
It just gets so hard heads up.
And, back to the point that James is making, we haven't really seen Mendez make this move, whether we're talking, three-handed, four-handed, full ring. Haven't really seen him make any just stone-cold bluffs on the river for big sizable bets.
Plus, it would be really hard for him to have called her 3-bet with absolutely no
He kind of has to have a heart to call there.
I mean,
or just have a lot of heart.
I mean, she'd be happy to have 3-4 and maybe has a deuce of hearts. Any heart beats her. What a tough spot. I bet she wishes she just pushed the flop. But I think she gets called.
Yeah, she would have. Think about the hands he can have. Like, she gets it in with her opponent drawing dead sometimes.
I understand.
And drawing super slim.
Sure,
So in this spot, like, heart. Exactly. And he could also have, like, many pair straight draw combo draws, and also the times that you have a pair and a heart draw like he has, or like a straight draw heart draw, like I want to be in there with the deuce 3 of hearts with the
plus
flush.
It's a good bluff card. If he has nothing, it's a great bluff card for him.
And it's hard for him to get there with nothing, though.
I mean nothing when there's 4 hearts on the board.
I know, I'm saying it's hard for him to get there with no heart.
Yes.
I don't know how we get this river. Like, I feel like he would have attempted to bluff her out of the pot at some point. If he had the
5-7 hand, he played it the same way, and he hit the 7, so she saw that. He really didn't have much equity when I called her bet, and then he hit a great river. But she's really putting her mind into this one right now.
And this might be a spot where, Matt Mendez knows exactly.
This might not be.
She's going to call. She's not going to like to see it.
Yeah, that's brutal.
And I think, unfortunately, whenever the chips got in there, I think we're going to have the same result.
It is. I mean, I'm mostly talking about playing against his range more than his hand. This hand could have been all in on the flop, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no, you don't fault either of them for playing their hand like that.
Flush draw, and got shot.
I think on the river, that's one where
you could have folded.
You can fold river, but
for sure.
I think if the chips want to get in on the flop, perfectly fine, standard. Chips want to get on the turn, fine, standard. It's just one of those where, she's bluff catching after she can put the, onus on Matt Mendez to make the call for, a big portion of the chips,
Plus, after that turn, the ace, if she puts it in on the turn, a one-card flush draw with one card that comes a lot different. People will put it in on the flop with two cards to come
Exactly, yeah.
Plus, with the ace coming in, he doesn't have top pair.
Mm-hmm.
He might be drawing dead if she has the ace of hearts, and she might be able to get the fold the turn with an all-in.
Mm-hmm.
She did make a good stab with a raise, but I don't believe it was enough.
Yeah, I would have liked a check raise shove or
shove. Yes.
Yeah.
Just if you want to draw for it, your 10's okay.
But all right, we've seen Elena Stouffer come back from these depths before. Let's see if she can do it again. She's now down to 5 big blinds, and
going back to that last hand, if he does miss the river, she's probably going to get it. She'll lead the river, and she'll probably get paid that same bet. So, one card just changed almost 16 million.
I don't know if he's going to call a healthy bet with a 10 there when the ace turns up.
And
it's going to be one of those bets that size,
have to be small.
5 million, and
one of those super value-y bets that has to get paid off.
Maybe even 4 million. I mean, that one card's still a big impact. It's probably, 45 to 18 instead.
It's going to be an all-in from Matt Mendez on the button. And Elena Stouffer with just over 4 big blinds in her stack. She's going to put it in.
You have one of your 4 big blinds committed, is that
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
And she's going to call. She's going to be at risk for her tournament life with Jack 5 offsuit against Matt Mendez's Queen 4. This could be the Event 1 title here for Matt Mendez if he is able to hold. We're going to see the flop. And it's Queen High.
Strong. They both flopped a pair, but his is quite bigger.
And Elena is going to need a Jack or a 5 and a Jack and a 5 only on the river. Or this Event 1 title is going to go to Matt Mendez. Let's see the river. And there it is. 6 of spades is going to win Matt Mendez, the Borgata Million of the Spring Poker Open. A big hug there. Both players battled valiantly.
Both players deserve to win this. There can only be one winner, and
It didn't look like a $500 tournament. Like this final table was played like a much bigger buy-in tournament.
Yeah.
Like the players were better than I've called a bunch of these with other people.
Yeah.
Like,
no, and
there's
sometimes
always
you get
things
a
to pick on. You're like,
very
what that guy just do? Are you
ragtag
serious?
group. Yeah,
like that really wasn't the case here. Like everybody played pretty well, and short heads-up match, and wow, that's his second win of 2016. Huh?
Yeah, and his second 6-figure win of 2016. And before we get to Matt Mendez, Elena Stouffer is going to take home $138,000 for her second place finish. And there we see Dave Inselberg just jumping out of the booth
Wow, he's so spry for someone so old.
Yeah, he was quick out there. So we're going to get a winner's interview with Matt Mendez.
I figured Jamie had to get to her boyfriend.
And he is going to take home $213,000 for the win.
This is supposed to be filming that we were talking about the interview. Great production stuff.
And Matt Mendez is going to take home a tiny glass Borgata. He's the 2016 Spring Poker Open champion. Borgata Million opening event outlasted 2,500 entrants.
Show the Queen 4. Okay, thank you.
And we're going to get Coldstone in here for the interview with our winner, Matt Mendez. As we said, his second massive win of 2016. And let's listen in.
Well, here we are with the champ of the Borgata 1 million guarantee. Matt, how you feeling right now?
Feeling really good right now.
It was a great battle. Everyone watched. There were a lot of people online hoping you did well, and you did it.
Yep, my wife and my little baby.
Matt's got a 2.5-year-old.
Month-old.
2.5-month-old I met, which they're both in love with, and he's going to be able to bring them home a little more securely after this event. You did great in February too. Do you think winning the Parks tournament led to your confidence here today, or do you think you were always good and you need that in this spot?
Oh my God, the confidence that tournament gave me was, couldn't have did it without that last tournament. Because I was nervous that whole last final table I was at, and this one, like, just go with the flow. When I lose a hand, just forget about it, just keep it going. So.
Shows you the amount of confidence you get from a couple big wins and knowing you're a great player and having it vilified. So you said the first thing you're going to do to celebrate is kiss your wife and daughter, huh?
Yep.
That made us all warm and happy inside and brought you a lot of good fans. I mean, you did a great job. There's not too much more to say. I want to let you go and enjoy yourself, call your wife, shed a couple of tears.
I'm so exhausted right now.
How many times did you look at a picture of your wife and baby during the tournament?
I called her on every break.
Close enough.
I don't think I look at the picture very often, but they're on my home screen, so when I called her, I saw her, but called her every single break. Couldn't wait to.
That's great. So all you young poker players trying not to start a family and continue poker, you find another need to win, and sometimes it works out great. 2.5-month-old baby, a happy wife, $214,000 in the bank. Great job, Matt. Just got to congratulate you.
Been running great ever since she came 2 months ago. So just have a baby. You do great.
On a poker streak and a life streak. Glad you guys viewed us at the Borgata today and got to meet Matt. You're going to be seeing him for many years in the future. And a lot more final tables, and he gets to bring home the coveted Borgata trophy. Thanks for tuning in, and see you next tournament.
All right, guys, we just got a nice interview from Dave and Matt. Dave, yeah, you could tell that was just pure emotion, for sure. He was just so happy.
He's just, he's overjoyed. Obviously wants to get out of here, but he still wants to, spread a little bit of his good cheer. He wants to get to his family. That's one person that's not going to be in the B-bar tonight celebrating. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already in the car going home to meet up with his family. I mean, the way he was talking about his daughter, and I remember when I had a 1 and a 2-month-old, it's the center of your life and it's your main focus, and he's just living his life right now on a happiness spot in poker and life and everything, and that's great for him.
He seems like a super nice guy. Like, it's someone who you want to win. Like,
Yeah,
it's a
no.
nice ending to
Without
the
a doubt.
tournament.
And he said he'd give me 1.1 in the seniors tomorrow.
Yeah?
You're not old enough to not find your way to the
What do you mean?
seniors.
Everyone said I'm 6 months too young. I'm
Yeah.
flying.
All right, guys.
Thanks for
So
watching,
thank you
guys.
so much for tuning in. The Borgata live stream will be back next week for another installment of a final table here, a big guaranteed final table. And we have another live stream coming up at the end of the series, the Spring Poker Open Championship. I'm Will O'Connor with Jamie Kurtzer and Dave Isselberg. Thank you again for following, and we will see you guys next time.